Hello and welcome to our coverage of the 86th Tour de France. I'm Phil Liggett and joined in commentary by Paul Sherwin. Well, after last year's sensational Tour de France, who knows what we can expect this time around. Here, the start being made outside of the Chateau of the Puy de Fou. The riders facing up to just over 3 weeks of cycling and almost 2,500 miles. Well, even before a wheel is turned in anger, big names are not in the Tour de France. Out is last year's winner, Marco Pantani. Out too, the two previous winners in Jan Ullrich and Bjarne Riis. And in fact, the Tour de France, for the first time in almost 50 years, has no rider in it who's won the Tour de France before. Anyway, this is the route they face. And this time it's a clockwise direction around the hexagon of France. The riders going north to Amiens, then across down the bottom of Luxembourg and Belgium before dropping due south to the Alps, then a journey across the Pyrenees, and then it's due north through Bordeaux, Futuroscope and on to Paris. In all, 3,690 kilometres of cycling, and the last man to start of the 180 in this prologue over 6.8 kilometres, Paul, the best finisher of a year ago, Bobby Julich.
Finished third in the Tour de France last year. He hasn't had a great season so far, Phil, because he's based everything on this month, the Tour de France. He wants to be the American winner.
So, a few deep breaths. Julich is away, and he's chasing, in fact, the names like Lance Armstrong, Abraham Olano, and this is the arrival of Christophe Moreau. The time which has stood right throughout the day, that by Rick Verbrugge, is about to be beaten, and is coming late in the day. Christophe Moreau has pulled out a good one here, comes up to the line, 8.16. That's the new leaderboard, 8.17.48.
Fifth last year in the opening time trial of the Tour de France, but the man doing great times out on the course, Phil, is Lance Armstrong, wearing 181. He's got the fastest time at half distance.
Well, he really is flying, Paul, and he looks so good here, making his big return to the Tour de France. He hasn't been here for a couple of years because of his illness, but he's back now. This is the man sweeping up at the back of the field. He's up towards the climb of the Côte du Fossé now. And this is the world champion, Abraham Olano, sandwiched between them, and also looking very good at the checks.
All the big names out on the course now. Chris Boorman as well, the winner 3 occasions of the prologue time trial at the Tour de France. He too is out on the course now. This is the right-hand bend. You have to take this at full bore, 50 kilometres an hour, and try and keep the momentum on the first part of this climb.
A massive crowd here. This is the place to watch the prologue. There's no doubt about that, as they see the riders in full flight. Back to the finishing line now. The best time in is Christophe Moreau, and I don't think that Pavel Tonkov is going to approach that. He's still a fair way to go down this straight. There's the best time, and Tonkov is not going to be happy with this, Paul, because he's trained specifically for this race.
His goal is a lot longer down the road. In fact, he's looking at the end of the 3 weeks to try and climb high up in the overall rankings. Not a great prologue by him. 8 minutes, 30 seconds, losing about 23 seconds. But Alex Zulla's got a great time. He's coming up to the line now.
Now, Zulla's been out for 8 months, suspension for taking EPO. He's back. He had a bad Tour of Italy, but it looks like he's come out fighting here today. Zulla's on a great time. All of the best time checks. 8.09 at the line, the new leader.
Well, at half distance, in fact, Phil, Lance Armstrong was 1 second ahead of him. This is Bobby Julich now on the Côte du Fossé. You can see how difficult this climb is. Julich is out of the saddle. It is a tough climb, and especially on a low-profile machine, and it doesn't look as if Julich is too comfortable out on the road.
Oh, Chris Boorman now finishing behind Zulla. Zulla was a good marker for him, but Chris hasn't got the better of him this time. It's a long way down this straight here at the Puy de Fou. So Boorman, the winner of the prologue last year, he's done it 3 times in all, is not going to do it this time. He's dropped away from it, 8.17, 8.18.46. That's a bad time for Chris.
He won't be happy with that. He's based his season on winning the prologue. The man wearing number 51, Olano, out on the course. But Armstrong is here, and Armstrong is well inside the time of Alex Zulla.
Well, he's been scorching it all the time checks. What a comeback this could be. There's only 2 men behind him now. Armstrong is the leader, and we'll have to wait. 8.2.5. That is astonishing.
Unbelievable, Phil. 50.7 kilometres an hour. That's nearly 32 miles an hour. Abraham Olano, the time trial champion of the world, is outside the time of Lance Armstrong, so I don't think anybody is going to beat him.
Well, there's only, in fact, 1 rider left now, and Julich has been behind in all of the time checks. Olano hasn't done it either. And here is the last man on the course, round the bottom turn. Now it's a headwind finish, and it's not going to be a winning time. Lance Armstrong has made a magical return to the Tour de France. There's the time of Julich, already outside of that of Lance Armstrong. Remember that Julich lost this time trial a year ago in Dublin by just 5 seconds on Chris Boorman. It's going to be a lot more than that now, as Julich Julich suffers towards the line. The clock is counting away from Armstrong. Armstrong will be the first maillot jaune of the Tour de France as Bobby Julich comes over in 8:30.75, 28 seconds slower than Lance Armstrong.
Well, that's an incredible start to the Tour de France, Phil. He's back at the camping car. Everybody's there to congratulate him. Frankie Andreu, his 8th Tour de France, the captain of the team, and Johan Brunel, the team manager. I don't think he could have believed that before the start of this tour.
Well, what a start for Brunel. Indurain did 8 minutes 12 seconds over this course in 1993, and now Lance has gone 10 seconds quicker. Zuller, by the way, finished second to Indurain, 8 seconds slower. Now he's finished second to Armstrong, 7 seconds slower. So at least he stays consistent. But this is the new wearer of the maillot jaune, the first wearer indeed of this year's Tour de France. Lance Armstrong gets the yellow jersey ahead of Zuller, Olano and Morrow. Let's now go to Gary Imlach, who is interviewing Lance Armstrong at the finish.
Congratulations, what a way to announce your return to the Tour.
I mean, I'm so surprised, but yet I'm so pleased and so happy for the team and for the staff and the other riders. It's of course it's a big story, but for the moment we're so pleased. It's unbelievable.
You say surprised, 7 seconds over the second place man over less than 7 kilometers. That is pretty surprising going.
Yeah, that's all I know. I don't know the time, so I didn't look at my time the whole course, and then I knew before I started the best time was 8:20, and I came across the line and I saw right around 8 minutes, and I thought, yeah, maybe it can't be right. But of course I gave everything, and I feel good.
Well, you certainly proved that, Lance, and the leader of the Tour de France now by 7 seconds, Le Puy de Fou, the capital of the folklore of the Vendée, has certainly been kind to Lance Armstrong today. The next stage for them, 208 kilometres now from Montaigu to Chalons. The Tour de France has wasted no time in finding itself a new hero, and from Montaigu this morning, it's the American Lance Armstrong on their Independence Day who will lead this race away. Well, what a big difference a year has made. Last year we regularly brought reports of police raids on the event and riders being involved in drug scandals. Now that problem is still with us, evidenced by the fact that some big names are not here, but the news media is here as well as the sports media. Well, of course, we hope the next 3 weeks will see an end to all of that, but it's been a lot happening this past year. And first of all, before we go to the action, let's go to Gary Imlach to bring us right up to date.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
It started with an arrest. Festina team masseur Willy Vert caught at the French-Belgian border with a carload of the performance-enhancing drug EPO. 9 days later, the world's top team, led by France's favourite rider Richard Virenque, were thrown out of the race. Another 6 left in protest, including the Dutch TVM squad after their hotel was raided by police, and for a few dramatic hours on stage 17, when the riders brought the entire race to a halt, it looked as though it might never restart. By the time Italy's Marco Pantani claimed victory in Paris, along with fewer than half the riders who'd started, it was clear that the end of the Tour wouldn't be the end of the matter. And so it's proved, with a number of criminal inquiries still in progress and several big names involved. Casino rider Rodolfo Massi is accused of trafficking, Althe's team doctor Nicolas Terrados of doping. From Festina, Willy Vert, manager Bruno Roussel, Dr. Eric Reichardt and Richard Virenque are all under investigation. Most of Virenque's teammates eventually admitted drug use, served bans and are now riding again. But Virenque denies everything, despite increasingly detailed allegations from Willy Vert, who's published a book complete with pages from the drug-dosing diary he kept at Festina. Among other visitors to the investigation headquarters in Lille have been some of the most powerful men in cycling. Jean-Marie Leblanc, director of the Tour, and Hein Verbruggen, head of cycling's international ruling body, the UCI, have both been asked how much they knew of any abuse and whether they could have done more to fight it. Certainly they're trying now. In January, the UCI announced quarterly medical tests for all riders, albeit administered by their teams, along with surprise tests of their own both in and out of competition, and increased penalties for any transgressors. The French Federation launched a long-term programme to keep tabs on every aspect of a rider's health, and team sponsors drew up their own anti-doping charter. The Tour added a moral condition to qualification.
Les organisateurs se réserveront le droit de récuser jusqu'au départ de l'épreuve tout coureur et toute équipe qui porterait atteinte à l'image et à la réputation du Tour de France pour fait de dopage notamment.
Still, not everyone seemed to get the message.
Quelle puissance! Quelle force! Extraordinaire!
In May, the world #1 Frank van den Broek was arrested over his association with a Paris horse doctor accused of doping. Also on the doctor's list of patients, Richard Virenque, who was fined by his new team Polti, but allowed to ride the Giro d'Italia. Which brings us to the real shocker, Marco Pantani, defending champion of both the Giro and the Tour, thrown off the race for an abnormally high red blood cell count.
In questo momento vorrei solamente un po' di rispetto e un saluto ai tifosi. Mi dispiace solo per il ciclismo.
Pantani and van den Broek saved the Tour organisers the agony by ruling themselves out of this year's race. But that still left some tough decisions.
L'équipe TVM Farfrit est, dans son ensemble, récusée. Le coureur Richard Virenque n'est pas le bienvenu cette année dans le Tour de France.
As well as Virenque and TVM, the final exclusion list had on it Philippe Gaumont and Laurent Roux, who've both been banned for drugs, Onthay's team Dr. Nicolas Terrados, and manager Manolo Saiz, who'd lambasted the Tour organisation as he led his team out of the race last year. And that should have been that, except that Polti and Onthay both appealed to the UCI, citing a dusty old rule about how much notice they should have been given of their exclusion. The UCI listened with the rapt attention of an organisation scared to death of being sued and promptly applied the letter of the law at the expense of the spirit. Reluctantly, the Tour had to admit both Saiz and Virenque, whose arrival at this year's race looked depressingly similar to his departure from last year's. On the face of it then, a bit of a mess, but at least it's a public mess, and if all the debate and scrutiny contributes towards cleaning up the sport, then it'll also have been a useful mess. Certainly yesterday's blood checks on all 180 riders were a useful step forward, and you can bank on there being plenty more of those as the race continues. And talking of the race, let's get on with today's.
Well, Gary, it's been a typical day in the first stage of the Tour de France here. A long breakaway by Thierry Gouvenou, 124th after the prologue, and he's been out front by over 6 minutes. He's been caught now, inside 3 kilometres to go, and the sprinters are going to have their say.
And the sprinters at the moment are being led at the front by the men in the red jersey. That's the Seiko Cannondale team of Mario Cipollini. In second place, in fact, is the Italian champion, Salvatore Commessa. But these guys really know how to put Mario Cipollini into orbit, and they want him to get the first stage here, Phil.
But what we are seeing today, Paul, is no real organisation by all of the teams here. And it's not the old red guard of Cipollini. We've got 3 of them here. Normally we have 5 or 6 of them. And it seems to be more or less a free-for-all here as the sprinters try to get through.
A lot of chaos there. You can see riders moving up around the outside. A lot of work at the front has been done by the Française de Jure. The new French sprinter, Jimmy Casper, will also be looking to get himself in the final 200 metres.
Well, the French are pinning a lot of hopes on this young man. He's very rapid. This is his first Tour de France. Because of his good sprinting and winning, he's been put in the team here. He's not expected to go the distance, but he's expected to win a stage in this opening week. Now the riders swarming up for the line. Casino rider on the front at the moment. And now as they start to run through here now, on the far right there, the white jersey of Henk Vogels trying to pick up Stuart O'Grady. O'Grady wants the green jersey this year, and he said so. Eric Zabel's going to give him trouble, though. Zabel tucked in off to the left of our picture.
Right in the middle, though, it's Cantina Tollo. They're trying to sort the sprint out for them, and Nicola Minali. In the middle there is Christophe Capella, the rider from Big Mat, and Jay Sweet riding his first Tour de France, the Big Mat Aubert Australian rider.
So round that right-hander, a lot of riders lost position there now as the Team Domestiques lost their leaders, and one that's gone out of the wrong way is Henk Vogels looking for now Stuart O'Grady. He's not there. That looks like De Cruz of the Big Mat team opened up, but he hasn't got Capel on his wheel, and the white jersey of Vogels hasn't got O'Grady on his wheel. So this is all going wrong for the lead-out men at the moment. Capel is in 3rd place, and just behind him is Kirsipu in the Estonian Championship jersey, which he's won for a 2nd year, by the way. Now as Magnus Backstedt leads out, out as he tries to find his teammate O'Grady there. Wasn't around. Now coming on the far right, Jan Kersipuu is having a go. A big challenge coming too from Tom Steels on the left. It's Kersipuu Steels for the line and trying to get in on terms. Cipollini is out of this one as Kersipuu takes it on the line. They said he wasn't a man for the big occasion. Well, he is now, but he hasn't done enough to win the leader's yellow jersey, but he's done enough to win the stage.
Magnificent performance by Jan Kersipuu. He really came through out of nowhere. You can see on the left-hand side a big challenge from Tom Steels. On the right-hand side there is Erik Zabel. He's looking at the points jersey, and he doesn't seem to have the zip that he had a couple of years ago.
So victory then to Jan Kersipuu, and what a great one as he stands on the podium, his first ever stage win in the Tour.
Jan, this area has always been very successful for you, but did you think you had a chance to win the Tour de France today?
I thought about it, yes, all the whole day already, and especially when I saw the results of yesterday's prologue. I saw that I was the best sprinter. I did the best time among the sprinters, so I thought it's maybe a sign for today.
Yes, and a very good finish indeed, but not quite good enough for the yellow jersey. He's still down the way a little bit. Lance Armstrong keeping his advantage of 7 seconds over Alex Zülle and 11 over Abraham Olano.
It's great to win the yellow jersey, but actually to ride throughout the stage of the Tour de France wearing yellow must have been a special day for you.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like I said a minute ago, I was so nervous this morning. I thought I was, I thought I didn't have my bike shoes or my helmet or something, but in the race, I felt more comfortable.
So 2 days in yellow for Lance Armstrong, leading Alex Zülle by 7 seconds, and Abraham Olano 11 seconds in third place. Christophe Moreau, after his great time trial, is fourth, and Boardman, same for him, he lies in fifth place. Jan Kersipuu is the sprinter, he's 16 seconds off the pace. And it's good to see Stuart O'Grady's name on the list as well. Now they're facing up to stage 2 from Chalons to Saint-Nazaire, and this will be another flat ride across the bridge. This morning, although conditions are still overcast, no sign of rain yet, as the riders now say goodbye to the Vendée and they head up to Saint-Nazaire. Basically, this is a flat course, but it does have some unusual features. And this morning, Gary Inlac was out early to have a look at one of them.
Phil, this is the 84-kilometre mark of today's stage. At least we think it is, because to be honest, the road markings are a bit hard to make out.
And that's because the road is a bit hard to make out, submerged as it is several feet beneath the Atlantic. This is the Passage du Gois, which connects the Ile de Noirmoutier and the French mainland. First crossed in 1766 on horseback, as commemorated by a plaque on the wall of the local caf, and ever since by a variety of other means. Only at low tide, though, because this is the Wimbledon of local access roads. The covers only come off for about 4 hours a day, which makes time in the supermarket run a crucial issue for the islanders. There are a series of safety platforms along the 4.5-kilometre route just in case the tide turns against you, but you'd be hard-pressed to get the weekly shop up there with you, let alone a family saloon. Plenty of people have made it across, though, including the German army in 1940, and the Tour itself the last time the race started in this part of France 6 years ago. On today's route, the riders will head out to the island via the modern bridge, and conditions permitting, back along the cobbled causeway to the mainland.
If the tour organisers have read their tide tables properly, we should have some pretty spectacular shots along here later on. If not, it'll be a quick ring round for Charlton Heston's agent's number. Back to Phil.
Thanks, Gay. Let's hope the tide's out by the time we get there. The rollout, 110 miles today from Chalons. These are the principal players at the moment. Mariano Piccoli in polka dot, King of the Mountains. Lance Armstrong starting his second full day in yellow. And on the right here, Jan Kersipuu.
A dream start for the Tour de France for Lance, but I have to tell you one thing, Phil, he's going to get really challenged today by Jan Kersipuu, who's only 6 seconds off. But at the Passage du Gois, Armstrong is going into that area there. In second position, he's riding very well.
Well, they've raced flat out here to be sure they got onto this narrow road and saw the front of it. And you know, Paul, I heard there's something like a crash there, and there it is. It happened at the back of the field. A number of riders are down here. This is a massive pile-up here.
There's bodies all over the place. There's 1 or 2 riders down there and injured. I can see a rider from US Postal sitting in the middle of the road there. That looks a bit like Jonathan Waters. There's another man getting up there as well, riding off. But this has caused a big split in the main field. But Armstrong predicted this, and he's right near the front.
There's an awful lot of riders have been delayed here too, and that's Calcaterra from Seiko also. There's a wrestling match going on there. Let's have a look at the crash now. Watch the bottom of your picture here, because they start to fall on the left, and because the road is so slippery, I think there's a whole ricochet effect here.
What's happened is those first two riders have gone down and the people behind have all panicked. They've touched the brakes and the wheels have locked up. Mario Cipollini wasn't involved because he's at the front in this small group. There is the green jersey of Jan Kursipuu. Magnus Backstedt is there as well for Crédit Agricole. And there is the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong with a good teammate, George Hincapie.
Well, this could be a gift sent from heaven here, Paul, because this is a small group of about 12 or 13 riders. Trapped in that back group are some of the big players. Alex Zülle was involved in that fall. So too is Michael Bogart, two principal players. Look how the field is split up here. Now, remember, we are 84 kilometres covered now of a 176-kilometre day, so they've got chance to recover.
There's still 110 kilometres to go to the finish now. Hincapie's moving to the front, putting the hammer down there. He'll be happy to see that his man, Lance Armstrong, in the yellow jersey's got across this area in safe conditions. But Race Radio Phil telling us one more serious member in that break, in that accident there. In fact, Ivan Gotti too has gone down, the winner of the recent Tour of Italy.
Well, as far as we know, most are up and riding. There has been a call for the ambulance, but most seem to be on the way now as the riders start to exit the Passage du Gois. Well, the last time we came across here was 1993, and now a little group has formed at the front. It's swelled somewhat, Paul, but still missing here as we head towards the Pont de Saint-Nazaire in the distance there. That itself, by the way, is a fourth category climb. We're now approaching 166 kilometres, and the gap is growing.
Unbelievable. There are 75 riders in this group, and although Alex Zülle's Banesto team really chased hard to try and limit their losses, they held it at 30 seconds for a long time, Phil, but the last official time check we had was in fact they're more than 4 minutes behind this leading group of riders.
Well, they've worked so hard in this breakaway. The chase, I think, has gone off at the back now because they're very dispirited. There's three good riders caught back there, Bogart, Gotti and Zülle. This has been a terrible day for them as they go over the Pont de Saint-Nazaire. Once over the top of this, it's only 10 kilometres down to the finish. And here's Gotti here now, number 61. They are losing huge time.
A lot of riders losing big time today. There's Manuel Beltran, but at the finish it's a big lead out coming for Eric Zabel, and this is Stefan Weissermann right on the front.
And this is a huge gap as well for this breakaway group. What a gift now as Lars Mikkelsen goes for it. And Jan Kursipuu is there now. Well, he's done so well today. He's won all of the sprint bonuses. He's racing for the yellow jersey now. Armstrong safely in the pack. He's gaining time over his rivals. Mikkelsen looks over, waiting for somebody else. Jimmy Casper goes on the far right now. Casper makes it. Martinello tries to grab his wheel. Zabel is there too in the pink top. But here comes Mario Cipollini on the far right now. And poor Jimmy Casper's gone far too soon off on the left now as Tom Steels comes and Kursipuu tries. Steels gets it. Steels on the line and right alongside him there was Mario Cipollini. But it was a close finish. Steels gets the win, but Kursipuu should get the yellow jersey.
He certainly should. He put in a great sprint all day, and this is how it was won. You can see Jimmy Casper in the white there. He panicked. That's the sign of youth. Coming out the outside there on the white jersey, that is Tom Steels. The big sprinters right alongside him, Mario Cipollini and Eric Zabel. When it comes to the kick, though, Phil, I have to say Tom Steels really has it.
Superb finish by Steels. He won 4 stages of the Tour last year, don't forget, and now he's opened his account very early on indeed, because the former Belgian national champion gets his win. But this man has got the yellow jersey now. He leads the Tour by just a few seconds, 14 to be precise. And this is the main field coming in. Look at the clock at the right, because Zülle and co have lost an awful lot. And Mark Wouters, he was injured in the crash and in fact stopped a few miles down the road, and so too, sadly, did Jonathan Waters of US Postal. And I think this is a rider on great form who's sadly going to be missed by Lance Armstrong. Let's have a look at the overall situation. There it is. Now we can go to Paul again.
Lance, once again, the Tour de France proved that you have to be attentive on every stage, because anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a tough race, and it's 3 weeks, and you know it's always the first week. Everybody hates the first week. It's dangerous. It's nervous. And you have guys that are only going to be here a week or 10 days, and they're normally classics guys, and they like the wind and they like the flat roads. And you mix them in with guys who want to win the Tour de France and have to wait 10 days for the mountains and the time trials. And when they come together, sometimes the mix is dangerous for the overall. And today was a good example.
Well, this is the next stage they face now, a little bit shorter, 194 kilometres, 178 riders left in, just the 2 crash victims out of the Tour at the moment to swing into the last kilometre here. And the rider who's gone down there, Moreno Di Biasi, Paul, this is coming down to a bunch sprint again, but it was a dangerous right-hander, that.
Everyone taking risks. Everybody wants to stay at the front at this moment. The man right on the front, though, is the champion of Holland. There's Di Biasi down on the ground. He looks okay. They've taken his bike. In fact, the police may have taken his bike back down to the police station, but he should be up and riding very shortly. On the front is Martin Den Bakker, obviously leading the sprint out for Robbie McEwen, who's up there in the orange and white jersey in 3rd place.
Well, sadly for Di Biasi, he was outside the kilometre there, so he's losing time while he's on the floor, but I believe he's now up and riding. As we see the riders head down towards the line here, this again is being a very, very difficult lead-out sprint. On the front is still the Dutch champion Martin Den Bakker. They're hoping that Robbie McEwen can produce the goods here, because they've lost potentially their race leader because of that crash a couple of days ago in the Passage du Gois of Michael Bogert, and that really is sad.
A lot of riders in white jerseys up near the front there. That's the Française de Jeu. They want to try and get a win for Jimmy Casper, 21 years of age, the darling of France. He's the sprinter they want to take over. And coming up to the front now, as always, Phil, at the end of these stages, the pink and white jerseys of Team Telecom, that is the team of Erik Zabel. But they're talking to each other. They don't want to lead out just right now. They want to wait a little longer.
And in this field too, don't forget, is the new leader of the Tour now, Johan Kersipu. He pulled out the 6-second win bonus of Fede Breton right out at the start this morning after only 23 kilometres. So he's building himself a lead in this race. Now, can he finish it off with another stage win?
He'd be pretty happy if he could, because his lead now at the moment is 20 seconds over Lance Armstrong, and he has proved he's a very good sprinter. There's a lot of misunderstanding between these teams, Phil. The Seiko Cannondale riders are looking over their shoulders. They want to know where Mario Cipollini is. Look out for the green jersey, because wearing the green jersey today, in fact, is Tom Steels. He's not leading that competition, but in 2nd place, he's right near the front as well.
Well, all of the teams have got their sprinters and domestics trying to break this up. There's no actual liaison between the rides at all this year. None of the standard leads outs we normally see. As they now start to open up for the line here, it looks as though Telecom might have themselves a little bit organised. This is a very good finish here in Laval. First time the race has come here for the finish now, as again Casper in the middle as he tries to go. Van Bon is leading out, but he hasn't found Robbie McEwen on his wheel, and that is highlighting the disorganisation in these teams now, as the Les Françaises du Jeu team try to get their man Jimmy Casper up there. He's 4th wheel at the moment. Lars Mikkelsen is giving him a good lead out. Casper's got his wheel. Mikkelsen giving everything here now. McEwen trying to come through it. It isn't going to work out, because again, watch out for the green jersey of Steels. He's spotted the line and he's gone for it. What a finish here by Tom Steels. Jude O'Grady challenging him all too late. Tom Steels has got 2 wins out of 2. What a finish.
But Tom Steels, Phil, is proving he's the fastest sprinter in this Tour de France. The team are not helping him at all, but once he finds the gap, he goes straight through it. And you see Erik Zabel again is close to the win, but just can't quite make it.
The riders in the Tour de France are always under pressure. The last thing Jackie Giron wanted was a slap in the face from his own team car. And let's hope he didn't damage the machine either, because one of those Lotto bikes is our competition prize this week. And if that wasn't enough, poor Jackie was almost run over by a rival team car. In the end, with pain a part of his daily life in the Tour, the Frenchman continued and is currently 170th overall. But when your luck's in, it's really in. And the Belgian Tom Steels celebrated in grand style his 2nd stage win at the Tour in Laval yesterday. If he can make it 3 in a row today, he equals the 51 years old record of the Italian Gino Bartoli. So can he?
I hope so.
Well, he shouldn't lack confidence, because he's never sprinted better in his life. And the course today, the same distance as yesterday, 194.5 kilometres. But there are some great sprinters in this year's Tour de France. So let's go to Paul Sherwin now, who will assess the form of the men who think they can beat him.
Mario Cipollini would be a good bet to beat Tom Steels. He was fuming after the finish yesterday. He'd been in an ideal position to win. In one of the last corners, he was forced off his line, and another rider tried to climb over his back wheel. He lost his place in the pack. Super Mario loves the headlines, and he'll try and grab them again today. Erik Zabel has been consistently near the front of the pack since the start of the Tour. He'd love to win today, it's his birthday. But he seems to have lost a bit of his speed and hasn't won a stage in the Tour de France since 1997. New kid on the block is Jimmy Casper. He's cocky and confident enough to win. At 21 years of age, though, he's still learning. but if he can get a clear shot at the line, he'll show them his pure speed. His frustration at losing yesterday was evident, and he banged his handlebars in rage and disappointment. Jan Kursipuu is the most successful rider of the current season with 15 wins. He's already shown he's one of the fastest sprinters at the Tour, but he's using a lot of energy to hold on to the yellow jersey, and his focus is not totally on winning the stage. Stuart O'Grady's not a real sprinter like Eric Zabel or Mario Cipollini, but he's determined and courageous enough to hold his place with the big boys. If anyone makes a mistake in the last 300 metres, O'Grady will be ready to pounce. All of those riders are going to be up to beat Tom Steels today. But if it does come down to a sprint at the end, it's a 1 kilometre straight road up to the finish line. And Seiko Cannondale are the ideal team to put Mario Cipollini into orbit. If it is going to be a sprint, I reckon Mario's going to win.
Confident Paul Sherwin there. 177 riders left in the race. 194 kilometres the distance today as we go from the Val to Blois. And a nice gentle rollout, Paul, but this race hasn't wasted any time at all so far.
Jackie Durand on the front there, but it's a very fast stage. You can see the average over the first couple of hours of the day, 50.3 kilometres an hour.
Well, we're into the last kilometre now here at Blois, and again it's Mike Weissman who looks over his shoulder and sees if he's got his man on his wheel, and he hasn't, and he gives up sprinting because of it. Zabel again hasn't done anything about it, but this man's got Cipollini on his wheel and a perfect lead out now. This will be Gian Matteo Fagnini who's taking now Cipollini, shown in the finish. He's gone for it. Cipollini is towing the best sprinters towards the line, but you'll never get by this man when he has such a clear shot at the finish line, and he's being challenged right by Zabel. Again, Zabel beaten, and right on the line, Mario Cipollini is back.
Super Mario, give him a finishing straight like that, Phil, and nobody is going to come past him when he's in full flow. And again, Eric Zabel's there, but the speed is gone.
He must be feeling very frustrated, and again O'Grady getting into the frame, but Mario Cipollini, he looks so cool when he wins. There's the result, ahead of Zabel O'Grady. Tom Steels this time having to be content with 4th place, and looking further down, Kursipuu, all of the sprinters getting through and finding the Lion King was roaring the best here on the road to Blois today. On the podium then, his first victory in a stage in the Tour de France this year, and now looking much more confident. Overall, though, Kursipuu keeps his yellow jersey, 16 seconds ahead of O'Grady, 21 ahead of Steels, and Lance Armstrong, the first leader, has only dropped down to 4th in amongst the sprinters. There's plenty more racing to come. .355 kilometres an hour in the Tour de France yesterday, a record average speed, the first time the riders have ever beaten 50 kilometres an hour for a road race. In fact, that's the speed we're driving along at the moment, to give you some idea. Even in the town of Blois, the riders were exceeding the speed limit, and Mario Cipollini is the man that won the day. Let's go to Gary Imlach now to tell us more about an extraordinary day in the Tour de France.
You know, yesterday's stage was so fast it was a day early, because for purposes of perfect symmetry, the new record really should have been set here in Amiens, where the old one was.
In 1993, Johan Bruneel clocked just under 49.5 kilometres on the stage from Evreux to Amiens. And there was no peloton to help pull him along either, just a cooperative westerly wind at his back.
As the crowd start to applaud him, and then the clock will tell us whether in fact he's done enough to wear the yellow jersey tonight. That's why he's fighting all the way to the line. He crosses the line as the winner.
Funnily enough, the next man in behind him that day was Mario Cipollini, winning the sprint for 2nd place and taking the yellow jersey. Yesterday, the roles were reversed. Like everyone else, Bruneel was behind Cipollini in the support car of the US Postal Team, where he's now manager.
It was logical. It was a very, very strong tailwind, and the records are set to be broken. So yesterday it happened. The good thing of the part is that it was broken by Cipollini. When I set the record, he was 2nd, so I'm not there anymore now. He has the record now.
And as it turned out, he'd set it despite the weight of a huge chip on his shoulder. 32 years old and in the final year of a lucrative contract with Seiko, Mario revealed after the stage that he'd been unable to agree terms with his old team for next season.
Ma è la sensazione quando hai magari un bel Mercedes però 6.000 di cilindrata, è uscito il modello nuovo e la gente magari opta per il modello nuovo che ha sicuramente caratteristiche inferiori al vecchio modello.
Of course, even an old Mercedes will still leave a field of Ford Escorts standing, as Mario's already demonstrated this year with 4 stage wins in the Giro d'Italia to bring his total to a record 29. Lampre and Cofidis are rumoured to be among the teams willing to offer the old clothes horse a costume change for next season, with colour scheme probably just behind cash and length of contract as a deciding factor. In the meantime, 2 big questions remain. Does having a picture of Pamela Anderson on your handlebars qualify as an artificial stimulant? And the obvious follow-up question that he no doubt gets asked at home.
Mario, perché non hai una fotografia della moglie sul suo manubrio?
Ma mia moglie me la ricordo bene anche senza dover fare le foto.
Now, can he do it? A breakaway of 10 riders has been caught after a long move, but it came to nothing. Now we're going down to another sprint finish, Paul.
On the front again, Cantilla Toller. They want to get it together for Nicola Minali, but always the white jersey of the Australian champion, Henk Vogels, is there. He's trying to get a stage win as well for Stuart O'Grady, who's been very consistent. Frances de Jure right in the middle, picking it up. That's Christophe Bassin. But right behind him, the 3 red and white jerseys of the Psycho Cannondale team, and that's Mario Cipollini's boys.
Well, Cipollini's tail is really up now after he got his first win yesterday. Once this man gets confidence, he's very difficult to dislodge. Everybody seems to be looking for the wheel of Mario Cipollini, and that's the one to follow now. Again, the last lead out from Fagnini now as he goes as fast as he can. Cipollini just sits there as cool as you like, Lars. Mikkelsen tries to challenge as well. Zorbel again just off to our left. There was a nasty switch on the right-hand side there. Cipollini wasn't involved, though, as he comes clear now, launched into space. On the far left, Zorbel has his best chance ever, though. Zorbel goes for it now. Cipollini, and coming is Tom Steels. Steels comes past Zorbel, but on the line, Cipollini makes it 2 in a row, and right behind him was Tom Steels. What a finish again.
Unbelievable. Super Mario, he's pretty happy with that. Everyone said he'd lost his speed, but look at this. He sees the sprint on the right-hand side. It comes from Eric Zabel, and he realises that's the moment he has to move. He kicks it in. He's got the big gear going. Gian Matteo Fanini sits up and lets him go by. And Mario Cipollini, Phil, he's come back to the Super Mario he was before. And I tell you what, he loves to look over his shoulder to see how far behind him everybody was in the sprint.
Well, Zabel just went too soon. It looked as though he had the speed, but he faded, and then when he faded, Cipollini won, and coming in there in 3rd place, the yellow jersey of Jan Kursipuu. So he gets a useful few seconds bonus as well, behind Cipollini and Steels. Robbie McEwen not quite there yet, 4th place for him. Zabel faded to 5th. So 2 out of 2 for Cipollini. He's now looking at the possible equaling of Bartoli's record of 51 years ago, but no change overall. Kursipuu 17 seconds ahead of Steels, 24 on O'Grady, and 32 on Lance Armstrong. The Tour de France reached the Somme on the beauty of the Picardy yesterday. Playboy Italian Mario Cipollini started his day in beach mode, and then he finished it in full flight to take his 2nd win in a row. 2 days ago, the star sprinter was Tom Steels, and Super Mario was anything but. Now, having won the fastest stage ever in a Tour de France on Wednesday, Cipollini has his sights on Gino Bartoli's 51-year-old record of 3 wins in a row. It could happen today. Well, you just can't suppress Mario Cipollini, and if things go well for him tonight, he could be in the leader's yellow jersey too. He's now the 2nd rider this week to have a shot at Gino Bartoli's 1948 record of 3 stage wins in a row. Here's Gary Imlach now to look at the opportunity for Big Mario to put his name in the record books for the 2nd time this week.
Mario has never actually finished a Tour and has never won a stage past the traditional sprinters' territory of the first week. However, he is the best sprinter of his generation, and a win today would put him alongside one of Italy's greatest cycling heroes. As soon as yesterday's stage was over, he was already thinking about it.
Sarebbe una bella cosa fare 3 vittorie consecutive. Mi sembra che sia già qualche anno fa che non avviene, perciò sono uno che è adatto a battere il record e speriamo che questa sia una cosa possibile.
Actually, Chippo already has a hat-trick of sorts in the bag, because this is the 3rd year running that he's scored consecutive wins. In '97, he took stages 1 and 2 before Eric Zabel beat him on an uphill finish in Plumelec. Last year it was stages 5 and 6, which turned out to be bad timing, because stage 7 was a time trial where he was never really likely to challenge for the win. This year could be his best ever chance, Mind you, if he's feeling the pressure, he's certainly not showing it. Chippo spent most of yesterday working on his tan lines and reenacting his favourite episodes of Benny Hill. When it comes to the crucial last kilometre though, he's all business, marshalling his lead-out men from behind to make sure he's in the perfect position when it matters.
Però un input ci vuole dalle spalle, è soltanto il fatto di riuscire a capire se sono a ruota. Io chiamo Fagnini chiama Mario e quello è il momento che siamo tutti in linea e lì possiamo partire. Diciamo che questo è un meccanismo che non serve provarlo perché ormai da anni che lo facciamo, è una cosa come le triangolazioni tra i calciatori.
If the Psycho midfield can do their job and spring the offside trap today, the big man should have a clear run at goal. There's no uphill finish like there was in '97 when Eric Zabel beat him just a 2-kilometre home straight. This finish could have been tailor-made for Chippo in Milan and couriered out specially for the occasion.
Indeed it could, Gary. Well, they're rolling away again. 171 kilometres now from Amiens to Maubeuge, and Cipollini is aiming for that 51-year-old record of Gino Barti, at least to equal the great Italian maestro.
Quite a few riders in the field could challenge him. Jans Verrada, who at the moment rides for Lampre, his team are leading out right on the front. In the second position there is Mariano Piccoli. In fourth position is Jans Verrada. Eric Zabel also would like to prevent Cipollini from winning, Phil, and Eric Zabel is right in there at the moment.
And he'd love to win right now. Piccoli, though, in that polka dot jersey, he's led from day one so far as he heads towards the first mountains of the Alps, but the sprinters are getting their turn again here now. Watch out for Cipollini. He's not in evidence yet as they come towards the line now. There's Cipollini again behind his lead-out man, but all of the boys here on the Lampre team moving over now as again Fagnini, third day running, is making a run at the line here with Cipollini on his wheel. The yellow jersey of Kursipu is still in there. 6-second time bonus out on the course for him today. Tom Steels, though, has swung right across the course there to grab the back wheel of Cipollini. He's got the back wheel, and Steels is coming over on Cipollini. Shoulder, shoulder, Steels on the line, but I'm not so sure the judges will like that, Paul. It looked a little bit shaky.
A lot of riders diving across the road. The thing is, when you're in a sprint like this, you're looking for the slipstream of the wheel in front. This is the infringement the judges are going to look at, Phil. The green jersey moving across there, just hitting the shoulders of Jans Verrada. Verrada keeping him upright, but that's why Steels went. He wanted to get onto the wheel of Mario Cipollini. Once he got in there, he got a breather for a fraction of a second and then moves alongside and kicks with that incredible turn of speed he's got in the last 50 metres and moves forward, comes up alongside Cipollini, puts his arm onto Cipollini as well, but in the lunge for the line, there's no problem there. He's first over it, but the judges are discussing it right now.
Well, let's have another look from the front here. A little bit of a clash of elbows there. Nothing wrong with that, but already Verrada has sat up out of it. A little bit of a wry smile on his face as over the line first comes Tom Steels in green, Cipollini second, and third over the line again is Eric Zabel with the yellow jersey there of Jan Kursipu just behind. Tom Steels has been called onto the podium by the race organisation, but almost at the same time as he takes the applause of the crowd here. The referees are saying he has been disqualified from first place and placed to the back of the field for his dangerous sprinting. So, in fact, Cipollini is the stage winner. He's already left the area, by the way, but there is confirmation of the result. Cipollini wins ahead of Zabel, Kursipu and Verrada. So Kursipu gets another valuable third-place sprint bonus. Tom Steels at the back of the pack, 170 seconds, so that's pretty low. And so overall now there will be an increase in the leadership of Jan Kursipu, who'll now lead the Tour by 26 seconds ahead of Cipollini. Tom Steels is third and O'Grady there at 38 seconds. Armstrong losing a bit in the time bonuses here now. He is down to sixth place, 46 seconds off the pace. He won't be too worried about that, I shouldn't think. No, perhaps not, but Mario Cipollini, Paul, if he can win this one over 227 kilometres, he'll become the first man in 69 years, since Charles Pélissier, in fact, to win 4 stages straight.
And the sprinters certainly want to have their day because today is the last flat stage before the time trial and then 2 very big mountain stages, and that's when the sprinters of this year's Tour de France are going to have to take a back seat.
US Postal Boys, evidence at the front. There's Tom Steels chatting with Mario Cipollini. The strange thing was the riders didn't complain about the sprinting of Tom Steels yesterday, and I think perhaps it was a rather hard decision by the race referees.
It's always a difficult time, a sprint, because you only have an eye of what's in front of you. You don't think about what's happening towards the side. You just go for the wheel and you go for the gap. And when you're a sprinter like that, Phil, You just have to take the chance when it comes.
So 20 kilometres an hour wind today from the northeast, and the riders themselves again making good time. This tour continues on at record-breaking speed. We've seen that wonderful stage of over 50 kilometres an hour won by Cipollini. Now here's a man, records falling in his first week, and they're all going the way of the man in red, and he could well do it again now.
A late attack from Rabobank there, but it's not going anywhere at all. It's again going to be the big lead out on the front. Stefan Weissermann from Team Telecom. Behind him, Gian Matteo Fanini. And then in third place, that's Mario Cipollini looking for the big record.
Well, this again is Stefan Weissermann, who is trying to lead out his man Erik Zabel, who's in green. Zabel's fourth wheel around the corner. He just can't seem to get it quite right, you know, and he's trying to equal the stage win record of 8 by Rudi Altig for Germany. And again, he's a little bit away from it now. Weissermann once more doesn't realise it. He's inexperienced, perhaps in his first tour. Leading out the wrong man, leading out Fanini. Fanini now once more launching the missile at the finish, as again he waits until the last possible moment. Cipollini, remember, he's aiming now at a 69-year-old record. Cipollini's gone, and what's happened to Zabel? Lost both his pedals at the same time, and how he's kept that bike upright, I don't know, but he's given a clear run now to Cipollini. He's done it 4 in a row for Mario Cipollini, but I think I'd like to see what happened to Erik Zabel again there, Paul.
That was unbelievable. Both his feet came out of the pedals at the same time. I really don't know how he stayed upright. But this is the kick. In fact, you can see both legs came out. They went behind him. He managed to pull them up, but he never let go of the handlebars, and that's how he managed to control the machine. But that had nothing to do with the win of Mario Cipollini, because Cipollini was already in the lead, almost a length ahead of Stuart O'Grady. And once he'd got the chance of that great record, he just put his head down and went to the line. O'Grady had to be happy with second.
Yes, poor old Stuart, but at least they all got out of the way of potential crash there from Erik Zabel, as this man just looks over his shoulder, makes it look so easy. He's now got 4 wins straight, and he's also got the fastest stage ever of the Tour this week. Cipollini then winning ahead of O'Grady and Kersipou. Overall, Cipollini still 14 seconds off yellow.
This is the launch pad of the individual time trial at the Tour de France. For many of the lesser riders, there's always a sensation of fear when you come in there, because you're looking elimination in the face. But for the big names, it's the first time in a week that they have to come out and really put their cards on the table, because at the end of the individual time trial that we get an idea of just exactly who's going to win the Tour de France. That's why they call it the race of truth.
And this man, who's surprised at the Puy de Fou in the prologue, is at it again here, because his checks are very, very quick at every mark we go through, Paul. He is rewriting the time checkbook. But this accident out on the course, and this is Bobby Julich. We've heard about it, now we can get a look at it. Poor Julich has misjudged his right-hander and has gone down very, very badly indeed.
This is one of the most dangerous parts of the course, but Armstrong has ridden by him. Armstrong himself realising that he is doing great times out on the course. Boardman set the early times, but now Armstrong goes through here after 33 kilometres with the best time covered.
And this is what is happening. Lance Armstrong, it's all coming together again, just like it did on the Puy de Fou. This is a man who really has learned to time trial and is beginning to embarrass everybody, especially the rider in front of him here, because he's pulling back man after man. This looks like George Hincapie.
Yeah, his teammate Abraham Alano looks as if he's had a problem going round one of the corners there. He's back up on his machine. He's getting pushed by one of the spectators at the side of the road, and he must have lost it in that corner, Phil.
Well, I think it's a left-hand corner. He's just... Oh, we can have a look at it again here now. It's a left-hand corner, completely out of control. There's no way he was going anywhere. He locks up his back wheel. Well, thank heavens there was a straw bale there, but that's called a headstand in front of the public, and the world champion is going to be embarrassed about that, because, in fact, Armstrong is coming right up behind him.
Armstrong is riding an incredible race, starting 2 minutes behind the world champion at the time trial. He's already got him in sight, and this is going to be a double blow, really, to Abraham Alano, the world champion at this discipline.
Well, you know, Abraham Alano has never been caught as a professional in a time trial before, and all that is about to change, and Armstrong is the man to do it. Is there no end to this rider this year, because Armstrong just can do absolutely nothing wrong?
Well, the last time I saw him ride a time trial like this, Phil, was 1996, the Tour du Pont, which he absolutely dominated. He won that time trial stage there at over 32 miles an hour. But he has changed. His position on the machine has changed. He's got a very aerodynamic helmet. But the important thing is the speed at which he's pedaling. Look at that cadence. It's up around 100 RPM.
Well, since his cancer therapy and his chemotherapy, he has lost an awful lot of weight in his training, in his comeback. Those that thought after his Paris-Nice race last year that he was going home for good were proved absolutely wrong. This man has waited to come to the Tour de France this year. He's come, and he's come in the biggest way you could imagine. Armstrong is now racing to the best time here as we go back to the finish. Dufault and Zuller is the best time in. We didn't see him finish, but Dufault now 1:12, only 6th for him.
This is great. Look at this. This is Armstrong catching a man who started 6 minutes in front of him. This is the Belgian sprinter Tom Steels, and he's going to get a major shock. Abraham Olano, Phil, is fighting to try and stay in contact.
Well, if anything, he's gone slightly better since Armstrong caught him. That might be a little bit of pride there, but he's tried to lift his race. This is Tom Steels now as Armstrong continues, and Steels has got no chance here of keeping up, I don't think.
Well, I have to say, Phil, I think, in fact, Armstrong is weakening over the last 10 kilometres of this course because he's caught all of the other riders in front of him. He's dropped them very easily, but now Tom Steels, who is not riding a great time trial, has managed to stay in contact with Armstrong. But look at this time by Moreau.
Well, again, Christophe Moreau has shown us what a great time trial rider he is, and he's still surviving up near the top of the leaderboard too, and this will keep him there. He's only a bit slower than Alex Zuller, second at the moment, and 1 minute 6 seconds off the leaderboard. Tom Steele still trying to keep Lance Armstrong in sight at 1 kilometre to go.
Armstrong has set the fastest times at every time check so far, Phil, and some of them have been incredible times. He was almost a minute faster than Alex Zuller, and now he's coming up to the line, and look at that, he's almost a minute faster on the finish line as well.
Well, we are going to see a second stage win here and the second time trial win for Lance Armstrong, and it could well be a yellow jersey as well. Armstrong 1:8:36, an incredible time. Lance Armstrong has reclaimed the maillot jaune that he won at the Puy de Fou, and you can say that before the arrival of Abraham Olano, who has been caught for 2 minutes by Armstrong and is just trying to salvage a reasonable time, and it will be around 5th overall on the day. 1:10:58 and 5th for Olano.
Unbelievable. Olano looked fantastic in the first kilometres of this time trial. I thought he looked good, but he could do nothing against the onslaught of Lance Armstrong. This man has ridden the time trial at almost exactly the same speed as he rode the opening prologue. That announces it's going to be a pretty impressive ride when we go into the mountains after the rest day.
Well, can he continue? This is unbelievable here. Lance Armstrong, though, the winner of the time trial by almost a minute over Alex Zuller. Moreau taking third, but over 2 minutes off the pace. And Olano even further back. Tyler Hamilton, another good time trial by him at 3:31, although he won't give his all today because he knows now he's going to have to work for Lance Armstrong in the overall race for yellow. Chris Boardman, a little bit off the pace there, 6th for him. So the yellow jersey back on the shoulders of Lance Armstrong 1 week into the Tour de France. It's an awful long way to go yet, but look at these gaps now. These are sensational time gaps. 2:20 on Christophe Moreau, 2:33 on Olano, 3:25 on O'Grady. The big question is, can his team now support him for 2 weeks of the Tour de France and keep him in yellow? It's going to take an awful lot of doing, and the pressure's on them. Hello and welcome to Tour Plus. Well, after 1,468 kilometres and 9 days of racing, the Tour de France has reached the mountains. For some, they are high roads to conquer and bring joy and celebration and the happiest of memories. For others, they bring opposite emotions of pain, sadness and defeat. Since the Puy de Fou, this race has been a fairy tale for Lance Armstrong. Now, having excelled on the flat, does he fear the 2 days ahead?
Coming into the Tour, I thought, and my coaches and the people on the team thought that my strength in the Tour would be my climbing and not my time trial. And so if that holds true, then I might be able to hold on.
So Armstrong seems ready and confident. This is the overall situation this morning. He leads Christophe Moreau by 2 minutes 20 seconds and Abraham Olano by 2:33. Stuart O'Grady, the Australian, also doing well in 4th. Of the others who should look forward to today, Pavel Tonkov is 13th and 5 minutes 10 seconds back. Alex Zuller, after a good time trial, is creeping back at 7:08. And Chris Bourman, he'll have a tough day today, but he's still riding the Tour in 123rd position. And the rollout this morning, 173 starters leaving Le Grand Bornand, destination Sestriere, 213 kilometres the distance. They are without Jimmy Casper, the La Française des Jeux rider, and Nicola Manali, the sprinter from Cantino Tollo. They decided not to start.
Not a great day's racing in store for these riders because the weather is going to be very bad. The clouds will come in, will be a serious threat of thunderstorms over the top of the mountains. Not much wind to worry about though, a feebly easterly wind at 15 kilometres an hour. In the valleys the temperature will be 28 degrees Celsius, and over the summit of some of the climbs it will drop down to 4 degrees.
Sounds like a typical alpine day in high summer to me, Paul. Well, at 15.5 kilometres, the first climb was the Col du Marais. And in fact, 3 riders just ahead of the field here. Konychev taking it out ahead of Mariano Piccoli, and Lilian Le Breton getting in 3rd place there. Then it was on to the Col de Tamier at 38.5 kilometres. And here's one for the Bucks. Piccoli winning the sprint ahead of Konychev and the Rabobank non-climber Robin McEwen. So the race yet to start in Angers. And then on to the Col du Telegraphe. And this is where it all began. The breakaway had started at 64 kilometres. Piccoli was in it again. Giampaolo Mondini, Den Vaca, Jose Arieta and Fabio Gugo. They were the 5 men who went clear at 64 kilometres. By the time they got to the top of the Telegraph, Arieta was on his own. The rest had all been caught. And it was Richard Virenque taking out the sprint for 2nd place ahead of Laurent Dufaux. Now look at these pictures here. We're on the climb of the Col du Galibier. And in fact, we're seeing here Castelblanco from the Kelme team just trying to sprint clear, but further up the road by over 4 minutes at the moment is Jose Arieta. He was in a group of 5, Paul, that went clear as they went on to the Col de Telegraphe. They split up there, but he stayed clear.
There was no major panic in that leading group of 5 riders because nobody really a danger to Lance Armstrong's overall lead. The best placed rider, in fact, was a Frenchman, Fabrice Gugo. He was 58, 9 minutes, 57 seconds behind. But Arieta is a good rider. He rides for the Banesto squad, and that may well be the tactic for the day for Banesto, to launch somebody up the road and set something up a little later for Alex Zuller.
Well, sorry about these pictures, but we are having terrible troubles, you can imagine now. We're just having an electrical storm out in the Alps. The riders started the climb in reasonably dry weather, but it's absolutely torrential rain they've just ridden through, and it's continuing. At the finish of Sestriere, the rain has also arrived there now, so the riders look to be in for a wet day. And all this will send out warning signals to all of the riders. Let me tell you immediately, on the Col de Telegraphe, a lot of riders in trouble. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised when we say the sprinters Cursipu, Cipollini and Zabel. As we continue to watch the attacks here coming again, it's Escartine who's gone now. So Fernando Escartine, we've seen 2 of the Kelme boys attack, and now he's having a go, and this is going to have to cause a reaction. They really have put the US Postal boys on the defensive on this climb, because the US Postal, where the pacemaking up the climb of the Telegraph was done by Frankie Andreu, but he paid the price. He's now been dropped by the peloton, and so there's only a couple of guys left around Lance Armstrong now, and these attacks surely to come. I suppose, though, Paul, going back to the Col de Telegraphe, the biggest surprise of the day was the rider drop there, Alexander Vinokourov, and we didn't expect that.
Nobody expected that. He was a big favourite. Now, this is what a lot of people did expect, though, on the Col de Galibier, the big attacks. This is Richard Virenque going clear now. Another Banesto rider has come across to Escartine. We had to expect this from the climbers. Escartine 40th in the overall standings, 7.5 minutes behind Lance Armstrong.
And Richard Virenque is having a good day now, as he was best of the rest over the top of the Col de Telegraphe. Richard Virenque leading the peloton over 6th, 5 minutes, 30 seconds behind Jose Arieta. Now he's on the attack with Castelblanco, Beltran, Escartine, and this is a good group of 4 climbers going clear.
Very good move by Kelme, the green and white jerseys. This team is the longest serving professional team. They've been in the sport now for 20 years. They launched Castelblanco off the front, and immediately he had 100 meters. Escartine came shooting out of the pack. Now this is dangerous for Armstrong because you have 2 riders from the same team in a leading group of 4. But I have to say, Richard Virenque came across very easily as well. And you can see now rejoining the group of Lance Armstrong. Kevin Livingston is doing an incredible job because he's lifted the pace so high that that group, which just a few moments ago was 30 riders, is now down to a very select group of 8 or 9. The white jersey on the shoulder of Lance Armstrong there, in fact, is another man who he fears in this Tour de France. It's the Swiss rider Alex Zülle.
Zülle waiting here. He knows his teammate Arrieta is setting the pace. He's about 4.5 minutes ahead of these pictures at the moment, Arrieta, having got rid of Piccoli, Giampaolo Mondini, Martin Dembacker and Fabio Gugo. They were the 4 riders who went with him at 64 kilometers today, and he blasted them all off on the Col du Telegraph. This is Beltran slipping back to the Armstrong group. I'm surprised they dropped him, but certainly once Zülle sees this, he'll know he's going to have to be the next one to make a move, I think. This is his teammate, by the way.
These weather conditions today will actually play into the hands of Lance Armstrong, because the Spanish riders spend most of their season riding in very good conditions, nice warm conditions in the Iberic Peninsula. So Armstrong will take advantage from the fact that he knows they don't like this cold weather. The weather on this day's stage, in fact, is very changeable in the valleys below the mountains. These riders are riding in temperatures of around about 25 degrees Celsius, and over the top of the big climbs it drops down to 10 degrees Celsius, so that has a big effect on the muscles. One big man missing from this group is in fact Abraham Alano. Now he's the leader of the Once squad, and we would have expected him to be able to ride up alongside Lance Armstrong. A terrible mental blow for him the other day when he was caught for 2 minutes in the time trial by Armstrong, and he too is another rider who doesn't like this kind of conditions, the cold and wet climbs, and he is in serious difficulty a long way back down this mountain.
Well, this is incredible. This race, first day in the mountains, you can see the conditions the riders are in at the moment. And we're now looking at the pacemakers here as they keep on the way. But Alano has now been dropped, having been caught for the first time in his time trialing career, now dropped by the Armstrong group. And so they are in serious problems right now. Christophe Moreau also in trouble. He's second overall. So at the moment, Paul, things are going right the way of the American Armstrong.
Well, in fact, it's all very much thanks to Fernando Escartin, who launched that incredible attack, and the pressure then by Kevin Livingston to bring it back slowly has eliminated a lot of Armstrong's rivals for the moment. Some other names that are missing just now, and we're looking, I think, in this group, the white jersey of Pavel Tonkov, who started the day 13th overall. He too is in desperate difficulty, just trying to keep himself not too far behind on this climb.
Richard Virenque will be quite pleased with his first day in the Alps, and maybe planning a big day tomorrow at Alpe d'Huez. A big day any day for a Frenchman, July the 14th. That man makes it look a little bit easier than I think it is to come up the Galibier and being told to kindly leave the race course. He doesn't have a number on. Now Virenque goes over to the right, marked immediately by Fernando Escartin, and Joaquim Castelblanco is the rider we're looking at here. They've got the rhythm going now, but that group of 7 behind, which includes Zülle, Dufault, Livingstone, Beltran, and of course the yellow jersey Armstrong. And the other man there, by the way, is another Kelme rider, and that will be Gomez. And so they've got some good riders in that Chase group as well. It's been a marvellous day out for Jose Arrieta, who's led over the Telegraph. He's led all of the way up the Galibier by himself. And he's going to lead the Tour de France over the Col de Galibier and earn himself the maximum points. He'll also be picking up a couple of £1,000 because he will win the Honneur des Granges prize here as being first over the climb today to celebrate 50 years of climbing the Col du Galibier. The crowd, although wet, enjoying to seeing the arrival of the leader of the Tour de France today, at least on the road. But Virenque now is also piling on the pressure. Escartin and dropping a little bit, Joaquim Castelblanco. And there's the reason. Armstrong has ridden brilliantly with Kevin Livingstone to bring him back into play here.
Virenque saw the return there of the yellow jersey group, and he wants to try and get as many points as possible over the summit of this climb for the King of the Mountains competition. That's why he's attacked now. He knows that he's not a major threat to Armstrong at 7 minutes 21 seconds behind him, so he's just hoping that he will be able to get over the top of this climb in second position and earn himself an awful lot of points. But what great riding for the moment by the US Postal Service and Lance Armstrong.
Absolutely superb. Jose Arrieta is coming up to the summit of the Col du Galibier. There's the summit to the right. Here's a massive crowd cheering him on now. He's been in the lead since 64 kilometers today now. He goes over the top of the Col du Galibier. We have now covered 145 kilometers of a long day in the saddle of 213 in the Alps. And Arrieta scores the first big mountain points for Team Benesto. They'll be pleased about that because they had a rough ride in the Tour of Italy this year. and they really do need a good Tour de France, and of course they haven't got on the team anymore Miguel Indurain. Now he's putting on another top here, Paul. In fact, he's going to stop and do it. What's the hurry, he says?
Sensible move. We've seen so many accidents in the past that Soignot is sent to the top of the climb to wait for him.
This is the next group coming up. The yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong, and Alex Zuller is right up there behind him, and the pace being met by a brilliant Kevin Livingstone today. He really has ridden wonderfully to pull back the attack by the Kelme boys and Richard Virenque.
As in fact now Virenque attacks for the King of the Mountains. On his shoulder is Dufaux.
But Virenque gets it and leans heavily on Dufaux, who just has to give me a little bit of room here as we start the descent down. So it was Arrieta, Virenque second over the top of the mountains, and Laurent Dufaux goes over in third place. And the gap on the leader, we've made 1 minute and 40 seconds on Arrieta, although he will have lost maybe a little bit. We didn't actually see when he got away after that putting on of the rain top. Olano, big question mark on him now.
A big question mark. Can he recover on the descent down to Briançon? The man leading this next group up is a man who I expected to ride well today, Stefano Garzelli, a teammate of Marco Pantani, and also the winner last year of the Tour of Switzerland.
Garzelli there has picked up his rain top as well, just kept the pace up while he went over the summit. Now let's see if he can put it on without crashing. Oh my goodness me, I thought he'd gone then as he reached for the handlebars. And Guarini, he's going to eat his top, is he? No, he's going to put it on. He's gone down the top. These boys are not going to race down Paul Ollie. They're conserving themselves. The racing done up the hill, and they'll consolidate their placings as they freewheel down. So, just to remind you that Arrieta is the leader of the Tour de France on the road at the moment. He's gone over the summit of the Col du Galibier by 1 minute and 40 seconds over Richard Virenque, Laurent Dufaux, Lance Armstrong right there in that chase group, and all of his main contenders around him, except Christophe Moreau, who is behind by 1 minute or so, and Abraham Olano is even further back.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome back to Tour Plus on Channel 4. Now, over the last few years, the Tour de France has got so big with 2,500 journalists following it that you can not really get close to the race. This is the real centre of the operations. These two guys are listening to race radio and even the referee's channel and giving us up-to-date information on exactly what's happening out on the course. They punch the information in and we have a computer screen exactly like this in front of our commentary position, and that way we know just exactly how the race is unfolding out on the route at any moment during the day.
Well, thanks, Paul, and indeed the information centre working overtime today, I would think, to try and keep up with the action out in the Alps. We're now just exiting here Briançon, 183 kilometres into the stage. We're looking here now of the main chase group crossing the city, and there's 25 riders in here now, chasing a group of 9 men up front. Beltran caught up with the 8 leaders, and in fact in this group we've got Pavel Tonkov, Christophe Moreau and Abraham Olano, Paul.
Some big names missed out on the slopes of the Col du Galibier there, and a lot of riders putting a lot of effort to try and pull their leaders back into the race as we now approach the penultimate climb of the day, the Col de Montgenèvre. But again, it shows that how difficult it is to ride a mountain stage the day after a rest day. Abraham Olano not comfortable at all. Armstrong in the front group now, which is 9 riders, is fairly happy, I would think, with the composition of this group. There are 3 riders from Banesto, 2 from Kelme and 2 from Polti. But in that chasing group behind, which is now 25 riders, he's got his 2 teammates, Kevin Livingstone and Tyler Hamilton.
Well, 54 seconds is coming in now, so that group of 25 men are pulling back these leaders, and they could neutralise the day of racing. We're in a Polti sandwich at the moment. We've got Ivan Gotti on the front and Richard Virenque at the back. Virenque, remember, rides now for an Italian team. He's shaken hands with the organiser of the Tour de France, but I don't think we can call them friends just yet. And he'll be out to win the stage today in Italy for his sponsors. Ivan Gotti is the other rider at the other end of the bunch here. Now, I hope everybody who are members of the Northgate Middle School in Crawley are paying attention to the route today, because I understand on each day you're following the Tour de France and tracing the route. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Virenque sitting at the back of this leading group of 8 riders now, and obviously now the table's turned in that team, because Gotti has become the team worker for Virenque. This is Paolo Lanfranchi on the front for Team Mapei. He himself moving forward for Pavel Tonkov, trying to put a lot of pressure on the front, helping out the Once riders, because obviously Tonkov and Olano want to try and catch Armstrong before they get to the foot of the last climb of the day, the Col de Sestriere. Coming to the front now. This rider is Contreras, sitting on the front, setting the pace, thinking only about his teammate. It's amazing the way domestiques ride when they come to this part of a course, when they know that all they can do is just do a lot of work for their team leaders. They get themselves into a mindset where they don't think about anything else, just setting a very sensible pace, trying to make sure that they put the other riders in the group into difficulty. Armstrong again responding very comfortably to that attack. Another acceleration, this time coming once more from Ivan Gotti. Gotti is in great shape in this Tour de France. It's a pity he lost so much time in the opening flat stages. He still could have found himself being a serious contender for a high overall placing.
Well, they're now saying it's gone inside the minute again, to 58 seconds, back to the chasers. By the way, we lost the lead-out man today, for Mario Cipollini. We'll probably lose Big Mario tonight if he gets to the finishing line. But Gianmatteo Fagnini climbed off today fairly early on, before he got to the Col de Galibier and the Col de Telegraph. Anyway, these are the men that they go into the 25 kilometres to go banner now. Still together. I think they've got the measure of one another now, Paul, and that they'll stay together to the finish unless somebody nips away for the win.
They have to keep the pressure on at the front, though. They have to keep sending the team workers to the front of this group to keep the pace high, because otherwise the group behind of Abraham Olano and Pavel Tonkov will close in. And that's what these climbers want to do today. They want to try and distance themselves ahead of riders like Tonkov and Olano before we go to the next time trials, because that is the only way that men like Escartin and Alex Zuller can climb their way up the overall rankings.
Well, Beltran is now setting the pace here. The climber who was a young man developing alongside Miguel Indurain when he was winning the Tours de France, and now he's coming into his own as a good climber. He sits on the front. His team captain Zuller here joined the Banesto team this year after leaving Festina last year after the scandal. Virenque also left the Festina team, riding now in the colours of Polti from Italy, the only team indeed who would employ him after the business of last year. And at one stage, Virenque had announced his retirement from the sport, and he was brought back out because of the Polti team.
This is the chasing group now of Abraham Olano. They're in third position, wearing number 51, lying third in the overall rankings at the start of the stage this morning, but today really trying to save himself and keep himself high in the overall rankings. Right on his wheel was Kevin Livingston there. Livingston just happy to let the other teams do the work. He's trying to save as much energy as possible, because if this group does catch the Lance Armstrong group, he knows he will then have to change roles with the Once riders, and he will then be the one setting the pace at the front.
Serrano is doing the work at the moment, Marcos Serrano for Once. They've been at the front of the race really since it began this year, and we thought it was because they were keeping their man Olano in touch, because he was going to come good in the time trial and good in the mountains. Well, as you know, he would get, for the first time in his professional career, he was caught in the time trial. Lance Armstrong went by him. He also fell off in it, so he didn't have at all a happy time trial, though he did finish up with a high finish. And now in the mountains, he's having to fight back rather than dictate the pace. And I think this is all going to work on him morally and mentally more than anything else, Paul, because he's just not leading the race and he's taking all the knocks.
He's really been knocked several times. It's going to be interesting to see how Lance Armstrong handles the mountains over the next few days, because Lance Armstrong is not the same bike rider that he was 3 or 4 years ago. In fact, he's coming into the mountains carrying 20 pounds less weight, and that's going to be a serious advantage. But the important thing is that for Lance Armstrong is he's never had to ride these mountains as a serious contender for the overall rankings. He's ridden them in the Gruppetto on several occasions. He's ridden the mountains when it's got too hard. He's sat up and survived to the finish. But now, to win the Tour de France, he has to ride in the front groups like this all of the time. And it'll be interesting to see if he can, over the next few days, stay consistent in the big Alpine passes.
And there's Escartin going through. This is Beltran. And just coming onto the back, I think we've got Contreras up there now, but it shouldn't be. It should be It is Contreras, yes, he's in the back, 113. Tagged on.
There are just 2 Kelme riders in this group. Contreras is the man sitting in the green and white jersey at the back there. He, in fact, replaced his teammate Castelblanco. There were 3 riders from Kelme in this group originally, but in fact, Castelblanco was left behind. Moving up into second place, the green and white there is the leader of the Kelme squad. That is Fernando Escartin. Up into third, Ivan Gotti. Armstrong always riding halfway down the line so he can keep an eye on the guys in front of him. And if there is going to be an attack from behind, he'll be able to respond to it very easily.
Well, climbing up to the Italian borders now, we're not too far away. And still a fine piece of pacing being done by Manuel Beltran here. And sitting on his back wheel, Escartin, not willing to work with him just at the moment. And Ivan Gotti also looking very happy and content, a few riders down. Armstrong, though, we've never seen him look as though he's in any form of difficulty at all at the moment. So I think things, by the time he gets to the finish, he's going to report a day that has gone very, very well indeed for him.
The group behind still not closing in on the Lance Armstrong group with the yellow jersey. In fact, it's gone out to 1 minute 10 seconds. There in third position there, you can see Abraham Olano. Second position, in fact, for Olano now using the last of his teammates. The man there wearing number 59, in fact, is Marcos Serrano. A few moments ago, he had a lot of teammates surrounding him. David Echavarria was there, as was Andrea Perron, but they have now dropped off the back of this group. All of this group now suffering to try and stay and support the pace being set by the Once squad, who are trying to pull their man Abraham Olano back into the Tour de France.
The ex-World Road Race champion, the current World Time Trial champion, Abraham Olano, obviously having the first day after the rest day in the Tour de France. Not a good one for him in the Alps. It can all change tomorrow when he's loosened off with a little bit of luck as he continues to ride here along. Just nice to see on his back wheel though, Kevin Livingstone, he did such a wonderful job for Lance on the climb of the Galibier. He's only fallen back into the chase group, and I thought at one moment this group was going to catch up with the Armstrong group. I'm not too sure now, Paul, they're going to get on terms.
They were flying along the valley down through the roads towards Briançon, but then as they started to climb again, let's not forget these guys here are the strongest climbers of the day so far. These are the men who went clear over the Col de la Galibier, and as soon as the road started to tilt upwards, that's when the group started not to eat into the advantage that they had.
Well, Beltran doing absolutely magnificent here as he just keeps his eyes down there. He daren't look ahead because he'll only see the road rear up in front of him again. But this is a fine piece of pacemaking, and it's all being done for Alex Zula, who continues his ascent up the overall classification tonight now, riding in a very select group of climbers, starting the day 7 minutes 8 seconds behind Armstrong. Chances are he'll still be 7 minutes 8 seconds behind tonight, but there won't be so many in between him and Armstrong.
Certainly has cleared up the look of the overall standings by the end of this evening. The gap now going back to the Abraham Olano group has stretched out even more to 1 minute and 12 seconds. And that is all because of the tactics of the Kelme team and the Benesio team. They're in the group here with the leader of the Tour de France, the yellow jersey, Lance Armstrong, and they haven't shirked any of the work or the pacemaking at the front, because today they have their own plan. They have the job that they need to do, and that is to move their men, Escartin and Alex Zula there in the white jersey, higher up the overall rankings.
Well, they can move whoever they like up, Paul, but this is a brilliant day for Lance Armstrong, the man who feared too many fears most at the moment, Murro Olano. We don't really include Stuart O'Grady. He wasn't expected to be up here in the climbs, but they are being left by another minute and a half by the line today. He's going to be the leader of the Tour by nearly 4 minutes tonight.
He certainly will, but the man that he said he was very worried about is in this group, and that's Fernando Escartin. Armstrong really rates the Spanish climber, and he knows that he's not really able to respond to the accelerations that Escartin can put in on the slopes of these big climbs. That's why on the Col de la Galibier he did not respond to that attack. He used his teammate Kevin Livingstone to slowly pull himself back into the action.
Well, Escartin's best finish in the Tour de France was 5th in 97. He might have bettered that last year. He was 4th in the race when all the Spanish riders pulled out of the Tour during those drug scandals and police raids, and so we never got a chance to see exactly where he would have finished. He's come back with very good form. He's had this fright of an injured knee, which has been treated daily, which he knocked on his handlebars very early on, but it does seem as though he's had a good day today, and it must be okay.
Armstrong now setting the pace at the front of this group. The teammates of Fernando Escartin and Alex Zülle starting to weaken. The gap down to Abraham Olano still stretching out, 1 minute and 20 seconds. And now it's Virenk's turn to come to the front in the red and white jersey of the Polti squad, with 1 kilometre left to go to the summit of this climb here of Mont Genèvre.
Well, Jose Arrieta has won the last 2 big mountain climbs today. He's no longer with this group now. He was dropped by it as the climb started of the Col de Mont Genèvre. A 10-kilometre climb taking them to the borders with Italy, and then the last 20 kilometres of the day inside Italy, and we climb to the top of Sestriere. 2 of the last 3 riders to win at Sestriere have gone on to win the Tour de France. Now, if Lance Armstrong wins today, I wonder.
Lance Armstrong looking across to his team manager there, Johan Brunel, just coming alongside as he was at the back of the group there to have a quick word. For Brunel, it would be a chance to look into Armstrong's eyes and have a quick look and see what the muscles look like and see whether or not he's suffering. Brunel, let's not forget, only retired from the sport at the end of last year, and he will know Lance Armstrong very well.
And the Kelme team have had a great day of racing today. They've had men hurting everybody else all day long. They've still got 2 left behind here. This is Carlos Contreras, the Colombian rider on the Spanish squad. There are 2 Colombians on the team riding this race. The rest of them all Spanish. They can all climb hills better than anybody we could name, except this little group here around him, perhaps. And Escartin is the Spanish captain. He's right in there now. And we're heading up. The hills in the distance are in Italy as we head up towards the top of the Mont Genèvre. Last road in France for today.
A very close, compact group, and once we get to the slopes there of the climb up to Sestriere, then the big attacks will come, and that's when the workers of this group, the rider from Bonesto sitting at the back, Beltran, and the rider on the front, Contreras, will be put into difficulty because their team leaders will then start to launch the attacks. And Virenque, I have to say, is looking very comfortable. He's had a lot of work done at the front of this group by his teammate Ivan Gotti, who's just to the right-hand side in the red and yellow jersey of Polti there. Virenque will be looking to attack as soon as that climb goes up towards the summit of Sestriere.
I wouldn't like to pick a winner right now from this little group. If you look at all their faces, they all look pretty cool, and as though they're handling the race very well. They've gone through that bad patch when they were trying to force the gap, and now they've all recognised the strengths of each one of the breakaway. Dufault, I think the big danger in that white Seiko jersey in the centre of our picture at the moment. He's the sort of man who'll look for the win today. Virenque, who's on the left of our picture, was briefly there, number 69. He also would desperately love to win a stage of the Tour de France today. And the yellow jersey of Armstrong, more interested in thinking long-term here. If anybody sprints away for the win, he may not worry about that. The fact is he's not going to concede any time, and over his immediate rivals, he's gaining time today.
The important thing for Armstrong is putting time between himself and Abraham Olano and Pavel Tonkov. He already has a 7-minute advantage over the other riders in this group here, in the shape of Escartin and Alex Zülle. The most dangerous man to him, though, is Laurent Dufault, because Dufault was only 7th overall this morning, just 4 minutes 19 behind. And as we approach the line, the acceleration obviously coming from Richard Virenque, a 4-time winner of the King of the Mountains at the Tour de France.
Well, Virenque is waiting before he goes. Armstrong isn't going to challenge him at all. So it's Virenque, Armstrong, Dufault, the order over the top of Mont Genèvre.
Virenque very nervous, going to be more nervous over the next few days because he'll feel that he will be able to pull the King of the Mountains jersey onto his shoulders again. For the moment, it's still on the shoulders of Mariano Piccoli, but only by a few points. And what's going to be very important is the position of these riders at the end of today's stage, because Piccoli may well ride towards the Alpe d'Huez as the King of the Mountains tomorrow, but it might be his last day.
Welcome back. Now, we haven't seen Mario Cipollini today, which is no surprise on a mountain stage, but it's not because he's gone home, which, if you'll remember, was originally the plan after the time trial in Metz. Apparently, though, Mario decided, what with his historic 4 consecutive stage wins and all, he was obliged to ride the Tour's one Italian stage, Per la Gente, for the people. And just so that La Gente would recognise him this morning, he turned up dressed as Julius Caesar, which naturally was an honour for Caesar. The excuse, not that he really needed one, was the 2099th anniversary of Caesar's birth. Either that, or Chippo just wanted to force the tour organisers to fine him for a breach of the clothing regulations like they do every year. Well, the organisers obliged and slapped him with a penalty of 6,000 Swiss francs, which is about £3,000 sterling. And lighter in the pocket, but apparently weighed down by history, Chippo set off and has been languishing at the back of the field all day. And for those of you sitting at home thinking things couldn't get much more ludicrous on the equipment front this side of a pair of Gucci cycling shoes, let me present to you, if I can get one out of the bag, the Gucci cycling shoe. £175 at all Bond Street's finest cycling establishments, and I dare you to wear a pair on your next Sunday morning club ride.
Thanks, Gary. It's a pity those shoes are one size too big for you. Now back to the race, and we're now just beginning the climb here, which is the climb to the finishing line at Sestriere. The climb of Montgenèvre kept the same group of riders together. There has been a massive regrouping behind of 25 riders coming together, but try as they might, they have not been able to get closer than 1 minute to this breakaway. And that group contains Christophe Moreau, Pavel Tonkov and Abraham Alano. And just a few moments ago, Paul, Tonkov has crashed along with Kevin Livingstone on the descent. But now we're on the climb, and it looks as though Gotti, who's taken some chances coming down in the rain, has been joined here by Escartine a few seconds in front.
Escartine also took a lot of risks to in fact match Gotti on the descent there, because the descent was very slippy coming through the town at the bottom here of the climb towards Sestriere, and they've opened up a gap which now has gone in excess of 10 seconds. Lance Armstrong is in the second group. Now he will be watching the progress of Escartine very carefully, and one man who will be biting his bottom lip, waiting for the possibility of attack, will be Richard Virenque, because he was looking the most comfortable here, and he'll be a bit surprised that this group allowed his teammate Ivan Gotti to ride off the front quite so easily.
Now back to the chase group here. Now let's see if we can, in fact, two riders going clear, but that was Alano going away clear, but well, he's obviously got to make some out. Van der Vaur is the other rider with him, but further back, I'm just wondering if Livingstone and Tonkov have rejoined the group.
Well, Kevin Livingstone involved in that unfortunate accident on the descent there. It was very slippy. A lot of riders in that group behind taking lists. Was an attack there by Armstrong.
Well, the yellow jersey has obviously had a great day in his first day in the Alps here. Look at the acceleration of this as he chases down those motorbikes. 5.5 hours he's been pedaling today, marking everything, never looking distressed, and now he's going to try and tear this race apart. Armstrong is riding in the same mode that we used to see from men like Indurain and Eddie Merckx.
That was an unbelievable attack. He took a lot of risk to go up through the inside there. There was hardly any room at all. Now Alex Zuller has to respond. He realizes this is a good attack by Armstrong. He wants to try and get up to the wheel of the American. He wants to get up there because Armstrong really picked it up rapidly, and you can see how quickly Richard Virenque went out of the back.
Well, this can only tell us that Lance Armstrong is feeling absolutely superb. I was talking to a journalist only yesterday who said Armstrong is not the type of rider to follow and wait. He is too impetuous, and that point is being proved now.
He's a tough rider. He's just like a boxer. When you listen to him talking about the Tour de France, he says, nobody's going to drop me in the mountains. I'm going to fight all the way. And he will fight all the way because that's his mentality. He likes to put on a show, and that's what he's doing today. He realizes how important the climb is to Sestriere. It is an epic climb. It is a climb that has gone down in very many legendary stories, and he's gone across that gap in an unbelievable distance.
Well, I reckon he's about 8 kilometres from the finish of the stage today, and the Maillot Jaune of the Tour de France has just done what all classic great winners of this race have done in the past. Prove you are the best by going up and joining the leaders and making it look easy. I'm sorry the pictures are breaking up, but again, the bad weather is starting to move in here.
Straight up to the wheel of Escartine, onto the wheel of Gotti. Now he's showing these two riders, okay, I'm back. That was a nice try, but I've got the measure of you. There's no way you're going to ride away from me on this mountain. And a little look across there by Escartine. He couldn't believe it was the yellow jersey of Armstrong riding up to his back wheel.
Well, sorry, Paul, but that's going to be a real blow to these two.
An unbelievable blow. Gotti thought he was going to ride away to a great victory in Italy. Escartine now panicking a bit, looking over his shoulder. He wants to know what the position is out on the road of Alex Zuller. Armstrong not worried. He said, come on, right, I'm going to pick up the pace once again. I've got Zuller in difficulty. Richard Virenque is a long way behind, and even further down the main road is Abraham Alano. Alex Zuller, the Swiss rider, who is really looking now to try and pull himself back up to Armstrong, but he's having a hard time.
He's been forced now to do something I don't think he was prepared to do today, and that was go out on his own and use a bit more strength, because he's going to have to try and get back up to these three now. Escartine must be absolutely stunned by this. We talk of Escartine as a climber. We talk of Armstrong as a strong man, and Armstrong is ripping the legs off this climber right now.
Well, I was talking with Armstrong a couple of days ago about his performance in the time trial. He said to me, well, if you think that's good, wait till you see me in the mountains. My advisors have told me I'm going to be better in the mountains than I am in the time trial. And let's not forget, Phil, he's carrying almost 20 pounds lighter up these mountains than he was 3 or 4 years ago. And he's got the strength that he had before.
The arrival of Alex Zuller is imminent now. It's been a big effort from Zuller, the Swiss rider coming across. And, you know, I'm just wondering if Armstrong is going to let him on or jump away from those two again.
He's not too worried. Don't forget, Alex Zuller is over 7 minutes behind in the overall ranking. Armstrong is so comfortable. He jumped across that gap. That gap was up to 30 seconds, and he ripped across it in less than 1 kilometre. Another acceleration now coming from Ivan Gotti. Immediately, Armstrong has reacted to that. But what it's done is, in fact, it's put Alex Zuller into a bit more difficulty. But Zuller riding sensibly. He's pulling himself up to the leading group of 3.
So the group of 6 is down to a group of 4 now, and gone is Contreras, and surprisingly Richard Virenque has gone as well. These 4 riders now climbing their way to the summit in Italy, in Sestria. The only time we come into Italy this year. One Italian would dearly love to win here, and that's the winner of the Tour of Italy this year, Ivan Gotti. And I believe he thought he had it when he went clear with Escartine, but he had a double take when he saw the yellow jersey come up behind.
They didn't expect Armstrong to react like that. They would have expected an attack to come from behind from somebody like Alex Zuller. But the way Armstrong came across, it was so easy. It was impressive. He really just danced on those pedals and ripped himself across a 30-second deficit straight to the front. And now he's decided, I'm the yellow jersey. There's no teammates left. I'm going to control this race and dictate the pace that I want.
What a wonderful picture there of the yellow jersey of the Tour de France, proving to this point in this race he really is the best rider in it.
Johan Brunel coming up alongside. He obviously wants Armstrong to cool it off a little bit. Armstrong is flying up this climb here, complete concentration. This is the face that he had just a few days in the time trial, and that is the team manager's car going alongside him there. And it'd be interesting to know exactly what Johan Brunel is going to say to him at this moment.
Well, he must be concerned. He's probably saying, Lance, you don't need to do this. Just keep it cool. You're winning the Tour de France. But Lance just wants to win the Tour de France like the all-time greats who've ever won this big event, because he's really hurting these 3 riders now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be that gap between the wheel of Escartine and Lance Armstrong.
Armstrong is setting a pace there, which is so difficult for these other guys to follow. Let's not forget the man in second place has cracked Escartine. Fernando Escartine, the climber, is being ridden off the back wheel of Lance Armstrong, and they cannot respond to this pressure.
Zuller isn't ready. He's just come here. He hasn't recovered from the chase, and I don't think Gotti's got it left. The gap is there.
Armstrong knows he's got the gap now. As soon as he looked back under his shoulder there, he saw, and he's accelerated. He's out of the saddle, sprinting up this climb now. He's trying to really put a real clenched fist onto the Tour de France today, and he's flying up this mountain.
A physical and mental delivery here by Lance Armstrong to all of his rivals in the Tour de France. He is just going faster and faster and faster, and he is going to win this stage, and he is going to go minutes ahead of the field because of it too.
Psychologically, this will be a major blow to men like Fernando Escartine. Fernando Escartine went out very early on the Col de la Galibier because they knew they needed to get big time on Lance Armstrong. He put in a lot of effort to try and put Armstrong into difficulty, and Armstrong used his teammates sensibly. He waited for Tyler Hamilton to fade away, and then he was left with just Kevin Livingston. Livingston rode sensibly over the top of the Col de la Galibier and then went into difficulty. Armstrong then left on his own, but again he's managed to tactically turn the race to his advantage. Richard Virenque further down the road now, currently in 5th position on the road, is 1 minute and 20 seconds behind Armstrong. This has to be the greatest comeback in any sport at all. The fact that Armstrong managed to conquer cancer was unbelievable. But the fact that he's riding like this in the Tour de France is also impressive. Alex Zuller now has gone clear, a lone pursuit for him behind Armstrong. He's dropped Escartine and Gotti, but this is a man just trying to survive, trying to limit his losses. This man has managed to come back from the face of death, and now he's riding at the front of the Tour de France like a Trojan.
He's inside, 2 kilometers from the finish. Less than 1¼ miles to go for him now, and with every pedal rev he is taking time out of every man. Tomorrow is a vicious day, harder than today to outdo us. Lance Armstrong is gaining his time now. I don't know what he'll do tomorrow now, because we can't say he'll sit by and watch. Not the way he's riding this race. 2 kilometers to go now for Alex Zuller, the man who's tried to show some resistance. Remember, Alex had to join the break before he could go in the chase of Armstrong.
If people thought Lance Armstrong was going to crack in the mountains, it really is an impressionable performance of his today. Alex Zülle is closing in slowly on Armstrong. Armstrong, I think, now starting to ride within himself, making sure that he can survive up to the finish line. He doesn't want to hurt himself too much because he knows there's a big mountain stage tomorrow, and I'm sure that's what Johan Bruneel told him. Do enough to win the stage, but don't hurt yourself too much. The Tour de France is still 2 weeks to go.
Well, it's wise advice, of course. Here's the Italian crowd here now cheering on Lance Armstrong. They've seen him coming up on a big screen up here. Armstrong racing up. Zülle is closing in. 22 seconds is the time gap, but I don't think you'll see Lance till he's got his coat on. 1 kilometre to go to the finish now for Lance Armstrong. It's going to be a veritable sprint up the hill for this man in yellow because he is being pulled to that finishing line. A total man possessed. He wanted that yellow jersey back, and now he's doing it absolute justice. He is the best man on the day, the first day in the Alps.
And once again, it may well be that injury has in fact had a big part to play on Lance Armstrong's season so far. He was robbed of the chance of going to ride Liège-Bastogne-Liège because of a crash in the Tour of Valencia. He came back and prepared himself specifically just for one World Cup race. That was the Amstel Gold Race. He was beaten in a photo finish by Michael Bogard. And then I think Johan Bruneel said, get it in your mind, you can do a great ride at the Tour de France. And having Johan Bruneel alongside him is a very important factor because Bruneel himself is a man who's ridden for the overall rankings at the Tour de France, and that's going to be a big asset for Lance over the next few days.
In and out of the saddle now as he rides up to the top of Sestriere. He'll be up amongst the chalets very soon. They've moved the finish slightly. It's a little bit further on this time around than it was when Bjarne Riis won in '96. But it doesn't matter now because he's got about half a kilometre to go towards the end, and he's over the top of the climb. Well, 1 kilometre precisely as we see the kite just ahead of him.
There's the red kite indicating just 1,000 metres to go to the finish line. He will be getting maximum points in the King of the Mountains, but he doesn't care about that today. All he's caring about is getting as much time advantage over everybody in the race as possible, and also throwing down a psychological blow to the big climbers of the Tour de France who thought over the next couple of days they would put him into difficulty. He's turned the tables, and in fact that's what he's done. He's damaged the climbers in their own terrain.
Lance Armstrong hasn't eased off these pedals at all. He has kept his rhythm going. And we're sure the superlatives now to continue just to say how wonderful this performance is from Lance Armstrong. He's been absolutely superb. 173 riders left the Grand Bournon today. Destination, the Col de Télégraphe, the Col de Glibier, Montgenèvre, and finally Sestriere. And now there is only one who's going to get to the line ahead of everybody else. He's American, his name is Lance Armstrong, and it's a long time since we've seen a performance like this.
This is a performance of great champions. He rode sensibly with his team, he never panicked, and when he saw he could put the hammer down, he took the opportunity. He never thought about the couple of days that he's got to come, the couple of days when he will have to climb up to the Alpe d'Huez and defend his yellow jersey. He just thought about putting the hammer down hard and getting as much time advantage over everybody else, and there is an American flag to wave him home.
And the rain starts again as Lance Armstrong conquers Sestriere. Now he heads up towards the line. He's just a shade under 6 hours in the saddle today, so he didn't suffer from the rest day, did he? As Armstrong now has torn his rivals apart here in the Tour de France. They will have to go home tonight and rethink their tactics tomorrow in the Alps, because if this man comes out like this tomorrow, the Tour de France really will be over. He's left nothing to the imagination.
Well, this will take him back to his victories at Beech Mountain, but we're an awful lot higher than Beech Mountain in the Tour du Pont here. 400 metres to go for Armstrong, and never once has his face changed, never once has his pedalling revs changed either. He's been absolutely controlled all the way to the line.
He looks over his shoulder to make sure nobody is coming, zips up the maillot jaune. He's done that proud today, and I think he's getting ready for a two-arm salute. You don't get that privilege in a time trial. You ride fast and you win. He's done that twice in this Tour de France. Now he has ridden fast and dropped his rivals mano a mano. So now he is going to cross the line. I think this will be some victory salute. It'll be a while before we know if it is as the winner of the Tour de France, but there are few people in this race now will doubt that. Lance Armstrong comes across the line, winner today of the mountain stage of the Tour de France. And the man who has tried to limit the escape of Armstrong coming up to the line now. The seconds are counting. In fact, it looked as though Zülle was closing in. There's the clock for you all to see. He'll be just on 30 seconds, though, down on Lance Armstrong. But even so, he has made second place on the line. 31 seconds it will probably be rounded up to. And the arrival of the men he just left exploded on the mountains. Fernando Escartin leading over Ivan Gotti. These two thought they had the race sewn up 7 kilometres from the summit. They're now racing for 3rd and 4th place. And I wonder if Gotti will try and jump around Escartin. I would think so, because he's Italian, but you never know. But look at the time gaps on the right-hand side of the screen here. In fact, I don't think there's anything left in Gotti now, as Escartin comes up to the line, and he will take the 3rd place finish. But the gaps are what's important in a race on time, and these are big. 1 minute 25 seconds. And Richard Virenque, who looked very sharp when he was sprinting out the points on the high mountains, hit the wall about 10 kilometres ago, and he's now in all sorts of trouble. He's being pipped on the line here by Beltran, I think it is, who's just come from absolutely nowhere and found himself a pair of fresh legs. And in fact, heading up to line, the Banesto rider is Beltran, Manuel Beltran. So he's found his 2nd wind as he comes up for 5th place on the stage. Virenque will get 6th, and then the man behind, Contreras, will take 7th place, and the gaps continue to grow. So as the riders continue to finish and the gaps continue to grow, let's go to Paul Sherwin now. He's with Lance.
A lot of people expected the climbs to go out for you today. You actually turned the tables around and gave them a big slap in the face.
Well, I wanted to answer some questions about that, because there was a lot of people that that figured my climbing was suspect, and
you answered that today.
No, I mean I gave a response, but I wasn't trying to shove it in anybody's face. I just wanted to. I felt good. I saw an opportunity. So Dufault was dropped. Dufault was my main concern, and when he was dropped, then I went.
And boy, did he go. Let's have a look at the stage result then. Armstrong winning by 31 seconds over Alex Zula. 1 minute 26 over Fernando Escartin, the same time given to Ivan Gotti. But of the others, well, Alano finished here with the Belgian Van der Wouwer and has lost over 3 minutes. And Laurent Dufault, well, he must have really hit the wall, because he lost even more. And Pavel Tonkov, who slipped on the descent coming into Italy, he lost over 5 minutes. Chris Boorman arrived amid a torrential cloudburst. He lost more than 40 minutes. Lance Armstrong on the podium for the 3rd time in this Tour de France. He is really ripping the race apart. Let's now have a look at the overall situation here. Armstrong leading Abraham Olano by 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Christophe Moreau, they swap places, these two, is 3rd, 7:44 back. Alex Zula continues to ascend the classification. He is now up to 4th, but look at that, 7 minutes 47 seconds behind. Well, 9th in the race now is Richard Virenque, and tonight he returns to the podium to pull on the polka dot jersey as leader of the King of the Mountains, a title he's won already 4 times. And there's a new leader in the green jersey as well. Stuart O'Grady of Australia pulls on the green jersey for the first time. Jan Kirsipuu dropped on the Col de Telegraph today, gave up. The Alps showed their worst face to the Tour de France yesterday, torrential rain turning the roads into a skid pan. It forced out the stars of the opening week. Gone now, Jan Kirsipuu, who led for 6 days. Gone too, Mario Cipollini, who won 4 stages. Down, but certainly not out, Pavel Tonkov. But there was a lone star, his name Lance Armstrong. The Texan triumphed at Sestriere in solitary splendour. He waited until the finish was almost in sight and then destroyed his final few rivals on this opening day in the Alps. He leads by a long way overall, but has not lost his respect for the Tour de France.
Yeah, but I still think that that I can have another. I mean, if I have a bad day, it's all over.
But right now, it's the others who probably think it's all over. Armstrong leads Abraham Olano by 6 minutes and 3 seconds, and Christophe Moreau by 7 minutes 44. Alex Zula has ascended now to 4th place. Of the others, Richard Virenque has climbed up to 9th and leads in the King of the Mountains competition. Stuart O'Grady has gone down to 77th, but he leads in the green jersey competition. Chris Boardman is 144th. So, hello and welcome to Alpe d'Huez. Well, it's Bastille Day here in France, the second day for the riders in the high mountains of the Alps. Lance Armstrong has won the first mountain stage. Can he take the second? You know everybody wants to win the climb of Alpe d'Huez. Is there anybody in this race who can beat him? Gary Imlach was on the Alp this morning, canvassing opinion.
Well, Alpe d'Huez, as you know, is one big canvas of opinion. And if our sampling of unofficial road signs on the way up is anything to go by, it's going to be a landslide win for Richard Virenque.
Richard's the best.
Allez, Richard!
Virenque.
J'espère Virenque.
Michael Bogert. Go Lance Armstrong.
O'Grady.
Virenque potato.
Interestingly enough, the Tour's most famous mountain finish has only ever seen one French victor, Bernardino, back in 1986, and Bastille Day would seem to be the perfect stage to make it number 2. However, given their relationship with the leading domestic candidate, I suspect the race organisers would be happy to see the barren run continue.
Well, we'll be seeing the crowds on Alpe d'Huez a little later on. Right now, though, the riders are on the lower slopes of the Col de Mont-Cenis, and that will take them up to the 67-kilometre point. And as you can see, they're all together, and that's the way it's been ever since the rollout this morning. One rider not with them at the start line, so we're only down to 166 now. Zbigniew Spruk, who crashed yesterday, hasn't started this morning. And in fact, 51 riders were visited by the UCI medical inspectors at the hotel before the start and were obliged to give compulsory blood tests. But the hematocrit level is all less than 50%, and they've all been allowed to start. So that's good news, Paul.
Excellent news, but it's a very difficult day's racing for the riders. It starts off overcast. There will be some sunny spells. There is expected to be fog over the summits of the Mont-Cenis and the Col de la Croix de Fer, and there will be very strong winds at those summits as well, up to 25 kilometers an hour. Again, a big variation in temperature for the riders today. 25 degrees Celsius in the valleys, just 10 degrees Celsius over the top of the Mont-Cenis, and 14 degrees Celsius at the top of the Alpe d'Huez.
And we're watching the riders in glorious sunny weather here as they tackle the first big climb of the day. This is an all-category climb, which means it's among the steepest of the Tour. And the riders haven't turned a pedal in anger except for the first sprint of the day at Gravert, which came at 37 kilometres. And Eric Zabel's telecom boys got themselves into big gears there, led him out perfectly for the sprint, and he stayed ahead of Stuart O'Grady, who got second, and Christophe Capel taking third. So Zabel pulled back a couple of points in that green jersey competition, but O'Grady still keeps the lead for the moment at least. Now, Paul, this is good for Lance Armstrong, this nice gentle start to the day after all of the effort yesterday, I would imagine.
Good for a lot of other bike riders in the Tour as well, because this is a very difficult stage, 220 kilometers, 3 big mountain passes to go over, and the Col de Mont-Cenis is very difficult from this side, which is why there's been no major attacks just now, because I think a lot of the teams like Kelme, like Banesto, are thinking much further up the road before they try and put their strategies into play, and they want to have as many teammates there as possible. As we ride into the mountains, it would be a good day to feature our rider. Today will be Richard Virenque, 4 times a winner of the King of the Mountains at the Tour de France. Richard Virenque's 1.78 meters. He weighs 65 kilos, so that's light enough to get himself up with the top climbers in the Tour. He's 29 years of age. He was born, in fact, in Casablanca in Morocco and moved across to the south of France when he was very young. And in fact, he's one of the rare French cyclists to come out of that part of France. He's extremely popular with the public. In fact, he's probably France's most favourite cyclist. And when that doping scandal hit the Tour de France last year surrounding the Festina squad, it really divided the Tour de France supporters into two, the pro and against Richard Virenque. As a cyclist, though, he's had some great performances, and most of his star performances have been really at the Tour de France, with 3 stage victories, all of them in the mountains, Luzardiden, Courtrai and Courchevel. But in fact, his dream was to win the Tour de France, and he's been very close. He's finished 2nd overall and 3rd overall, and in fact, he wore the yellow jersey back in 1992. Richard Virenque this year won a stage of the Giro d'Italia at, again, a mountaintop finish, and he still, despite the cloud over him, he still does not admit to having taken drugs, and that's why Richard Virenque is still riding in the Tour de France, and today riding in the polka dot jersey, the jersey that he really feels is his own. There's the Polte riders now in the red and yellow jerseys of Team Polte. There in third, fourth position now, the polka dot jersey. Right on the wheel of the polka dot jersey in the blue and pink shirt there of the Lamprey squad is the former leader of the King of the Mountains, Mariano Piccoli, and he's still very happy with the tempo. He's obviously not too happy with getting dropped from that leading group of 5 riders yesterday, but he's certainly in a position now to take on Richard Virenque. He's only a couple of points behind him in the overall standings of the King of the Mountains, and Virenque will be looking for a maximum points over the top of this climb.
Well, now the Polte boys have been told by Virenque to lift the pace a little bit and hurt one or two of the riders, so the tempo has been lifted as we start to head up towards the summit of the climb. And we can't see the back of the main field at the moment, but I would think it's starting to thin out a little bit. Poor old Axel Merckx is now a couple of minutes behind this group, and it doesn't look good at all for him.
Axel Merckx really suffering. This is a bad day for Axel. He finished 10th in the Tour de France last year. His dad's come to see him race today, and he's knowing now what the Tour de France really is all about. The ups and downs of the Tour de France. It is so difficult when you're in the mountains. If you have the slightest problem, you can't even follow the slow pace that's being set at the front of the main field just now. A lot of riders will be throwing out sandbags at the moment because they were very happy to have the main field bowling along with that tempo being set at the front very often by many of the sprinters, riders like Robbie McEwen. And now the fact that they're getting closer to the summit, they really will be starting to suffer at the back of this group. But what they'll try and do, in fact, is to keep themselves not too far off when we go over the summit of the climb, and they'll take big risks on the descent to try and get themselves back into the main field. If you go over the top of a climb like this 1 or 2 minutes in arrears, you can very easily get back on if you take 1 or 2 risks on the descent. Now we are getting a lot closer because the sprint starting to warm up and Virenque's mates in fact starting to slip back.
Yeah, I think we may have missed the 1 kilometre to go because they started to warm up for the sprint here. Now leading him out is Stefan Gubert on the Polte team, and he's leading out Virenque. Konishev has got his back wheel here. Piccoli has dropped away from it a little bit. Konishev is a very good sprinter. He was the first Soviet man to ever lead the King of the Mountains in the Tour de France. Of course, he's a Russian these days, and he's also the first Soviet rider to ever win a medal at the World Cycling Championship for professionals. And Konishev showing he's still got a lot of sprinting power in those legs. Virenque is digging in now to try and bring him back, but it looks as though Virenque, because he's not being challenged by Armstrong nor by Piccoli, he will keep the lead in the polka dot jersey competition. Although victory on the line there has gone to Dmitry Konishev. He gets the 40 points, and just behind him. Let's have a look again. 40 points then, and 35 for Virenque, so he gets second place. And Konishev was 10th overall, but he's now with that 40 points, Paul. He gets 70 points. He's now up to 4th place in the King of the Mountains, and I bet he didn't expect to be the first man up this climb, but the bunch have chosen to make an easy day of it so far, and I don't blame them, because the Col de la Croix de Fer is a very, very difficult climb. It's a very narrow climb, and I think Lance Armstrong will pay very close attention to who does the attacking on that climb.
Piccoli was really blown away then with that acceleration of Richard Virenque's team there, and you can see that sprint over the top really has opened up quite a gap over the main field, but they won't insist at the moment, because they know that if they do start to put a bit of pressure onto this little advantage they have at the moment, then Lance Armstrong's team will close down on them very rapidly indeed, because they won't let a man like Richard Virenque ride away from the main field on a big mountain stage like this.
Well, there's Konishev slipped back into second place now, not pushing home the attack at all. The reason being, it's a long, long way down to the valley floor now and the feeding station for the riders. Because the hill is behind them, it would be sheer folly to launch an attack here and expect to stay away to the finish with something like 160 kilometres still to ride today.
See the big long line of the main field. They know that Richard Virenque sometimes does try and take advantage of a little breakaway situation like this, and they've picked up the pace very rapidly indeed, and it's the blue jerseys on the front of Lance Armstrong's US Postal Service team who have decided we're going to nail this back immediately, just to show that we are in control of the main field, and we want to try and keep this together until the final climbs.
So Mondini setting the pace just now, but they're all back together again. Mondini got 3rd place over the climb, and now they're all back together again. The capes are going on for the long descent to keep the chill air, and it is pretty chilly up on the top of these cols, by the way. It can be as little as 10 degrees Celsius up there. By the time they get down the bottom, they'll be in the mid to high 20 degrees. So the temperature changes are quite different, and what they're worried about, of course, Paul, is catching a bronchitis.
It's so easy to do once you ride into the Tour de France after 2 weeks, the body starts to get weak, you start to get run down, and the change in temperature between the valleys and the summits of these mountains really is what causes the riders to pick up chills, and bronchitis is probably the worst thing you could have when you're riding a stage of the Tour de France, because you just cannot breathe and you can't get the energy into the system.
So levelling out on the sort of plains high up in the mountains here, really, because there's no descent at the moment, just gently coming away from the surface, from the plateau of the top of the Col de Mont-Cenis, and they'll drop down towards Modane. But look at this, Paul, somebody decides they want to live. This is Modini here, who's trying to liven the pace up and cause a reaction. Now there's two types of tactic here. We could see some of the riders who've lost big time trying to get a group going in the hope that they will not be chased and get a good lead before they get to the Alp.
A lot of the lesser riders who had a hard time in the mountains yesterday would hope on this section of the course, which is probably the easiest section of the course today, they can take advantage of that. But you can see nobody's letting small groups go off the front, and that attack was brought into the fold again very quickly. Welcome back. It's the big mountain stages like today that the certified non-climbers like I used to be really fear, because you know you've got a serious chance of going out of the Tour de France. I used to spend a lot of time the night before working out what I thought the average speed was going to be, because you only have a certain amount of time to finish after the winner crosses the line. And in those days, even if you'd worked it out, when you crossed the line, you weren't sure if you were still in the bike race. Nowadays, when a rider hits this finish line, he knows that he's still in the Tour de France, because once the winner crosses the line, the bottom clock there starts to tick. If it's still going when you arrive, you're in the bike race. If it goes to black, you're out.
Well, it'll be a while yet before that clock starts counting out the riders today, but there might well be some, Paul, as we watch them on the lower slopes now of the Col de la Croix de Fer, and we started to get some counterattacks. Look like Laurent Desbiens maybe making a move here. As we look at the rider from Cofidis, we can tell you straight away the two riders broke clear on the descent coming down from the Mont-Cenis, and that was Stéphane Herlo and Thierry Bourguignon, and they are leading at the moment at the start of the climb of the Col de la Croix de Fer by 11 minutes and 20 seconds, and it looks in fact as though Roland Meyer from Cofidis now has tried to go clear. But the talking point, we saw Axel Merckx rather was dropped while Eddie Merckx's father was in a car. Well, Axel is now abandoned with stomach cramps, and other riders have gone too. Leon Van Bon, who was having a cold spray applied to his right knee, has also stopped. The sprinter Jan Zurada and Pavel Padrinos. So we've lost now 4 members of the Lamprey team.
Just goes to show how difficult yesterday's stage was. Once again, US Postal at the front of this main group now, doing a lot of work for Lance Armstrong, and the pace that they've set has already shed a lot of riders and put many riders into difficulty at the back. A lot of the sprinters forming at the rear now into what is commonly known as the autobus, and for the moment the last man on the overall standings is in that autobus, and that's Jay Sweet, and he's been joined by the Australian champion Henk Vogels. You can see the big long line on the front of the peloton there, the blue jerseys. That's the US Postal Service. They're keeping the pace high. They're not worried too much about the two leaders. The two leaders, Stéphane Herlo in the white jersey and Thierry Bourguignon in the white and yellow red jersey. That's the Big Matt Aubervilliers team. He's a teammate of Jay Sweet. He's more than 18 minutes behind in the overall standings.
That group, Paul, is getting quite big back there, because in fact US Postal have lost one of the workers in Derame. He's gone off the back. Stuart O'Grady is there. Piccoli, surprisingly, has now been dropped as well, and is back in that group. It's swelling to be quite a large group. Richard Virenque had a puncture. He's rejoined the main field, and it looks as though Meyer here is pushing on to try and reach those two leaders first.
Another rider leaping out of the main field as well there. Caught a glimpse of an Once rider. So again, Once trying to turn the tables and tactically put Lance Armstrong into difficulty. They may well be that Abraham Olano has recovered from that day yesterday. He certainly didn't ride well on the first day in the mountains here at the Tour de France. But even after that, he still has kept his high place overall. Second at the moment, 6 minutes and 3 seconds behind Lance Armstrong in the standings.
Well, a chance to look at the early slopes here. This is a long climb here, almost 30 kilometers. A very steep climb, a much harder climb than the Mont-Cenis we saw earlier. And they're not going to come rushing out of the pack, I don't think. Even at the speed they are climbing now, there's some 30 riders been dropped by the main peloton, including, rather surprisingly, Savoldelli has gone off the back as well, and Jackie Durand. they've also lost contact now.
Roland Meyer, the rider from Cofidis, who's leapt out of the front of the main group here, in fact finished 7th overall in the Tour de France last year in an all-conquering Cofidis performance, because they had 3rd overall Bobby Julich, 4th overall in fact Christophe Rinero, and this man we're looking at now finished in 7th place. But it's been really difficult for Cofidis to actually show this year in the Tour de France, and very much a weakened team after the tendinitis that has hit last year's King of the Mountains winner Christophe Rinero, and that crash a few days ago of Bobby Julich in the time trial.
Yes, and Julich, by the way, he's confirmed now as having cracked 2 ribs and a small fracture of his elbow as well, but they think he'll be cycling again within 2 weeks, and that would be pretty good news for Bobby. This is Armin Meyer, and he's got himself 14 seconds now over the field and looks to be climbing very smoothly on the early slopes of the Col de la Croix de Fer. And once over the top of this, then it's down and around to the Alpe and up the climb of Alpe d'Huez. Roland Meyer, said Armin earlier, Roland Meyer, the Cofidis rider, he is 50th overall and 32 minutes behind Lance Armstrong at the moment. Back up to the 2 leaders. Stefan Erlo a couple of days ago, remember he was in that long breakaway when he had a lead of 7 minutes. At that time he was a challenger in the Tour overall. He sat up and he waited for the main field and let Thierry Gouvenou, I think it was, carry on there by himself.
Riding his 4th Tour de France. In his first Tour de France, he in fact wore the yellow jersey and was one of the rare riders who in fact abandoned while wearing the yellow jersey, unable to continue on the road up to the Lac de Madine. He had very difficult problems with his knee and he had to pull over to the side of the road. A sad day for him, but he's come back to the Tour de France. But the man in front, Thierry Bourguignon, is a very frequent rider of the Tour de France. In fact, he's ridden the Tour. This is his 7th participation at the Tour, and he's always finished between 25th and 30th. Roland Meyer getting down to a very good rhythm now, picking up the pace. He's fairly certain that there won't be any reaction in the main field from the US Postal Service team to try and pull him back, because he's no danger at all to Lance Armstrong's place at the top, wearing the yellow jersey very comfortably now. That was an incredible performance by Armstrong yesterday, and a lot of the climbers who thought he might be weak in the mountains, they soon got a pretty good answer.
And did they just? Well, Richard Virenque is riding alongside Lance Armstrong back in the main field now, having had a little spell out the back of the field with his puncture. A couple of teammates stopped and brought him back in. Sorry about a little bit of picture breakup we're experiencing here out in the woods on the lower slopes of the Croix de la Fer, as Meyer, I saw him pull up to quite a high gear there, because it's not all uphill at the moment, and he's gone into his top gear and he's trying to get away from that peloton and settle into his own rhythm, and he might well latch on with the 2 leaders.
Taking a few risks down that corner there to try and open up his advantage before the road kicks up again. This is a very difficult climb, the Col de Croix de Fer. Goes up to 2,067 meters, and it's quite cool at the top, not as cool as it was at the top of the Mont Cenis. It's currently 12 degrees Celsius at the top of the climb, and Roland Meyer is hoping that on this little descent in the middle part of the climb he can open up a bit more of a gap. But you can see the main field now starting to stretch out. All of that is because of the work being done at the front of the main field by the US Postal Service team of Lance Armstrong.
Well, Pascal Derame, who is on the US Postal team, it was his job to make the early pace, which he did, and he's paid the price already on this climb, because he has been dropped in what is quite a large group of riders. They may well start to trickle back onto the back of this big field during this little respite. There's a couple of these short downhill stretches before it really bites into the legs, and they well could get back.
If you're in a back group like that in the mountains, the autobus as they call it, you really do have to go down the hills as fast as possible, take a lot of risks, because that is the only point on the course where you're not losing any time, and if possible you are pulling back time on the riders at the front of the race. It's on the big mountain slopes that you have to try and get together and ride at a comfortable place to make sure you can keep a big group all riding together. And the idea of that is then that when you are on parts of the course where it's easy to organise the chase, you can pick up the pace and limit your losses.
Well, there's a nice picture of the Tour de France. And by the way, many of you wonder exactly where the Alpe d'Huez is, although many of you certainly found it over the years. The easiest way to get to it, if by aeroplane, you fly to Grenoble and then you get a hire car and you drive on the road to Briançon and make sure you turn up the sign that says to the Alpe d'Huez. Over the years, it has certainly increased in size with the number of chalets up here now. Very, very pretty place, especially in the summer. A tremendously popular spot in the winter, less so in the summer. It's a real nice place to come to. Sorry, Paul.
Riders concerned about the elimination times in the Tour de France. It varies very much depending on the average speed of each stage, and what then happens is a percentage of the overall winner's time is applied to his time, and that gives you the elimination time, which is very important for a lot of riders in the Tour today. And the way you do that is by taking the percentage, adding it to the time that the winner had when he crossed the line, and that's just the amount of time that you need to cover the course and get inside and remain in the Tour de France.
It was a little over an hour you were allowed yesterday, based on the average speed of the stage, and Jay Sweet just about made it, because he came in yesterday 56 minutes and 59 seconds behind the winner. If it had been just over the hour, he would have been eliminated. And the Tour de France is very rough on the riders. They very rarely make an exception to that rule unless you have a real good excuse. Well, there you get some idea of the Croix de Fer, and we're going right up to the top here, and so it's an awful long way to climb, and at a tempo climb there's no real disadvantage to riders setting the pace on a mountain, because in fact to some degree it's to their advantage, because they are dictating the speed of the climb, and if you are under pressure in that big pack, then you just start to sag off the back of the race. And the two leaders, Paul, clearly riding now more slowly, I think, than the group, being led by George Hincapie here. And Hincapie again will hold on to that front position as long as possible. He also is not a great climber, and I would think won't be amongst the leaders by the time we get to the top today.
It's looking very comfortable getting out of the saddle there. On the elbow of Kevin Livingston, number 186, you could just see the bandage, a sequel from his crash yesterday on the descent of Mont Genève. And also Tyler Hamilton too, pretty well bandaged after a crash that he had as well on that stage yesterday. Many riders going out because of crashes, and one of them, probably the most famous abandon yesterday, was Mario Cipollini, who did in fact tell us that he wanted to finish at the Alpe d'Huez because it's the only major climb of the Tour de France that he hasn't been at. Well, the only way he's going to experience it today is on the telly.
Exactly right. But I'll tell you what, the pacemaking here by Hincapie is now ejected from the back seat of the bunch. Laurent Brochard, he's gone now, and another 4 riders, including Benoit Salmon, he's also been dropped at the back of the field.
And news coming to us over Race Radio. In fact, Frankie Andrea has gone straight out of the back of this group of the yellow jersey, and with him a rider, surprising that he's not riding closer to the front in the mountains, is Jens Voigt. He too was looking very good and fresh at the start of this Tour de France, but the pace that's being set at the moment by George Hincapie is blistering.
Jens, the leader for a single day in the King of the Mountains jersey last year, and Jens 24th overall today at the start, 18 minutes off the lead. A little bit surprisingly dropped now on the lower slopes of this climb. So these two riders just getting on with the job in hand with no further time checks on. The last one we got some time ago was 11 minutes and 20 seconds, and it's come down, as far as we can work out, about a minute now over the lone chasing rider Meyer, who has 35 seconds over the peloton, being led there by George Hincapie.
These two riders, all they've got to do now is stay together and ride at a sensible pace so that they can actually work once they get over the top of this mountain. They know that the group behind will accelerate as they approach the summit of the Croix de Fer, and they will lose an awful lot of time. What they are hoping at the moment is that they can go over the top of the climb with an advantage still of 3 or 4 minutes, and then again they can build that up along the valley roads leading to Bourg d'Oisans and give them a chance of surviving to the top of the Alpe d'Huez.
It's a pity we can't see back to that big bunch right now from the helicopter, because what we're hearing on Race Radio is an awful lot of riders slipping out the back of it, and it's thinning down quite rapidly. So clearly, Paul, there are a lot of tired men in the Tour this year, and it does seem to be settling down to be between about 7 or 8 the same names every day.
Well, the big boys are all on form. There you can see moving up towards the front of the pack. The second white jersey there, just over to the left-hand side, is Alex Zuller. Abraham Alano is very close to the front, as is Stefano Garzelli, the Italian, the leader this year of the Mercatone Uno squad, the squad which is that of Marco Pantani, not riding the Tour de France this year. And I think Stefano Garzelli is a kind of rider who today could put in a very good performance on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez.
But looking down now, we might get a chance to see the tail of the peloton from the helicopter camera. because this field is thinning out rapidly. 165 riders left at the start this morning, and already we've been advised of a number of riders who have retired and a number of riders who are now in desperate trouble, and they've still got to climb the Alp as well.
Hincapie doing a phenomenal job, because he too is a very big rider to drag his body up these mountain passes, and he at the moment is just doing as much as he can to keep the pace high. And to see George Hincapie at the front in the mountains and all of the riders going out to the back just goes to show what kind of a performance he is putting in today. And what happens in a team when you do get a yellow jersey really is impressive. In fact, information again coming through, another important rider being dropped from this group of Lance Armstrong is Christophe Moreau, the man who was lying, in fact, in third place in the overall standings, and he was hoping to survive throughout these mountains, but he too now in difficulty.
Well, that is quite surprising. He had a very good day for him yesterday, Christophe Moreau, because he finished 20th and in the same group, just behind, in fact, Abraham Olano. So it's 9:16, the gap now back to Meyer, slightly more back to the main field. They're slowly winding in those two leaders, but Christophe Moreau then slipping away here, and that will mean that Alex Zula could at least find himself up to third place overall tonight. And when it all seemed hopeless for him just a couple of days into the Tour, he's now about to move into a podium place in Paris.
Alex Zula didn't give up. He lost 6 minutes on that crash when the riders went over the Passage au Gois, but he never gave up. He chased and encouraged his team to chase all the way to the finish line, but when the clock stopped, he'd lost more than 6 minutes. But he didn't give up. He went back into the frame of a man trying to ride the overall standings at the Tour de France, and he came up and put a great performance in, finishing second to Lance in the time trial and then second again yesterday, and that's how he managed to jump up the overall standings so highly. And that's what he's looking for now, a place on the podium in Paris, and he will be looking for an attack later on in the day. But you can see a lot of riders moving forward now. Ivan Gotti, the Polti rider, the teammate of Richard Virenque, he too is moving to the front, and all this is a psychological battle to try and put pressure on Armstrong, because these riders, despite his performance yesterday, still are not sure whether or not he is a great climber.
No, that's right, and day two in the mountains can be so different to day one, when it looks apparent that one rider like Armstrong is so much stronger than the others. It's surprising what the difference a day makes, and riders' body just changes. And Gotti yesterday I thought was superb. It appeared he'd done just enough to win. He took a lot of risks on the descent of the Col de Montgenèvre when it was so slippery, but he got the gap, and Escartine went to him, but Armstrong just cooled them all down. Well, the field, as you can see in the Tour de France today, is down to about 40 riders now left. We're still on the lower slopes of the Col de la Croix de Fer, and it's just on a 10-minute lead to the two men setting the pace, Stéphane Herlot and Thierry Bourguignon, with Roland Meyer just in between.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome back. In recent years, we've seen the advent of the hard-shell helmet. Now, you know, cycling is a very fast and dangerous sport, and the onus really is on safety. The people who designed these helmets have done everything to make them as light and as comfortable to wear as possible. But in the Tour de France, on the big hot days, you'll notice a lot of riders don't wear them. It is not obligatory at the Tour de France. But one thing that you will notice, when the race does start to get dangerous, there are more and more riders going back for their helmets.
And most of the riders today, Paul, choosing to leave those helmets off, except the rider in the lead right now has just put his on. And we're beginning to get a little bit lively in the bunch now. We've been climbing for the best part of 27 kilometers on the Col de la Croix de Fer right now. Carlos Contreras of Kelme is the rider setting the pace now. In the last few moments, the US Postal riders have been blown off the front of this race, and the other riders starting to take over. Still those same two riders out in front, Stéphane Herlot and Thierry Bourguignon. The last time check we got 6 minutes 35 on the one chasing rider, Roland Meyer, and 7 minutes 15 on this bunch here. Now there's only about 38 riders left in the bunch as well.
A great job again done by US Postal, but obviously the attacks had to come from these two teams, Team Banesto and Team Kelme. This is their terrain. This is where they really want to try and put Armstrong into difficulty, and And that's why, as we come to the steepest part here of the Col de la Croix de Fer, these Spanish teams have come to the front to try and dislodge Armstrong.
Well, Contreras was the lead-out man, if you like, for Fernando Escartin yesterday on the road to Sestriere. Now he's trying to do it again here for him. That's Fernando Escartin is the number 2 rider in the green jersey here. And Armstrong, well placed, look at that, riding 6th wheel in the front here, keeping an eye on everyone. He's now down to only one teammate, and it looks like Tyler Hamilton.
That's surprising because Kevin Livingston looked very comfortable, but once that acceleration came from the Kelme riders, he did slip back that group pretty rapidly. Moving up the outside there, the white jersey with the red stripe across it, that is the champion of Germany, Udo Bolz, and the polka dot jersey moving into a good position as well, Richard Virenque.
And just behind him, we've got Laurent Dufaux, changed his jerseys back to the correct colours today. Seiko saved themselves a few shillings because they got fined £2,000 yesterday for pulling on a different strip.
Well, that attack by the Kelme riders from Spain really came to nothing there. All it really did was reduce the number of teammates with Lance Armstrong. Now his number of teammates is down to 1, that is Tyler Hamilton. And Kevin Livingston, because of the fact that this group has slowed down somewhat, may have a chance to recuperate and get back up here. The attack now coming from Udo Bolz, but immediately the response coming from Tyler Hamilton.
Yes, Hamilton digging deep there to grab hold of the back wheel of Udo Bolz, who is a very good climber, by the way, on the Telecom team. So often overshadowed by the fine climbing of Bjorn Ries and Jan Ulrich in the tours gone by. But this man, in the absence of those two, is probably the best climber on the team.
Tyler Hamilton now assuming the role of the first man at this group. He's just going to set a tempo now to try and discourage some of the other climbers from attacking. But as we get further up this slope, again, I'm sure there will be attacks coming from the Kelme team from Spain, the green and white jerseys. And of course, obviously, again, Banesta will have to try and do something to move themselves further up the overall rankings, and if they can, put Lance Armstrong into difficulty. Yesterday, although it was a very hard day in the mountains, the weather conditions were very much in the favour of Armstrong. And again, Contreras comes to the front, accelerates to try and blow this group apart.
Well, what they're doing is coming up on Roland Meyer, who is now only 30 seconds ahead of this group. And once they wipe him out, they're just 6 minutes behind the two leaders, who might well survive to the top, but not much further than that. Well, the day has gone pretty easy so far for the leaders of this tour. Now I think it's about to get pretty hard. And as the riders behind are losing time, and they'll have to watch out for that clock at the summit today at Alpe d'Huez, Lance Armstrong now is going to have to be very, very vigilant and watch who makes the attacks.
These constant accelerations will be difficult for Armstrong because he does prefer to ride at a steady pace over the first part of this climb, although yesterday he did accelerate magnificently over the last few kilometers to get across to that leading group of two. But that's what the riders from the Spanish teams are trying to do at the moment. They're trying to accelerate and slow down and accelerate and see if that is a tactic to try and dislodge Armstrong, to see if he is able to respond to their consistent changes of rhythm.
Well, there's Roland Meyer, and our helicopter pulling back its camera, and we should see 30 seconds down the road now what is left of the main peloton today. It's a small group indeed. It's been chiseled down to around about 35 riders here. Udo Bolz in dead centre of our picture. To the right, we've got Richard Virenque and Contreras, and tucked in now behind is Tyler Hamilton and the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong, and over to our left there, the red jersey of Laurent Dufaux. That was the man, Laurent Dufaux, who Armstrong feared yesterday, and yet he blew big time in the last 10 kilometres and came in even behind Abraham Olano.
He's riding today in the red jersey of Seiko Cannondale after that big fine yesterday when the whole team turned out in the golden strip of Julius Caesar to celebrate the 2099 birthday of Caesar. I'm not quite sure that it was a worthwhile operation, but certainly the team got a lot of publicity out of it.
Indeed they did. Now the tempo clearly has been lifted now. We're about 5, maybe 6 kilometres from the summit of the Col de la Croix de Fer. A small select group. No attacks coming from Armstrong now. It's all down to them to attack him. He's gained all the time he requires now in this year's Tour de France. They have got to work out how they get back the time they have lost. The nearest to Armstrong is Abraham Olano, 6 minutes and 3 seconds down. Christophe Moreau was 7:44 down in third. That's gone for him now because he's been dropped on this climb and is some minutes behind this group.
There are a lot of Once riders in this group as well. In the middle there, the black and yellow jersey on the shoulders of Abraham Alano, the man wearing number 51. He will be a lot more comfortable on this terrain today. A lot of the climbers will be happy with the fact that the weather has changed. It isn't raining, because that does have a serious effect on these climbers' muscles. Many climbers have a very low body fat of between 4 and 5%, so when it does get cold, that really affects the muscles.
Defoe looking over to his right there, checking down lower down to see if anybody was coming up. Way down the slope. There's the slopes of the Croix de Fer at the back of the riders, going right up this mountain, and this is where it's going to get pretty tough now. And once the Colombians and the Spanish riders see the increase in the gradient, they'll accelerate out of this pack and see who can follow. That's bound to happen as they come up towards the top of the Col de la Croix de Fer. Once over the top of this mountain, a long descent will take us right back down to Bourg d'Oisans. And it's in Bourg d'Oisans where there'll be a huge crowd waiting to cheer the riders onto the first slopes of Alpe d'Huez itself.
Chance to see just how difficult some of these alpine passes are. The difficult thing for a lot of riders, especially the riders at the back of the field, is they can look up these zigzag climbs and they can see just how far behind they are, and it really is discouraging when you look right up to the top of the mountain. You can hear the crowd actually applauding the lead group, and you realize it's going to take you more than another 20 minutes to get up there.
It must be a horrible feeling. Richard Virenque looking up to his right to see where the road's going next. As he continues to keep quite a cool tempo here. He's looking very good on the mountains today, as he was yesterday. Udo Bolt's a much bigger man and more laboured on the climb on the left of our picture there. And Defoe sitting in, waiting. No rider can afford to wait too long in this year's Tour de France now. They've got to try and attack early on and open up the time gaps on Armstrong.
Armstrong riding a fair way back in the bunch now, around about 10th position for him. He's looking around to see where Tyler Hamilton is, and Hamilton is right on his wheel, but he is now down to just one last remaining teammate, because we have confirmation that Kevin Livingston has been dropped from this group, even though it has slowed down a little bit over the last few kilometres.
Yes, Hincapie did a fine piece of pacemaking up here, as you may have saw, but he's gone also now. He's dropped back as well. As these are now the strong men of the 1999 Tour de France, as they continue to watch each other and wait for their opportunity to sprint away from the field. Contreras over to the right of our picture there. We did have an attack earlier by Stefano Gazzelli. He got about 30 seconds and no more, because he's reasonably high placed overall in 15th position. So they did bring him back, and he's back in the pack now.
Well, Kelme did attempt to put in a couple of accelerations there 3 or 4 times, but it did nothing to disturb Lance Armstrong, who responded to them at every occasion. These two riders at the front are really having a hard time. They started at the bottom of this climb with a time advantage of 11 minutes and 20 seconds. And the last time gap we've been given by race radios, in fact, their advantage now is down to 6 minutes and 30 seconds. They're riding at a very sensible pace, riding within each other, just trying to make sure that they can conserve as much of their advantage to the summit of this climb as possible. And they're now reaching a very difficult part. This part at the top of the Col de la Croix de Fer is when you get into the rocks, and it really gets hot on a day like this, because a lot of heat gets reflected off the rocks at the side of the road.
Well, these two riders who broke away after some 77 kilometres today on the descent from the previous big mountain of Montcheny are now going to share out the prize money at the top of the climb of the Col de la Croix de Fer. Stéphane Herlot in the front and Thierry Bourguignon. He didn't ride the Tour de France in 1994 and 1995, Bourguignon, and in fact he was the best time recorded amongst the touring cyclists who rode the Étape du Tour, which is a complete copy of one of the stages of the Tour in 95. That was when he was sidelined, but he's back now and he's had some good rides in the Tour de France.
He is, in fact, the oldest rider in the Tour de France as well this year, 36.5 years old. As they reach the summit, it's a very cool climate up here. It's going to be maximum points over the top for Stéphane Herlot. They haven't even sprinted it out.
No, well, they won't feature in the King of the Mountains in the long term, but today they're having their big moment as Bourguignon now starts the descent, and they zip up their jerseys for the long way down to the bottom. It is a long descent too, all the way from the top, where they're now at 2,067 metres. At kilometre 165. They will now go downhill till kilometre 204, and that's when they start climbing Alpe d'Huez. Now, Richard Virenque will want the points here. He's going to be challenged by a few of the sprinters. Contreras over to the left there, Dufaux in the red to the right, Armstrong sitting comfortably in the middle. He's not interested in the King of the Mountains competition. Lance Armstrong has only got one thing on his mind, and that's to win the Tour de France.
Virenque looking very comfortable in the middle, moving up on the outside. A lot of the Spanish riders now moving to the front because they certainly realize they want to start this descent in the first 4 or 5 places, because this is also a possibility where a man like Richard Virenque could launch an attack, as he did on yesterday's stage. As soon as he went for the King of the Mountains points over the top, he actually insisted on the descent of the Col de la Galibier, and 1 or 2 riders were left behind because they weren't able to pick up the pace quite so quickly.
Virenque just checking over to see if any of the riders who might challenge him are beginning to move forward. And it's interesting to see that this rider so often seems to frighten off the opposition. When he's won the title 4 times, he always used to nip away from the pack and pinch the points at the top. And he's never really been challenged, has he, in any of his 4 titles he's won, Paul?
As once he's got that jersey on his shoulders, he really has got the psychological advantage over everybody else. And today he's done a similar job. He got second place over the top at the first climb of the day, and today he'll be looking to try and get 4th because there are already 3 riders up the road. But none of the other riders in this group, apart from Lance Armstrong, are really able to challenge him in that competition. And for Lance Armstrong, the King of the Mountains is obviously not his major objective.
Well, Alex Zula has forced his way to the front now. This rider who has tried desperately to penetrate the armour of Lance Armstrong, so far without success. But he does seem to be riding very, very well, even so.
Alex Zula ridden very well. That second place in the prologue confirmed that he had returned to his former condition, and then second place to Lance Armstrong in the big long time trial at Metz also confirmed that as well. The main group of the yellow jersey now coming past the banner that shows them they have 1,000 meters left to go to the summit, and in fact they're closing down a lot of the time on the 2 leaders. The man in the middle, Roland Meyer, was 5 minutes 55 seconds behind the 2 leaders, and the main field now just 6.5 minutes behind.
And Virenque leaving it as late as he can before he sprints for the summit of the climb here. I don't think Zula will take him on, but Garzelli might have a little dig. The Garzelli's up there as well. A couple of the Once boys looking for the whereabouts of Abraham Olano. But already this competition going very nicely the way of Richard Virenque.
Very big group coming to the summit of the Col de la Croix de Fer. Not a real fight has happened so far. Obviously, many of the climbers tired after yesterday's race. They tried to put Armstrong into difficulty. They put down their best shots. In fact, they ended up being fairly tired at the end of the day. Incredible time gaps produced on the climb up to Sestriere. Armstrong now moving up the outside. You see, he wants to stay as close to the front as possible, but not ride in the wind.
Well, he's just interested in keeping his eye on everybody here. I think he'll feel that nobody will make a move till the slopes of Alpe d'Huez. They've gone over these 2 huge mountains today, and they've hardly turned a pedal in anger. They've lifted the pace up nicely and rid themselves of the non-climbers, but really that's all they've done. They've allowed those 2 riders to stay out in front, and it could well be that Bourguignon and Herlot will survive the long downhill now, all the way to Bourg-Loison, and could be the first onto the lower slopes of the Alps. But I'm quite sure they won't be there when we get to the top, because I think Virenque on Bastille Day is going to be a tough man to beat.
He's certainly looking for that, and the crowds out there on the road really do want him to win the stage here at the Alpe d'Huez. This is the second man on the road, Roland Meyer, coming up to the summit now for him of the Col de la Croix de Fer. 5 minutes and 55 seconds it is since, in fact, the 2 leaders went over the top, and they should conserve their advantage down through the valley to the Bourg-d'Oison. But once they reach the foot of the Alpe d'Huez, then in the main field behind, big serious attacks are going to happen.
And the publicity caravan already passed through here well over an hour ago, having handed out those green hands. And the green jersey, by the way, on the shoulders of Stuart O'Grady today, but he's already off the back. As far as we know, he's caught up with the autobus of riders, just trying to get inside the time limit today for him. But now Meyer is over the top. Well, not quite, but he will be in a second. There's the clock counting. And so it's just about 5 minutes, 4:57 behind the 2 leaders now.
He's doing a good ride. He's slowly eating into the advantage of those 2 leaders, because the last time check we had was 5:55, so he's taken more than a minute off the advantage that those 2 leaders have. Virenque at the front in second position, Andrea Piron, who switched across this year to ride for the Once squad, and he's having a great Tour de France.
Yes, he is, and he's a bit handicapped because he's got to help Abraham Olano here. But there they come, typical crowd this on the Croix de Fer, because They don't go too far down. They like to get back in the cars as soon as the riders have gone through. It's a very difficult col to park your car on. It's so narrow, and so everybody has to wait at the top of the climb. And here comes Vironk now, holding nicely first position, and the crowd are on his side here because Perron is second, and then Alex Zuller is third. Armstrong just watching and waiting and not really too interested in the fight which is going on at the front here for the points.
This is a huge group of riders, considering we've been over 2 massive mountains so far. Now's the acceleration coming for Vironk. In second place, André Perron will try and combine, but Vironk knows how to win these mountain tops.
Yes, Perron is digging in there deeply. Zuller's let the gap open. Now Armstrong's not too worried on Zuller's wheel, and it goes Vironk, Perron, Zuller and Armstrong in that order at around about 6:12.
Armstrong looking very comfortable, making sure that he zipped his jersey up over the top there, and you can see now this is the descent of the Col de la Croix de Fer. They drop down off this mountain very rapidly into the valley below, but there's one little surprise because the 2 riders in front have found it already. Halfway down the descent there's a little climb and you start to get cold muscles, then all of a sudden you've got to dig deep again and try and find a big rhythm.
Thierry Bourguignon, who's a man of the Alps by the way, and also Stefan Erlo. They went officially now 4:57 over Roland Meyer and 6 minutes 11 seconds over the peloton. There's the point score. No major points there for Richard Virenque, but he was best of the rest. So he is building an interesting lead now in that King of the Mountains, which loses a little bit of impetus tomorrow as we move off towards Saint-Étienne. But it's not totally flat down there, Paul, is it? There's some nice hills around the back of that city.
There certainly are. It really is regarded as the capital of the Alps. That's Pascal Dubois coming alongside, the second team manager of the Big Mat team, and he's giving some advantage, some information to Thierry Bourguignon, passing up a drink, which you're allowed to do on the descent of the climbs. You're never allowed to hand up a drink actually on the ascent of a mountain, but in fact this is going uphill, and he's taken advantage to come up alongside these 2 leaders and pass up some reinforcements for Thierry Bourguignon.
Well, officially we are over the top, even if we are going uphill, so he won't get a fine for that. Remember that Roland Meyer did well to hold off. In fact, he pulled away from that chase group in the last kilometre of the climb of the col there, because he was only 30 minutes up and he went through just over a minute ahead of the group. So it just shows you how that group is showing no real attraction in those 2 leaders. They are expecting them to come back almost of their own volition later.
They're not worried at all about them at the start of the day. In fact, Hurlo was the best placed rider, 27th overall, 18 minutes and 57 seconds behind Lance Armstrong. But that's a great shot of an alpine descent, and that's the best part of cycling for me, being able to go down those mountains as fast as you like. And it really is a thrill to be able to touch speeds of 100 and 110 kilometers an hour. But if you do take risks at the back, you do get a chance of catching up, and one man catching up now is the French champion Francois Simon, and this looks very much like Kevin Livingston may well. In fact, it's not, it's Tyler Hamilton. I thought Livingston might have taken the risk and got himself back into the front group as well.
Further back in the group here, looks like Cedric Vasseur leading them up, and Commesso is there, the champion of Italy. This is over almost 9 minutes the time they go into the band. It would be over 9 minutes for this group now.
Cedric Vasseur, former wearer of the yellow jersey, and in fact in that group we also have the brother of the man who's caught in the middle there, Armin Meijer, who rides for the Seiko team. There coming through as well was Michael Bogaard, the former champion of Holland, and the man who was hoping today to follow the great Dutch tradition of performing well on Alpe d'Huez, but with a 9 minutes deficit he's not going to be too close on the Alpe.
Well, here's the way down for the 2 leaders now. They'll still try and work together if they can, as the speedometer will shoot up, and they'll start to descend at around about 80 kilometers an hour, faster if they can pedal that quickly, as they make their way down to Bourg d'Oisans now.
They'll use this part of the course now to recuperate. They will look at the lay of the land so that they can figure out just exactly how the corner is going to be. Let's not forget, these riders don't know what the descent's going to be like, Phil. They may have ridden them 12 months ago, so they never know exactly what the exit of the corner they're going into is going to look like.
Now, as you know, EPO is a bit of a taboo term on this year's tour, standing as it does for erythropoietin, the blood-boosting drug. But up here on Alpe d'Huez, it's been reinvented as Eau Pastis and Orgeat, which is a sort of almond syrup. The mixture is free, it's acceptable, it's being handed out to the cyclists here, but I have to say, it's pretty horrible to taste.
Yes, Gary, but I'm also told it's great for a hangover as well. Right, we're back to the Tour de France now, and we are approaching Bourg d'Oisans. As everybody knows, that is the last town you see before the slopes of Alpe d'Huez. Those two riders are still away, but the Banesto team now, Paul, has whipped up the chase here. There's the time gaps for you. 3:55 on Roland Mayer. He's still stuck in no man's land. And the Armstrong group here, 5 minutes, 10 seconds.
Lance Armstrong getting reinforcements for the chase at the front now, because obviously the teams of the big climbers of the Tour de France don't want to get robbed of a chance of winning at Alpe d'Huez. The two riders we're looking at now, Stéphane Hurlot and Thierry Bourguignon, will very shortly be turning onto the first straight of the Alpe d'Huez, and their advantage is still a very large one at 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
Well, looking here at the two leaders then, they will flick left. It's a marvellous crowd in Bourg d'Oisans. There's even more on the mountains as well. And Thierry Bourguignon and Stéphane Hurlot have been away now since kilometre 67, and there's just on 20 kilometres left to go.
It's Bastille Day and the French are waving their flag at the front of the race, but behind the pace has really picked up in the main field, with Banesto and the Kelme team coming to the front to try and whip up the pace before we get to the foot of the Alpe d'Huez, because they feel today that Alex Zuller from Banesto and Fernando Escartin are the two riders who've got a great chance of winning at the top of the Alpe.
Now, once they do get to the climb, and these two riders will be free as a bird for the time being, but this field here is going to split up under pressure immediately. They're approaching the town of Bourg d'Oisans now. They're a couple of kilometres behind those two leaders. We think that Christophe Moreau may have got back into this group, but the organisation hasn't made any comment. But Paul thinks he spotted him there. If he has, he's done a pretty good ride, because he was dropped on the Col de la Croix de Fer.
And if he has got back on, he's taken some serious risks on the descent. But when you are high up in the overall rankings and you want to stay there, you do have to take some pretty good risks on the descents of some of these mountains. These are the teams of the two best climbers of yesterday who managed to rival Lance Armstrong to the very last minute. The green and white of the Kelme and the white and blue jersey of Team Banesto. Armstrong very happy to get reinforcements, because his team have been chasing or riding at the front of the race for the whole day.
The only man he's got left in this group is Tyler Hamilton. Cesar Salone of the Banesto team is setting the pace. The two leaders are now on the Alpe itself, so they're not very far from the finish, but unfortunately it is now all uphill, and they can't relax because the crowd will cheer them all of the way to the summit. And thankfully, after yesterday's torrential rain, they should be in sunshine all the way to the top here. Stéphane Hurlot knows all about Alpe d'Huez, so too does Thierry Bourguignon. They've been up it before. Now, what will they be thinking, Paul? They won't believe they can stay away, surely.
They're just thinking about survival, just hoping that they've got enough time to just keep going to the summit. And now is when the pressure will come on. These two guys have been riding at the front of the race, sharing the pace-making all of the time. And Thierry Bourguignon looks in a lot more difficulty than Stéphane Hurlot.
But he has on every climb, actually. He's never really enjoyed his climbs today. And in fact, I think he's already said goodbye to Stéphane Hurlot here. The gap has already begun to open. Hurlot is making his dash for freedom. And can he make it to the summit? It will be a big turn-up, you know. Only one Frenchman's ever won up there, and that was Bernard Hinault.
Stéphane Hurlot now has to ride a solo all the way to the finish if he wants to hold off the main field. His advantage at the bottom of the climb is 5 minutes and 10 seconds over the yellow jersey group of Lance Armstrong. But in the middle, trying to catch, and in fact he's been trying to catch since the Col de la Croix de Fer, is Roland Mayer. He's 3 minutes 55 seconds behind, and he's always been improving on that. He's always been pulling himself closer to the leading two riders.
Well, this is very steep, the Alpe d'Huez, in these first 3 or 4 kilometres. The switchbacks come about every 200 metres. We've switched back now to 1 kilometre to go for the sprint down in Bourg d'Oisans, but it doesn't really matter. These riders now are chasing down the two leaders. Roland Mayer got the third prize through here, so there's nothing for the bunch. And the Banesto boys, and it's still as Cesar Salon setting the pace here with, I think it is the two Kelme riders there behind.
Contreras in second position. The other Banesto rider who's been very active at the front of the group is Mancebo. They're obviously keeping the pace extremely high, trying to make sure that they can get to the foot of the Alpe d'Huez with not too much of a deficit on the two leaders, which have now in fact been reduced to the one man at the front, which is Stéphane Hurlot. Around the corner there, the pace very high, a big long line. Alex Zuller queuing up behind Lance Armstrong. Right on Lance Armstrong's wheel in the black and yellow was in fact Abraham Olano.
And there's no doubt now that, in my opinion, Zuller is going to attack maybe as soon as this slope starts here. That's why he's got his team to whip up the pace. We've gone back to the leader, Stefan Erlo. He's on his own now as he starts the switchbacks, and as he climbs up, it tells you exactly the number of meters you have climbed. The corners are all numbered and they count down to the finish. And when he looks over to his right here, in a matter of climbing just for a kilometre, the little town of Bourg-d'Oisans, well, it looks so small because you do get to height so quickly. Just 13.5 kilometres to go. Under normal circumstances, Paul, he'd have won this stage.
This is not normal circumstances, though. This is a very difficult climb. The holder of the record for the speed going up here, in fact, is Marco Pantani when he won at the Alpe d'Huez in 1997. It took him 37 minutes and 35 seconds to ride up this mountain. And if Stefan Erlo could ride up it in just 40 minutes, he would have a pretty good chance of winning. But that is going to be a hard feat to ask him to do, considering the fact that he's been at the front of the race for so long.
That's right. He went clear with Bourguignon on the descent of the first big col today, 77 kilometres covered, and by the time he gets to the summit, it's 220 kilometres done, and it would have been a marvellous breakaway to be successful. That is unlikely, but even so, you've got to give it a go now. We're looking at a man who's worn the yellow jersey in the Tour de France and known the heartbreak of being forced to abandon while wearing that yellow jersey when he did so in tears. Now look at this now as the Kelme boys assisted here by the white jerseys of Benesto. We've even got some of the Telecom riders on the left there trying to race up towards the start of the slope. We're not far away now from going onto the lower slopes of the Alpe d'Huez climb. And Lance Armstrong poised brilliantly, still using his teammate Tyler Hamilton to bring him to the slopes. Now the climb begins.
The climb begins now, and this is when you change from having used almost the biggest gear that you've got on your bicycle immediately to using one of the lowest. Acceleration now coming from Tyler Hamilton. Attacks immediately at the bottom of the climb coming from the Kelme riders, but Hamilton beautifully moving Armstrong up there into third position.
Well, there it is, Alpe d'Huez. The zigzags like a piece of string thrown across a mountain face all the way up to the top, as far as you can see. And these riders just jump on the slopes as if they have just 2 meters to go. They just go straight at it. So the leaders now have started the climb of Alpe d'Huez. They're already bringing back Roland Meyer here. He's been out in front and got absolutely nowhere. They've swept him up as soon as the climb has started, while this man has dropped Thierry Bourguignon. There he is in the distance. And Bourguignon, though, has seemed to recover.
Bourguignon didn't try to follow the acceleration of Stefan Erlo at the bottom of the climb. He just knows that he has to ride at his own pace. Now, a normal rider who is not a great climber can lose up to 15 minutes on the climb of the Alpe d'Huez. And Stefan Erlo not too excited by the support he's getting from these people here. It's a very dangerous thing that a lot of these supporters do. They run alongside, and I've seen them actually knock riders off on the slopes here of the Alpe d'Huez.
Well, really, you can see they like your support, but they don't like the proximity of you being so close to them. They're trying to concentrate now on what is one of the steepest climbs in the Tour de France, and the pressure is on them because the world is looking at them as well. And half of the world, I think, is on the slopes.
This is a very hard climb to get up. Armstrong moving up very comfortably into second position there. I have to take my hat off to the work done by Tyler Hamilton today, because he has consistently been at the front looking after Armstrong. Armstrong has all he's had to do today is ride in the shelter of his teammate. Richard Virenque sliding down the group a little bit. He should be a lot closer to the front if he's thinking of trying to get a victory for the French here on Bastille Day.
Well, Solon and Nesabo really did bring these leaders onto the slopes at very, very fast speed. You're right about Tyler Hamilton. He's come right to the front here, kept an eye on his team captain Lance Armstrong, and you know, surely we're not going to see these two ride away from the front of this group. But looking at some of the faces, Paul, there's a lot of riders suffering in this little league group.
Tyler Hamilton would be very happy that in fact Team Kelme and Benesto came up to the front on the flat section between the two climbs, because that gave him a little bit of rest to allow him to just recover just enough to look after Lance Armstrong on the early few kilometres of the Alpe d'Huez. Going out to the back though of the yellow jersey group is the champion of France, that is Francois Simon. And it looked very much as if Prudencio Indurain was pretty close there too.
He was just ahead of him, and Indurain, the name Indurain, usually at the front at this stage in the Tour de France between 93 and 98. And just look at this, you know when you arrive at Alpe d'Huez because the crowds are dense and they're cheering everything they can. And this is what they've all been waiting for now, the leaders of the Tour de France, and they're putting the pressure on now because this is the first attack which has gone from the 15 riders who are chasing the leader, and it's Manuel Beltran who's gone for Benesto. Now, is this the softener to prepare the way for Zuller?
This is what they have to do. They have to keep launching attacks on Lance Armstrong if they're going to put him into difficulty in the mountains. A lot of Benesto riders still in that group, and they're hoping that Tyler Hamilton, the last remaining teammate of Lance Armstrong, will crack, and that will have Armstrong on his own, and then the attacks will come from Escartin and from Zuller.
Well, we're looking down now at Beltran, still up the road, but his gap at the start of the climb was 5 minutes 10 seconds. It's now down to inside 3 minutes to Stefan Erlo. But the gap is closing down, but he's hanging on. We're 9 kilometers from the finishing line as well. But Beltran now, he's the first man to go. Armstrong won't react on Beltran. He's not important in Armstrong's book.
Another attack coming off the front of the group now. All these men trying to attack Lance Armstrong. Another rider going across the green and white. That is a Kelme rider. So the teams of the Spanish climbers now trying to soften it up, trying to prepare the terrain for their men to try and have a go at Lance Armstrong.
Beltran lies 25th overall. It could well be Carlos Contreras, who's just gone there. He lies 26th. And the riders now trying to get control and to break the spirit of Armstrong. But we've had glimpses of him, and he looks so cool and easy. He's just sitting there at the moment. But he's going to have to make a decision too. This is Contreras, who has gone clear now. And the group here now also being joined by the Casino rider. And that is Benoit Salmon. And he has done a good ride today.
Contreras again attacking as he did yesterday. Benoit Salmon moving up into first place, but the way Contreras attacked, he opened up the gap very quickly, but then seemed to reach his maximum. In fact, Benoit Salmon has taken over, and he now is coming under the banner, which tells these riders they've got 10 kilometers left to go to the summit of the climb.
So it's about a kilometer further up the slope to the leader on the road today, Stefan Erlo, who's done a marvellous ride. Thierry Bourguignon is still up there as well. Little acceleration by Salmon. I think we might well be moving up to Beltran now, because Beltran is the man who started the flurries of attacks. But Armstrong staying just nice and cool. He hasn't reacted to any of these attacks so far.
He doesn't have to respond to any of these attacks. These aren't the men who can really put him into danger, but this man is. Escartin has gone off the front, and you can see Tyler Hamilton digging now. He can't respond anymore. He's done so much work today, and Armstrong has left Escartin go clear.
Now, he's going to wait, I think, to see just whether Escartin is going to settle in and go for it, or whether indeed he will come back under his own volition. Escartin, Lance will see as a danger. He's 8th overall and 9 minutes behind him. And this is what his teammate was waiting for. Carlos Contreras has now got his team captain with him, and he's prepared to work.
That's exactly what they did yesterday, the 1-2. They sent out Contreras, and Escartin jumped across to him. Then Contreras waited for Escartin to come out of the yellow jersey group, and now the two riders will work together, and they're opening up a very quick advantage on Lance Armstrong. And I would have to say now that Tyler Hamilton must be pretty close to being finished.
Well, you are now watching two great climbers in action here. Just look at the way they are hammering the slopes. They immediately come up behind Salmon, and very shortly they'll be going round him too and sweeping up Beltran, who's just up the road too. These two riders have got what they wanted. It was a premeditated plan, wasn't it?
Certainly was, just the same as they did yesterday. They sent out two men to try and work together. Contreras now is being put into difficulty by his own teammate. There up the road you can see Beltran, the Benesto rider, and they've closed down the gap on him pretty rapidly. The lead at the moment is up the road for Stefan Herlo. His advantage is 2 minutes and 20 seconds, so it's coming down pretty quick.
I would think it will plummet at the moment, because these two riders are working together. Beltran, you remember he was riding well yesterday too. He cracked towards the end. He's a very talented young climber, is Manuel Beltran. Destined for great things, the big man Miguel Indurain once said. And now he's waiting for two other climbers to join him. Three climbers then have now rid themselves of the maillot jaune. Lance Armstrong. Armstrong, well, if he rides like he rode at Sestriere, he will wait, Paul, and then he will try to bridge the gap.
He won't panic. He won't panic. He will just ride at his own pace. He was using Tyler Hamilton to the maximum, and then once it comes that Hamilton has got no more energy left, then Armstrong will take over and start to ride this climb at his own pace. And yesterday his own pace was too fast for everybody else in the race.
Well, the ungainly figure of Fernando Escartin on the right, who abandoned the Tour last year in protest when he was lying 4th overall because of all those invasions by police, etc. Now he's back to do a good ride. Here goes Pavel Tonkov digging deep too. The man that crashed yesterday on the descent of Mont Genèvre. and is still smarting over that. He's now launched an attack. Armstrong is watching these riders hit him right, left and centre at the moment on the climb of Alpe d'Huez.
Tonkov going very clear there. Then now you can see the work has been done by Tyler Hamilton. He's swung off the front. He's done a great job. I don't really know where he got his energy from to just keep setting the pace on the Alpe d'Huez, but now Armstrong is alone. Now he will have to set the pace himself at the front of that group with all the other leaders there, like Alex Zuller.
Well, Tonkov was Mappe's ace card to win the Tour de France this year. So far, things have not gone his way, and he is a massive 10.5 minutes behind Lance Armstrong. A couple of minutes back today on the Alpe, though, would do him in good stead. But it's not going to happen, Paul, because Armstrong himself has brought what's left of this group right up to Tonkov and to Salman. And sitting behind Lance is Alex Zuller, and he is yet to make his move.
Alex Zuller keeping a very close eye on Armstrong. He knows how strong this man is. He's finished second to him in both the time trials, and he was second to him at the Sestriere summit yesterday. But that was a great move by Armstrong. You see how intelligent he's riding. He's leaving his teammates to do all of the work until the last possible moment, and now it's up to him to set the pace.
And Armstrong looking around there, I think, to see probably where Tyler Hamilton was. You can see the difference in the speed now. We've gone up to the leader, Stefan Erlo, who's responding as best he can to the cheers from the people on the barriers there, because he's a Frenchman riding out Bastille, they don't forget. And Tonkov has gone again. He's waiting for Armstrong to join him, and he's kicked again, and this time Zuller is going across.
That's what Zuller was waiting for. He's waiting to see if Armstrong was able to respond. He's gone straight after Tonkov. Armstrong now accelerating in third position there. He knows that he has to try and stay with Alex Zuller, and the gap is there at the moment. Tonkov is riding very smoothly around that corner. Armstrong pulling himself there back to the wheel of Alex Zuller.
Well, these great bike riders now are prepared to rip each other apart on Alpe d'Huez today. It is a long time since we've seen riders in a group like this go one-on-one. Normally by now, especially the last two times, Pantani has been away on his own. But this time, there's a number of riders here still believe they can be first to the top, including Richard Virenque, who is now back in the picture.
Virenque is hanging there, just trying to survive, hoping that once Armstrong comes back to the wheel of Tonkov and Zuller, it will slow down and he can recover. You can see the damage that's been done there. A lot of riders being left behind, but the green and white jerseys are just in front. Fernando Escartin's attack once again is being nullified, this time by the acceleration of the Swiss rider Alex Zuller.
Well, there were 15 of them together when they came onto the Alpe today, just chasing those three riders up in front. They soon swept up Roland Meyer. We've still to see Thierry Bourguignon, who's up there somewhere, and the first man on the course is Stefan Erlo. But it looks like that flurry of attacking by Tonkov and Zuller and the reaction by Armstrong has brought these three back to heel.
Well, this is Fernando Escartin. These riders at the moment 1 minute and 50 seconds behind the lone leader, Stefan Erlo, former French champion, former yellow jersey holder at the Tour de France. Alex Zuller, Pavel Tonkov and Lance Armstrong riding themselves back up to that very strong attack by Fernando Escartin. And Virenque, for the moment, very happy to sit in the last place in the group.
Well, this rider now here being dropped from the group is Vinokurov. He is also struggling. He's having a better day than he had yesterday. As we go lower down the slope, this looks like Laurent Dufaux is also in trouble again.
Laurent Dufaux suffering on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez, but I tell you what, anybody would suffer because of the accelerations that have been going on this climb. It is very rare to see so many riders attack. But in the past, we've, as you've said, seen just one rider clearing off, and that's Marco Pantani. But today, everybody wants to try and attack.
Well, they're getting themselves back together. They shed a few of them, but this group now are very equally matched men. Have come back together to slug it out one-on-one. The American flag there flying for Lance Armstrong, and they gave a big cheer earlier today, by the way, when the only American to win the Tour de France yet is Greg LeMond. He came up on his bike as well. He won the Tour 3 times and tried to get a dead heat with Bernard Hinault back in '86, but the judges split them and gave it to the Frenchman. That's the only time the French have ever won up here.
There was a pretty close photo finish there as well, and I reckon the Blaireau Bernard Hinault just rolled his bike forward a little bit at the last minute because he knew which way the judges would make their decision.
And Bernard Hinault now part of the Tour de France organisation, and Greg LeMond waiting at the top to welcome Lance Armstrong as well. Remember that we've seen Lance Armstrong come back from the dreadful disease of cancer. We also remember Greg LeMond came back to win the Tour de France twice, having been shot in the back by mistake when he was out hunting with his brother-in-law. Now up to the leader, and he's still there and just ignoring what's going on behind him. He knows what will be going on behind him. He is just trying to concentrate, suffer and stay out there.
A very laboured style of Stefan Erlo, just ticking out a rhythm, trying to make sure that he can hold on to at least some of the advantage he had at the bottom of this climb, but it's come down dramatically. He was 5 minutes and 10 seconds ahead of the yellow jersey group as they turned left at the bottom of this climb, and the last time check we had was 1 minute and 50 seconds on the group with Fernando Escartin, Zuller and Lance Armstrong.
Here's Thierry Bourguignon, still ahead of that rapidly closing select group of bike riders as he just gets on with it. Look at this crowd here now on Alpe d'Huez, as big as ever. It used to be the domain of the Dutch, and they got 8 stage victories here with their riders, but they haven't got climbers anymore now, and so we're going to see, I think, a new name at the top of the list today, maybe a new country as well.
Thierry Bourguignon put a great attempt in today to try and wave the flag for France on Bastille Day, but he's now been caught, and all of the effort being done at the front here by this young man, Manuel Beltran. Many riders from Spain expect him to go on to greater things, but today he has to do the hard job of a domestique for Alex Zuller. He's setting the pace there, and you can see it's amazing the position of Escartin. He always looks as if he's on the point of cracking.
Well, we've got Tonkov there, number 31. When you see the one after a rider's number, as I've said before, it usually means that rider is the nominated team leader. And we expect to see a lot of those with one after the number on this climb today. 21 is Eric Zabel. You won't see him though, Paul, because he's a sprinter and he's a long way back right now.
Eric Zabel will be very happily in the autobus, probably 30 minutes behind the action that's happening here on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez at the moment. Armstrong again looking very cool as he did yesterday. He'll be savouring the sunshine because he revels in difficult conditions, and he reckoned yesterday that the advantage he had over the climbers was the fact that everybody had bad morale when they learned that the weather was going to be bad, and that gave him even stronger morale because he's always performed well in wet and difficult conditions.
Which is surprising, really, because he comes from Plano in Texas, and it's pretty hot down there. And today, well, he's going to feel a little bit at home. Round the village of Uez here, around the cemetery, which is a popular camping out point for many of the spectators for a couple of days before. The Danish seem to have claimed this spot these last few years, and it looks like they've done it again today. And they've had the pleasure of cheering Bjorn Ries up here as winner of the Tour de France as well.
Stefan Erlo is having a very hard time up the road. The last time check is 1 minute and 10 seconds, so he's crumbling at the front, and I don't believe he can hold on because the speed of that group behind with Alex Zuller, Tonkov, Armstrong and Escartin is a lot faster. In fact, it's already lost another 9 seconds.
61 seconds from the rapidly closing group. They must be on the back wheel of Thierry Bourguignon right now as he starts the climb here, and you can see our cameraman trying desperately to give you an angle there to give you some idea just how steep Alpe d'Huez is. I know many of you will have climbed this on your bike. It is a viciously steep climb. Stephen Roach once told me, Paul, it is hard at the bottom and easy at the top. Well, I wouldn't agree with him.
It probably was easier for Stephen Roach because he was riding to try and win the Tour de France, but I always find it very difficult the whole way up this climb, but certainly it is a lot steeper at the bottom. And if you are a technical person when it comes to bicycles, most of these guys will use a 39-21 tooth sprocket at the bottom of the climb.
And work up as they go up, I suppose. But Beltran, the sweat running off his face there, trying to keep the pace high here, just in the hope that Armstrong might crack and Zuller might go forward, his teammate.
Zuller sitting comfortably in second position. He's allowing his teammate now to set all the pace making. Escartin there in the green and white has moved up into third place, and Armstrong riding in fourth. Tonkov now happy to sit on the wheel of Lance Armstrong, and Contreras dropping back a bit further.
Again, as we come towards the end of a stage, Armstrong alone now. His team once more have done a brilliant job for him. They've given everything again the second day in the Alps to keep Armstrong in a position without using any energy. Now their captain has to show what a great bike rider he is again today. Back up to the leader, those legs not turning round as fast, and I should imagine those beautiful muscles there are feeling a bit tired right now.
So difficult just to keep the legs rolling over. He's out of the saddle now. He really looks like a broken man. He's just hoping that he can hold on a little bit longer, but he knows what's happening behind. His team manager, Mark Madio, was up a few moments ago to let him know just exactly what's happening. And Race Radio now panicking, trying to clear the gap behind Stefan Erlo because the group of the yellow jersey is right upon him.
It won't be easy because the crowd have reduced the road here to a little wider than Stefan himself, and they want the cars behind out of the way now because of the approach of the rest of the race. Well, the rest of the race being about 7 riders, 2 from Banesto and 2 from Kelme. That gives them the options against Lance Armstrong from US Postal and Pavel Tonkov from Mapei.
The last few words from Mark Madio coming up alongside there. Keep going, son. It's very difficult, I know, but just keep rolling that gear over. But he's really just prolonging the agony, because right behind there's a lot of speed in that group of Lance Armstrong. You can see the number there on the corner, number 6. When they reached the bottom of this climb, it indicated 21 corners to the summit, and he's not got very long to go, but I tell you what, there's a long way between the corners as you get further up the mountain.
Well, we're about to see them coming up on a slope lower down. It's still a good gap here. 6 more corners to go before we straighten out onto the top of the Alp, race across the town and up to the finishing line. And Stefan Erlo, again, a rider showing us that he deserves to win today, but the Tour de France doesn't think like that. 5 kilometers to go for him now, and the pace behind is clearly quicker. And the only thing that can go in his favour, Paul, is that if Armstrong has cooled them all down and for some reason they do slow.
Looking last time at Manuel Beltran, he wasn't looking like he wanted to slow down very much at all. He wants to try and get a victory today for the Banesto team, and he wants to try and get it for Alex Zuller. He won't slow down. He'll keep the pressure on over the next few kilometres, because they know now that the end of the day is in sight for Stefan Erlo. He's been at the front of this race for an awful long time, and it's just impossible to keep riding.
Well, Andy Hampson, the only American to win at Alpe d'Huez. AI-rchive, the only Spanish rider, now retired to win at Alpe d'Huez. And Paul Sherwin is telling us 32 seconds is the time gap as they go under the 5 kilometre banner, and the 2 Banesto boys setting the tempo.
Alex Zuller now will be thinking about the finish. He knows what it's like at the top of the Alpe d'Huez, and he will certainly want to try and outwit Lance Armstrong. But that will be difficult, because Armstrong has a very strong finish, and if they don't get away from him, then the victory may well go to the American, making him the second American to win
would be
here.
Unbelievable, Paul, wouldn't it? Nobody could have prophesied that. Lance Armstrong winning again, both mountain stages in the Tour de France. And here we go. Well, it might well be, because this is the only man that's stopping Armstrong at the moment from thinking about that way. He's riding on the wheels of the Banesto boys, Beltran and Zuller. So it could be his hat-trick. There was a rest day in between, but I suspect we still call it a hat-trick, wouldn't we?
The last time somebody won both of these stages was 1952, and that was Fausto Coppi. And that performance was the opposite way round, because he won at the Alpe d'Huez the first time and then went on to win at Sestriere. And I tell you what, they've cleared the gap behind Stefan Erlo now, and the yellow jersey group is coming in very quickly.
Now then, the motorbikes will have to come out soon as well. Erlo is having all sorts of pain here now, as he just wants to try and survive. He's in and out of the saddle. This is such a cruel climb, and it is nice and warm here now, which is great for the spectators, but I think the riders might like it a little bit cooler. Virenque then in that polka dot jersey latched onto the back and has done nothing yet but follow wheels, and the same has to be said by Alex Zuller here. Since that one attack which Armstrong answered, they've all gone back into the pack, and they're playing into Lance's hands right now, because I don't believe he's tired at all.
It looks very cool. The Italians have got a representative in this very elite group as well. This is Giuseppe Guerini wearing number 24 there. That was the pink and white jersey on the back for Team Telecom. So at least the Italians have got something to shout about, and probably the fact of the presence of Gianni Bugno as well, who's here at the finish line today, will make them quite happy.
And of the 6 Italian wins here, Fausto Coppi's got 1 and Gianni Bugno has 2. He's won up here twice, and that's why he's come this year. And maybe he will cheer Guerini over the line first. But this man is still hanging on. Nice to see the British flag there. It'll be a little way to Chris Boorman, but he is coming. We've seen Chris in a big group alongside Stuart O'Grady when they came over the top of the Col de la Croix de Fer. So he will safely arrive here and well inside the time limit too at the finish line.
The pain on Stefan Erlo's face now is really starting to tell. He wonders, why have I been out here for so long? Why can't I just find that little bit more energy? He can hardly outpace these spectators running up alongside him, but right there you can see now for the first time the yellow jersey group of Lance Armstrong.
So it's been relentless pressure, and this has been a marvellous performance by Stefan Erlo. He's made his big effort, but it looks as though it's going to come to an end somewhere in the region of 3.5 kilometres from the line. There's the 4, so I guess it'll be 3.5.
Erlo now is really broken. He knows where he has to go. He can look up to the right-hand side there and see the summit of the Alpe d'Huez. The time advantage he has is inside 10 seconds, so very shortly he'll be put out of his agony. And Armstrong still looking very comfortable, but so too is Tonkov.
I've hardly seen Lance Armstrong even come out of the saddle on this climb, which in itself is almost unthinkable. You see how the 2 leaders are in and out of the saddle all the time, including Zuller. And Guerini sitting at the back here, also looking like a man that might have a little sprint in his legs tonight.
Guerini sitting at the back there, representing Team Telecom, the dominant team of the Tour de France over the last 2 or 3 years. And this is the moment that Stéphane Arlaud did not want to see on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez. He didn't want to see the big group coming up to him. He thought he had enough advantage at the bottom of the climb, but after a long breakaway, the Frenchman's been brought back into the fold.
You have to feel sorry. He shook his head there, and I do believe he's going to try and hang on, but he won't, because the speed now will be just simply too high. They are now racing for the first prize today. £5,000 it is for the first man over the line, but it's more than that. When you win at Alpe d'Huez, nobody ever forgets. They could name every winner up here since Fausto Coppi back in 1952.
Alex Zülle very happily sitting in the wheel of his teammate there. All of these riders now thinking about the victory at the end of the Alpe d'Huez. Stéphane Arlaud's done a great job. He's recovered.
Well done.
He's really digging deep to stay on the back of this very elite group.
Well, good for him. He's taken the wheel of Guerini at the back here, the Italian riding this year in the Team Telecom colours from Germany. Normally we see Jan Ullrich coming up, or Bjarne Riis at this point of the Tour de France, but they're both out this year with injury, as we still try to keep the pace steady at the front. Beltran doing a superb job for Alex Zülle, who must be a little tired at finishing second to Lance Armstrong in this Tour de France so far. With him, I mean, Zülle will be up to at least third place now overall, with the loss of Christophe Moreau. And of course, we haven't seen Abraham Olano for a while. He's been dropped.
Abraham Olano was dropped almost immediately. The accelerations came at the foot of the climb. This is the part of Alpe d'Huez that Stephen Roach would probably call fairly easy. It does level out somewhat when you get to this point here. In fact, Olano is 1 minute behind this group at the moment.
Well, if he loses 1.5, he will lose his second place to Alex Zülle today, because Zülle is right in that group. This year, the Tour de France also giving time bonuses for every stage of the road stages. So there's a 20-second win bonus as well on top of the Alpe d'Huez this year. And that's the first time that has happened.
Beltran now sitting on the front, just digging very deep. He wants to keep this group as compact as possible. He doesn't want any attacks to come from Fernando Escartin, currently in third position there in the green and white jersey of the Kelme squad. Armstrong still in fourth place, looking very comfortable, but he'll be waiting for the attacks to come now, and if somebody does attack, he will respond immediately.
Well, Beltran has an absolutely superb ride up this climb. Completely sacrificed any chance of winning in favour of Alex Zülle. Zülle grits his teeth there, sits in the slipstream of his teammate. He doesn't want to go through yet. 3 kilometres or so to go up to the finishing line now. This is a very select group, and sadly Stéphane Arlaud has now been dropped off the tail of it.
Fernando Escartin in third position there, just looking over his shoulder, having a quick look at the face of Lance Armstrong, trying to read whether there's any sign of weakness, trying to find out whether Armstrong is having a bad day, because they say that you always have at least one bad day in the Tour de France, and if you do, you've got to try and hide it.
8 riders coming up towards the summit of Alpe d'Huez. I don't think we've ever seen that before, Paul.
Have to go back a long way through the history books to find when there's been such a large group at the front of a mountain stage of the Tour de France, and especially the Alpe d'Huez. For the moment, though, it's a big battle between the Banesto team and the Kelme team to try and dislodge Armstrong, who's comfortably sitting there in fourth place.
Well, if it comes up in a group this size and nobody attacks Armstrong, he carries a pretty mean punch and a sprint finish, and it could well be another stage win for him and a 20-second win bonus, and that really would put the Tour de France out the window for the rest.
It's a very difficult sprint to judge up here, though. There was a man by the name of Jean-René Bernadotte who thought he was going to win here at the Alpe d'Huez. He was always, throughout his career, the rider who used to use massive gears, and when he came to the finish in Alpe d'Huez, he misjudged it, put it onto the small chainring, and got blown away by Peter Winnen.
And Winnen, in fact, a great name for a Dutchman, Winnen. As an attack goes here for Guerini has gone. Guerini has jumped here, Stefano Guerini, or Giuseppe Guerini rather. Now Tonkov, he looks as though he's trying to answer. Zülle is going to have to dig deep and pay back his teammate, I think. But Guerini is trying to make it. They've all sat up except Guerini.
Tonkov couldn't do it. He tries to close the gap. He accelerated but was unable to. There was nothing left. Now he's leaving it up to Alex Zülle. Zülle wants the victory today, so he's left his teammate Beltran behind. He's closing the gap. Escartin is up into second position there. Armstrong has responded perfectly.
Well, gone is Beltran by that attack. He's now been tailed off, so it's up to Zülle on his own versus Armstrong. This rider, we expected to have a go here because he is a beautiful little climber, and he comes from Italy. and he can shake hands with Gianni Bugno at the top if he hangs on. But he's going to make a big effort here, and there may be no reaction from Lance Armstrong because he's more concerned at the whereabouts of Alex Zuller. Guerini overall is 14th, and he is 11 minutes back overall, so Lance isn't going to chase him down.
He won't be too worried, but one man has responded again. There's the green and white jersey, Fernando Escartin. He wants the victory here, and he's going to try and close it down. He's blown away Alex Zuller, and immediately moving up into second place was Lance Armstrong.
Now, Armstrong does not seem to want to let Escartin get out of his sight. He does see him as a danger, especially with the Pyrenees still to come, because they're not very far away from Spain. And Armstrong is going to watch if Escartin attacks. I'm not sure he can go much quicker.
He said for the last couple of days the men that he does fear the most are Fernando Escartin and Alex Zuller, and he's got both of them in his sights at the moment. He's sitting there comfortably in third place, keeping an eye on them, but whenever they do accelerate, he responds immediately.
And Virenque is watching the party take place all around him and doing absolutely nothing. And if Guerini comes back, I think Virenque will make his move.
Good move by Guerini. He let the other big guns of the Tour de France battle it out. They launched their attacks. He just sat there comfortably waiting for them to weaken a little bit, and then he hit them just at the right time. Tonkov tried to go across, but he was not able to.
Well, Guerini was brought to the team to help Bjarne Riis and Jan Ullrich, and instead he's turned out to be the team leader in this Tour de France, and now they're going after him as they start to react. Now it's going to be a pretty tough one. The Mapei rider Pavel Tonkov is now attacking yet again as we nip under the banner 2 kilometers from the finish. This will damage the attack of Guerini.
Good move by Tonkov, but again the response coming behind. This time it's again Fernando Escartin, Alex Zuller. Look at the faces on these guys. They really are suffering as they approach the summit of the Alpe d'Huez. And Armstrong's face showing no emotion at all, just total concentration.
And if they keep attacking him like this and he just keeps on pedaling like this, he's going to go and finish it all off for himself. There's an awful lot of Americans on the Alpe today waiting to see their man come home. 16 seconds is the first time check we've had with Guerini, and they haven't. That attack hasn't really damaged his breakaway at all. He's only just over a mile from the line now, and a massive crowd welcomes the Tour de France to Alpe d'Huez, and the man in yellow is there, and he's hardly conceding a second of his lead.
The most important men for him to watch are the two men in front of him on the left in the green, Escartin and Zuller. I would have expected Richard Virenque to try and attack, but Virenque is in serious difficulty here. He's just surviving, holding onto the back wheel of this group, just trying to stay with them.
Nobody showing an interest in Guerini, who may well have played the winning card today and would become what would be the 7th Italian cyclist, or 7th Italian victory here, not the 7th Italian cyclist to win at Alpe d'Huez. Guerini getting on to the easier slopes now, where he can accelerate through the gears as he races across the town.
Picking it up now in the town. This is in the easiest part now. He's picking it up to around about 35 kilometers an hour, but it is still very difficult. He's got one more corner up in front of him, and then he will be coming onto the town square, and he will accelerate. And unless something very dramatic happens behind, the victory is going to go to this little Italian climber wearing number 24. Giuseppe Guerini is out of the saddle. An attack again coming from Tonkov. Tonkov really wants the victory today, and now a response coming from behind.
So the attack again is starting, and this time it's trying to split up the field at the back, but it looks as though this man, who's tried at least 4 times to break away, Paul, this may be the one. He's looked over his shoulder.
He wants it. He really wants to get clear. He's attacked 4 or 5 times to try and get rid of the other riders. There was a big recovery in the group of the yellow jersey though, because Beltran came back. 1 kilometer left to go, 1,000 meters for Giuseppe Guerini. He goes under the banner, and he knows what the finish is going to be like. They go across the town square to the roundabout and turn left, and in front of him is the most beautiful finish for a climber.
Well, Guerini has only one... that is disgraceful. Right in the way of going. A spectator got in the way. Well, I can't believe that. I've never seen that happen before here at Alpe d'Huez. And that man, I was about to tell you, was going to his first victory of the season. Well, Paul, look at that. Standing in the middle, this man is going to have one of the saddest memories ever of his visit to Alpe d'Huez. Now, the adrenaline flows, and he's still away. He's got to win.
Unbelievable to go down like that. There will be a big response behind. His advantage was just 16 seconds. He realises now he's got to really pick it up again, but he's going to be nervous now. He's going to be really pumping the adrenaline around his body. He's now onto the town square. It's going to be a flat section, but he's managed to get up, and that was amazing that he got up so quickly.
This amazing Tour de France is producing surprise after surprise. There isn't a person here now that won't want this man to win his stage, and I think he's going to do it anyway. The adrenaline is pouring down. He's going to zip his jersey up and look as smart as he can despite the dirt on it, because Guerini is going to get the victory for Italy despite what happened in that last few metres of the stage. He's now barely scurrying across the square here, looking over his shoulder, but it's his. It's going to be safe and nobody will take it off him. He won't do anything to alter the overall situation. Watch the left-hander. People have misjudged it before. Now he sees the finish and he sees the finishing banner. So Guerini will take the victory here today, and he will deserve it too. Giuseppe Guerini, he's never won a race this season, and now he's going to win here at Alpe d'Huez, the best place in the world to win a professional bike race. The two-arm salute is going to come, but for a moment there, his heart must have stopped. He is the winner of the stage. He might move up a little bit in the overall classification, but he won't affect the big lead of Lance Armstrong yet. There's the race round the corner now for second place, but it looks as though Tonkov will survive as the sprint starts with Escartine. Lance Armstrong dives across the road. He just wants to finish in the same time as those riders, as Tonkov comes up conceding 20 seconds on the line. Escartine followed up by Alex Zuller, and then the yellow jersey, Richard Virenque, and they're all safely in, just. And the arrival of the brave Stefan Erlo, just a little bit off the pace, but not a lot. He struggled his way up Alpe d'Huez, having been caught just on 3.5 kilometres from the finish. His team car encouraging him on as he races up towards the line, just over 1.5 minutes behind the finish there of Guerini. The picture will be good, but the story could have been one of disaster. How Guerini didn't break his collarbone, we'll never know. And after this, Giuseppe Guerini just had to win the stage. It was his first ever stage win in his third Tour de France, and what a way to get it. I'm not surprised he's happy. Abraham Olano continued to struggle, another 2 minutes plus lost today, and he's just held on now to his second place overall. While Chris Boardman, he finished in the autobus today at Alpe d'Huez, but I think he'll be happy enough with that. And tonight, Guerini joins Coppi, Bugno, Conti and Pantani as an Italian winner at Alpe d'Huez. But what about that crash? Well, here's what he had to say.
Sì, ho visto che si è messo in mezzo alla strada per fare una foto, poi io ero indeciso se passare a destra o a sinistra, e per tagliare la strada e farla più corta sono andato a sinistra e lui si è spostato proprio a sinistra e mi è venuto addosso.
Overall, Armstrong keeps all of his gains he got in Sestria yesterday. Zuller moves up to third and almost second. Olano had better watch out. Dufault, Tonkov and Virenque are all closing in. While Lance Armstrong will remember the Alps with fondness as he continues now in yellow tomorrow. But first of all, here he is with Paul Sherwin.
Would you not like to have won at Alpe d'Huez, because the last American to win here was Andy Hampson, your former teammate?
It's definitely a stage that is special, and it's actually more special than most because it holds so much mystique. But you can't win every day.
Any thoughts of responding to the attack of Guerini, or were you just happy to keep an eye on Escartine and Zuller?
Yeah, no, I needed to. Today I didn't need to attack, and I didn't need to try and win. I needed to keep my rivals in check, and Olano was dropped, and some other favorites were dropped, so it was a good situation. The only thing I needed to do is be steady.
Well done, Lance, and for the record, Richard Virenque improves his lead in the King of the Mountains, while Stuart O'Grady, who finished in the autobus along with Chris Boardman today, also stays ahead in the green jersey.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
And so to the 11th stage, 195.5 kilometres. The mountains are more or less behind us now as we run towards St Etienne, but as Paul Sherwin knows, it's pretty hilly around the back of the city.
It certainly is. This is the next 4 days of the Tour de France are going to be very difficult, although they are leaving the Alps behind. These roads around here leading down to the Pyrenees are very difficult, and the temperature, although it says 25 degrees Celsius, can climb up very easily to 35 degrees C and make it a very difficult, long, hard day in the saddle.
And it wouldn't be a Tour de France, wouldn't it, without the sunflowers there. But this man not interested in looking at the flowers because he was in a group which broke away, and he's gone clear of that group now, and we're just under 30 kilometres from the finish. Ludo Dirksen, the champion of Belgium, he's only won one race this year, and that was it.
If you're going to win one race, it might as well be the national champion, because you get yourself a pretty smart jersey that you can put on your shoulders for the next 12 months. But this man rode a brilliant race at the Belgian Championships just 1 week before the start of the Tour de France, and I was surprised to see him attack this group of riders that he was with. There were in fact 7 riders got clear of the peloton, built themselves up a lead in excess of 16 minutes, and they're now on the final climb of the day, the Col de la Croix de Chabouret, and there's no reaction at all, Phil, in the main field.
Well, it's like a club run at the back, because they're more than 16 minutes behind now as they've gone under that 25 kilometres to go banner, because all the riders who broke away here didn't affect the overall by a long way, and this rider has decided to go for what would be the greatest moment of a career which has not been going very long. He turned professional at 29 because he was a truck driver. He used to paint them, in fact, and now he's found himself as a good bike rider. Arriving in Saint-Étienne then, Ludo Dirksen has a good lead over the rest of the breakaway. They've tried to chase him down the mountains, but to no avail at all. He's going to enjoy this next couple of minutes now.
This is a great moment for a man to be able to win a stage of the Tour de France, but even to win a stage of the Tour de France with a national champion's jersey on your shoulders, it is magnificent. He doesn't have too much to worry about because the rest of the group, Phil, are more than a minute behind.
And the main field has now been timed at more than 20 minutes behind. So Ludo Dirksen is going to climb up the overall classification tonight, but it won't worry him too much because he started the day 74 minutes behind Lance Armstrong. He won't be thinking about that now. Now, the race here for second place, and Alexander Vinokourov leading them out. I must say, a rider we expected to be in for the overall, but hasn't been. Vladimir Belli then going for it now. Vladimir Belli, and also in third line is Konishev, who's having his best tour for years here, Dmitry Konishev. Now, he used to be a good sprinter. He's won the last stage in Paris before now, and it looks like he's going to have a clear shot at second place. So Konishev coming forward, just getting Vinokourov on the line, and behind comes Vladimir Belli. And the rest of the breakaway drifting in. There's the time gap to the right of the screen. Rick Verbrugge there. Another Belgian, but this is the Belgian who'll grab the headlines tomorrow. The champion of Belgium, Ludo Dirksen's getting his first stage win in the Tour. Here's the main field. Look at the clock on the left, but Eric Zabel still needs points for that green jersey of Stuart O'Grady, and he wins the bunch sprint as well. That was for 8th place today. And again, he has beaten Stuart O'Grady in a sprint. This is the man who gets the flowers today in Saint-Étienne, though. The end of the 11th stage, Ludo Dirksen's ahead of Dmitry Konishev, Vinokourov, Belli and Verbrugge. Overall, though, no change at all. Alano, Zuller, Dufaux, Escartine are still the riders closest to Lance Armstrong. And the next, as we look down here on the city of Saint-Étienne, the riders now will continue what will be hot and sultry days as we head towards the south and our next destination, the Pyrenees. And so to stage 12, 201 kilometres from Saint-Galmier down to Saint-Flour. And the undulations continue under a very hot sun today, Paul.
Well, these days are really going to wear out the US Postal Service team, Phil, because for the last few days, all they have been doing is sitting on the front of the main pack. Despite the fact that the breakaways have been going clear, they've had to assume control of the race, and that is going to wear them down. The breakaway got away again today, and it was David Echavarria who led them into the town.
And among the riders abandoning, Ivan Gotti has gone today, and this rider dreaming now of his first stage win in his Tour de France, because he's now heading up to what is a nasty little climb up towards the finishing line. He was part of a group of 14 riders, and he's now decided to give it a go for the finish.
It's really going to be a question of survival. His advantage over these chasing group of 3 is in only 20 seconds at the moment. Francois Simon is leading them, the French national champion. He's looking for a victory for France. Alberto Eli is the telecom rider in the pink and white jersey, and Steve de Wolf is the Belgian rider just on the back. In fact, Echavarria has stretched it out to 24 seconds, and the rest of the group more than a minute behind.
And we've called it the Stefan Erlo group. That man has been in so many escapes, and he's yet to get a result out of a day's racing in the Tour de France. He came close at Alpe d'Huez. 2 kilometres to go now for the 3 pursuers of De Wolf, Eli and Simon, but they're getting no closer to little David Echavarria. He is a rider that started out as a sprinter, having been the ex-amateur champion of Spain, but he's developed into a very good stage race rider because he's won the Tour de l'Avenir, what used to be known as the Amateur Tour de France, and now it looks as though the pressure's going on here now as again Francois Simon is trying to go clear as he races under the kilometre to go.
Well, Simon got a lone victory at the National Championships himself just 1 week before the Tour de France, and this was the kind of finish that it was, but he's not going to do anything to catch David Echavarria because today the victory is going to go to Spain.
So the Once boys are losing ground with their team leader Abraham Olano, but this young man is very much going forward now. His first stage victory in a Tour de France, and he's making the most of this. Little David Echavarria. And a good breakaway, late as it was by the champion of France, but still the French are being denied a stage win in this year's Tour. As they come up to the line, it's Simon gets second this time around. And they're still looking for a stage win. It's never happened, by the way, when they haven't won at least one stage since 1926. Here comes Alberto Elli. He will go across the line in third place. And none of these riders, by the way, approaching Lance Armstrong in that leader's yellow jersey. So Lance Armstrong quite happy with the way the race is going at the moment, as the riders will continue through the heat of this area. The main field again are losing big chunks of time today, and again Zabel is proving best of the rest. So Zabel now is beginning to prove he is the best man for that green jersey. There's the result of the day, and Frédéric Bessy of France getting 7th place. All these riders in the original breakaway. Hello and welcome to the Tour de France. Well, yesterday should have been a fairly routine stage through the Massif Central, but for some of the riders it brought all of the emotions of this great event. Happiness, sadness and mixed feelings. It was happiness for little Spaniard David Echavarria, who won the stage, his first in a Tour. For Stefan Erlo of France, part of yesterday's long escape, he climbed to 6th overall. But it was sadness for the Swede Magnus Backstedt, who, with an injured knee, retired in tears. Australian Stuart O'Grady has hated these travel days between the Alps and the Pyrenees, and yesterday he trailed home and lost his green jersey to Eric Zabel. Another Aussie, Jay Sweet, carries the weight of the Lanterne Rouge, and the last man of the Tour, although playing to the crowd, is very tired. And even the favourites made mistakes. Abraham Olano lost 2 seconds in the uphill finish as Lance Armstrong and Alex Zuller sprinted ahead. Overall, Lance Armstrong still has his lead intact, while Alex Zuller is now only 3 seconds behind Abraham Olano. Up into the top 8 is Stefan Erlo. And to add to a controversial day, Lance Armstrong, who conserved his big lead, has found other adversaries among the media. Some newspapers, especially here in France, are alluding to the fact he must be taking illegal stimulants. Because of these spurious remarks, Lance Armstrong walked to the obligatory anti-doping control yesterday without speaking to anyone, and it will stay that way until a press conference on Monday afternoon. That was confirmed by the team's general manager, Mark Gorski, when he spoke to Paul Schoen this morning on the telephone from the team's hotel just before they left for the start.
He and I have decided that he's just going to take 2 or 3 days where he's going to take some time off from doing the interviews just to provide him a little more time to recuperate. I think Lance is, without question, the best athlete in the professional peloton. He doesn't need any performance-enhancing substances to be the best, and I think the fact that it's a fairly level playing field this year is why he's winning the race. I think he's angered by the allegations, and there's certainly no truth to them at all. He's taken a couple days off, as we just said, from any more media interviews. He's done an awful lot in the last week, and he will be doing a press conference on Monday afternoon.
He is definitely not taking performance-enhancing drugs. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, it's part of a very strong team policy that we have on the U.S. Postal Service team. It's in every rider's contract. There's no gray areas like there may be on some other teams, and we're very clear on it. And I have no doubts that Lance is absolutely clean and looks forward to a
strong last few days of the Tour de France.
Well, there's no doubt that some sections of the press, mainly French, simply cannot accept that Lance Armstrong is winning this Tour de France by such a great margin. But the thing is, but for the crash of Alex Zula, the gaps would be a lot closer, I'm sure of that. Anyway, this is now the longest stage of the race at 236.5 kilometres or 148 miles as they go away from Saint-Flour to Albi, and we can expect again a very hot day.
This is one of the stages that Armstrong was pretty worried about, Phil, because there are 7 climbs on the day and hardly any flat at all. And the breakaway got to get away again early on. And at the first sprint point at Laguiole, they had 8 minutes and 30 seconds over the group. But for Lance, it was a bad day because he lost another teammate. Peter Meinhard Nielsen was forced to abandon with an injured knee.
And that's sad because the 2 previous years the US Postal Service have ridden the Tour, they've never lost a man. Now this year they've lost 2 men with injury, both with injury really, thinning them down to 7 riders. Abraham Olano here, back in the main field and still working out where on earth he can go in this year's Tour now. Onto the Côte de la Moisietti, and the breakaway still well clear here, 96 kilometres covered and 13 minutes 15 seconds the advantage as Mariano Piccoli leads them over the top of the climb.
A good move by Mariano Piccoli to get himself into this group because he can pick up points along the whole of the stage, and that will drag him a lot closer to the lead of Richard Virenque. The main field not worried at all about any of the riders in that group, 18 minutes 31 seconds behind.
Well, the Kelme team has started to ride now because they're endangering their team position overall with Spanish riders in the breakaway, but it won't affect these 2 riders here now at 1 kilometre to go because we've got Salvatore Camesso and Serpellini is the rider who's gone. Little Camesso in his first Tour de France, he won just before the start the Italian Championship. He hasn't won many races. The only other victory he's got is a stage of the Tour of the Cape in South Africa, and that is more or less an open race. Now he's coming up towards the back wheel of Serpellini. If he can get into the slipstream, Paul, he might just about win it.
Well, he's just done it. He scrambled to get back onto the wheel of Marco Serpellini, a former junior world champion. He's a very good rider indeed, but he doesn't have the great sprint. But Serpellini has attacked 2 or 3 times to try and put Camesso into difficulty, but now Camesso has him just where he wants him, and he's going to force his compatriot here to lead out the sprint.
Well, there were originally a breakaway of 15 riders here. These 2 made a go for it. It's worked now because I don't think the rest are going to come back here. Serpellini, he put himself on the front, and there's no way the other Italian is going to come round until he sees that finish line barrier. He's going to force Serpellini to lead out, and this is it now. He's going to have to give it his best shot right down the barriers. Look at the face, though, of the little man, Salvatore Camesso, former European road racing champion. He now goes clear, and Serpellini knows it's all over. So it's always nice to win when you're the champion of Italy, and he's done it this time. Bugno has done it in the Tour de France, and so too has Mario Cipollini.
A great win. Once he got in front of Marco Serpellini, there was never going to be any challenge at all. This man has been great over the first week of the Tour de France for Mario Cipollini, but now with Cipollini's withdrawal, he gets the chance to ride for himself, and he's done it to pretty good success this afternoon.
Well, this is the race for 3rd place here now, the remnants of that big breakaway, and Piccoli is not only a good climber but a very good sprinter as well, which is unusual. He gets the 3rd place ahead of Paolo Lanfranchi, and Roland Meyer was the rider across the line there in 5th. But the winner today, the champion of Italy, Salvatore Camesso, and in his first Tour de France as well. And again, Eric Zabel now back in the green jersey, cleaning up in the bunch sprint and nudging further ahead of arch-rival Stuart O'Grady there. Abraham Olano still 2nd overall in this race. No change at all in the overall classification, but it was a hard day of racing nonetheless. And it's also another day knocked off now as we go 1 day to the rest day of 199 kilometres from Castres down to Saint-Gaudens, where the riders have a day off right in the shadow of the Pyrenees. And then the big boys must come out and fight once again. The beauty of this little town of Castres, as this is the Tour village where the riders come along and talk to the people before the race gets underway. And then once out on the open highway today, well, they kept it together for a while, but soon a breakaway of 6 was trying to get clear of the field. And the towns in this area had really turned out the style for the passage of the riders in the Tour de France. The beauty of the Tour, under the escort of the US Postal Service's riders who really have rallied around their team leader and the race leader, of course, Lance Armstrong. In the heat of the day, as the race goes down towards the far south of a beautiful country, nobody was in any hurry at all. The peloton dragging their heels a little bit, 14 minutes and 7 seconds back.
This leading group of riders, Phil, once again taking advantage of the fact that the US Postal Service are not chasing down the breakaways. They're leaving it up to the Spanish teams, who are now fighting to try and gain control of the king of the teams competition. The Spanish teams are really at the top of that competition at the moment.
An interesting diversion for Lance Armstrong today, but if you want to know what it's like to be a prize winner in the Tour de France, well, ask Paul Sherwin.
This is the finish line of the Tour de France. You've just come across it in first place. What happens next? You've got to run the gauntlet through a melee of journalists, photographers, cameramen. But the green shirts, the security men of the Tour de France, they bring you in here. After 5 hours in the saddle, you've got to negotiate this really bad surface. But once you get into there, it's a quick wash down and a nice clean jersey. Immediately after that, you're brought into here. This is the holding area. This is reserved for champions, the green jersey, the yellow jersey, and the King of the Mountains, not to forget the winner of the stage. Once you hear the Tour de France anthem, you can walk out here nice and relaxed onto the top step of the podium. You can receive the accolades of the crowd. I don't know what that's like because I've never been there. I wonder who it's going to be today.
Well, never mind, Paul, you did come pretty close, I'll give you that. 20 kilometres to go now for the breakaway that's deciding this 14th stage, taking us down now towards the finish at Saint-Gaudens, a breakaway which started, in fact, at 71 kilometres today.
Unbelievable again, Phil. The speed has been so high. The first hour of racing, 46 kilometres an hour and 44 kilometres an hour in the second hour. That's why these guys have managed now to build up such a huge lead. And all the time on the front of the main field over the first 2 hours, it was the US Postal Service. But once this group started to get a big advantage, again, it was the Spanish teams who came to the front to start to organise the chase. Under the last kilometre, though, it's two riders managed to get clear. Dmitry Konichev, now he's won stages in the Tour de France before. He's won the last stage in Paris, but he hasn't won a stage for a couple of years.
And in fact, 8 years since he's won the stage. Vladimir Belli, by the way, was the best placed at this breakaway, 31st overall, 26 minutes off the pace. But these two are going to fight out the finish now. Now, normally Konichev is a very fast finisher, but he's got Fares in here from the Mappe team. And in fact, Konichev is not willing to take the lead out, even though he knows that Lelli is coming up quickly. And in fact, the Italian has panicked. Farazin has gone first. He's gone far too early here, and that's why he's sat up. But you see Konichev, who knows this man very well because Konichev lives in Italy. He's had a lot of firsts for Russia as a professional. He was the first world medalist in Chambéry when he got silver. He was the first man to pull on the polka dot jersey as leader of the King of the Mountains in the Tour de France for Russia. Now he'd like to continue his winning ways with another stage victory here. Remember, it's 8 years since he won, and that was in Paris in 1991. And now he goes again. And this time I think it's for real now, because Dmitry Konichev of Russia is going to make it fairly easy. Farazin did his best. It all didn't work out for him. He gets second, and Lelli gets a frustrated third. Now the race from the rest here. As they come up to the wine, that is Weisserman, who comes in, followed by Jackie Giron and the rest of that breakaway group. But here's the man who gets the glory, Dmitry Konichev of Russia, who now lives in Italy. And a victory for Mercatoni Uno, which is the team, of course, of Marco Pantani. And so he gets to salute the crowd again, despite the age catching up with him. The sprint here now, some 13 minutes has gone by, and again a battle between O'Grady and Zabel going the way of Eric Zabel. But Dmitry Konichev can now add Saint-Gaudens to his stage victories in the past at Pau, Aix-les-Bains and at Paris. But this man, Lance Armstrong, is still having to deny the fact he is not taking drugs in this Tour de France, and the press are saying he is.
And I can emphatically say I'm not on drugs. I thought a rider with my history and my health situation, and also with the results of my career, I would have thought that it shouldn't be such a surprise. Okay, I was surprised to have certain good days, but I'm not a new rider, and I'm sure that there's been some looking and prying and digging. I know there has been, but it's been a week and nothing's been found. You're not going to find anything. If it's L'Equipe, if it's Channel 4, if it's a Spanish paper, Dutch paper, Belgian paper, there's nothing to find. And I think once everybody gets done doing their due diligence And once everybody realizes that they need to be professionals and they can't print a bunch of crap, then they'll realize that that they're dealing with a clean guy. I mean, it's unfortunate that the yellow jersey of the Tour de France always has to defend drugs, or or say something about drugs, but c'est la vie.
Well, I suppose it's performances like this one at Sestriere which has brought the doubters out in force.
You know, the only thing I can, like I said a minute ago, is I can assert my innocence. Certainly I've never tested positive. I've never been caught with anything. France is a country that has been very strict against doping, both from a federation standpoint, from a race standpoint, from a police standpoint. I would remind the people that I live in France. I raced all year in France. I did my Tour de France preparation in France. I did training camps in France. I'm always in France. If I had something to hide, I think I would stay away from France.
A lot of people who watch our programs have heard of your illness and see you winning now and think it's nothing short of a miracle. Do you see it that way?
It is a miracle, because 15 or 20 years ago I wouldn't be alive, much less be riding a bike or starting the Tour de France or leading the Tour de France. So yes, I think it's a miracle.
Given that there was all this stuff in the French papers, are you surprised in a room full, maybe half full of French journalists, that none of the people who have presumably written all the stuff about you have had the nerve to ask you about it face to face?
I would say some of the questions asked have pertained to that, and I've answered them. I've asserted, I don't need to do it again, I've said I'm innocent. I've sort of given some facts that I think support that. And if they're here, they can certainly ask the questions.
Hello again and welcome to Tour Plus and our extended coverage this year of the Tour de France. We're now facing up to 2 tough days in the Pyrenees, and this is the finishing line of the first day, the little town of Puy-en-Velay. It's never played host to the Tour de France before. Well, yesterday Lance Armstrong called a press conference in Saint-Gaudens, and he went a long way to convincing the press he really is riding this tour without taking drugs. There was even a moment of humour. One of the journalists stood up and said, "But Lance, tomorrow all of the Spanish riders are going to attack." And Lance goes, "What?" He says, "Well, thanks for the tip. I'll try and counter the moves." But there was a black mark on the tour yesterday, the sudden departure of the Belgian rider Ludo Dirksens. Let's go now to Gary Imlach, who is in Saint-Gaudens, to give us an update on that.
Last Thursday, Ludo Dirksens was a great story. The 34-year-old former factory worker from Belgium, who'd only turned pro 4 years ago, won his national championship and then followed that up by taking a stage win in his debut Tour de France. The story that's emerging now is a bit messier.
What seems to have happened is that when Dirksens won his stage in Saint-Etienne, he feared that he was going to test positive for a corticosteroid that he says he took without his team's knowledge to help him get over a knee injury he'd suffered in the Tour of Germany. So, before he could be caught, he decided to declare it. In fact, though, he tested positive for nothing but urine. By then, though, it was too late. His team, Lampre, suspended him for taking what can be a permissible drug if it's given under prescription, and his tour was over.
And if that's the whole story, then Dirksens is guilty of not much more than stupidity. Certainly on the Richter scale of Tour de France drug scandals, this one is struggling to register.
Well, thanks, Gary. In addition to Dirksens, 2 other non-starters this morning from the Seiko team, Giuseppe Calcaterra and Mario Sciria. So they're also out. And as the field roll away, 11 o'clock in the morning, facing up to this tough day in the Pyrenees, 149 riders still left in the Tour, and this is how the top 8 look. Lance Armstrong, 7:44 ahead of Olano and 7:47 ahead of Alex Zula. Fernando Escartin, a Spanish rider, can be expected to make some moves today. Stefan Erlou, still the best Frenchman, lying there in 6th place.
Great conditions for the riders today, clear skies with a bit of cloud build-up in the latter part of the afternoon. The wind will be predominantly easterly, but it will be a tailwind up the valley towards Saint-Laurent. But towards the end, the temperature will be dropping to 15 degrees Celsius, having been at 25 degrees along most of the valley roads.
And the first sprint today at Fronsac, 23 kilometres under the wheels. A familiar battle this between the green jersey of Zabel and the green and white of Stuart O'Grady. Zabel getting the better of O'Grady. Stefan Weissermann coming in there in third place. And here's the rider we expect some fireworks from today. Second overall in the race, the Spanish captain, Abraham Olano, who leads the Once team into battle for sure. And the man who we won't see at the front today, Jay Sweet. He jacks everybody up. 2 hours 35 minutes he's lost, but his ambition is to see Paris, and we hope he does. Well, the action is on, and it's really put the US Postal team under pressure here. We've gone over the top of the Col des Arts, where the race was all together. The race being out-sprinted at the top there. Mario Piccoli was winning there, ahead of Richard Virenque and Stefano Gazzelli. Everybody was together, and then the attack started on the descent. We're now on the climb of the Col de Monte. Some 10 kilometres to go to the top. After a gentle start today, Paul, with the race being kept together, everybody having a little laugh and a joke, it's all changed now because attack has followed attack.
Well, they may have laughed and joked, but they didn't do it for very long, because obviously the big tactics today is coming from Team Kelme. They've put 2 riders up the road at the moment. One of those is Jose Javier Gomez, and Javier Ochoa, the man who fell off a couple of days ago. In fact, he's now in the front group. And all of this is to try and put pressure on the US Postal Service. But once again, Phil, they haven't been rattled. They've let these riders go on up the road to organise themselves into a breakaway. And you can see a big long line of US Postal on the front. This is the day when they must be the most worried, because there are so many climbs one after the other.
The day has started out fairly routinely for US Postal. They were riding along in the big field, everybody having a laugh and a joke and just gently rolling out. The good news is the weather is beautiful, and so we hope there'll be no bad weather in the high climbs today. But once they started the climbs, it was the Banesto team who started putting riders up front, and that's a typical tactic, no doubt ordered by their top man, Alex Zula, to start the attacks early today, because if they are going to take time off Lance Armstrong, they're going to have to do the attacks very early on to weaken the team around Armstrong and then isolate him and try and then hit him hard himself. We'll see if that's what happens, but right now the US Postal not panicking, Paul. They're keeping the rhythm well. They've got a breakaway up front. None of those riders affecting Lance Armstrong's overall position, and they certainly look very impressive right now.
No sign of panic at all. Armstrong really is a great leader. He's boosted the morale of his troop. After that rest day, they've managed to get themselves back into form again, and they're looking now at 2 very difficult days in the mountains. There's no sign of panic. They've done exactly the same tactic as they did over the flat stages. They've let a group of riders go clear, and the most threatening to them, in fact, for the moment, is Jean-Céline Robin of the Française des Jeux. He's 42nd overall, but he's almost 40 minutes behind Lance Armstrong. So for the moment, he doesn't have too much to worry about, and there's no panic. Big organisation, really, from US Postal.
Well, this is an 11-kilometre climb, which is the best part of 7 miles. Sorry about this little bit of interference we're getting occasionally because of the way the road twists and ducks and dives, and the trees interfering with the uplinks of the signals. But even so, these are lovely pictures today, and I'm sure, Paul, the riders breathed a sigh of relief when the sun was shining over the high mountain. First time we've seen the sun over them for 48 hours.
Certainly would be. They'd be happy, because that was an incredible electric storm and a big rainstorm that came through here just yesterday and the night before as well. So the riders are a lot happier that, in fact, the sun is shining over the Pyrenees today. This is a big day for the Spanish riders as well, Phil. We can see in the breakaway there are 2 riders from Banesto, 2 riders from Kelme, and there's an Once rider present, which makes me think it might be a good time to talk about our featured rider of the day, because he's heading up towards the Spanish borders. Abraham Olano is a 29-year-old Basque, and he lives not very far away from San Sebastian. He's married to Carmel, and he has a son by the name of Xavier. He started his career off, as many of these international cyclists do, as a track rider. And in fact, he was 3 times the national champion of Spain at the sprint, the kilometre and the team pursuit. He turned professional in 1992 for the Festina team, and then he joined Class, going on to join Mapei. A short stint with Banesto, where they thought he would be the heir to Miguel Indurain's throne, but then he swapped across to ride for the big Spanish Once squad. He became the first Spaniard ever to win the World Road Race Championships in 1995, and that was in Colombia. And then the following year, he came the runner-up position in the time trial at the Olympic Games in Atlanta behind Miguel Indurain. He's had 53 professional wins to his career, but obviously the greatest one for him so far has been the Tour of Spain, which he won at the end of last season.
followed that up very rapidly by the Grand Prix Eddie Merckx and the World Championships. But he's always been regarded as the heir to Miguel Indurain, so that's why today, riding into the Pyrenees, it's a very important day for him, because currently he's second in the overall standings at the Tour de France, and he'd like to go one better than that.
He certainly would, and today is going to be his big day, because he pops into Spain for just about 20 kilometres. But obviously down here in the Pyrenees, a lot of the spectators today will be Spanish.
We're still an awful long way to go to the finish line. Piron high up in the rankings. He's the most dangerous rider in this leading group of 7 now, and he's just 13 minutes 32 seconds behind Lance Armstrong. But you can see the main field is really led by the blue, black and red strip of US Postal Service. No panic at all at the moment, and riders like Frankie Andreu and George Hincapie will be the ones sacrificed over the early slopes of this climb. They're the ones who will have to put in as much work as possible to keep that breakaway not too far off the front.
Well, the list now is rather like a who's who in Spanish cycling. We've got 4 Spaniards up here, 1 rider from Kazakhstan and 2 Italians making this front group now. And this is starting to take a very interesting shape at the front.
But obviously it was going to be the tactic of the day for Bonesto and Kelme to put as many riders as possible into the leading groups on the first climbs of the day, because that's the only way they feel that they can put Armstrong under pressure, get rid of his team as quickly as possible, and then launch the attacks on the final couple of climbs of the day.
The 2 Kelme boys. This is poor old Renero here trying to do something. It's the first time I've seen him. He's been really suffering in this year's Tour and down on form, but he's trying to do something now on what is the last 2 days of the real mountains for the Tour de France. And when you were the previous king of the mountains of the Tour and finishing it in 4th place overall, this has been a really disastrous Tour for him.
It's been a disastrous Tour for the French as well, because they really haven't shone at all. There have been glimpses of great riding by men like Stefan Erlo getting in the breakaway, but now in fact you can see the confirmation of the gap down to the main field. It's still hovering around. It's just gone underneath the 50-second mark. It's now 47 seconds, and we're getting news over race radio, in fact, that there's been an abandon out on the race route, and the man who's climbed off is a man who we've really respected in the Tour de France over the last few years, the Danish rider Bo Hamburger.
Yes, that's really sad, but he's never had a real shot at the Tour this year. Previous stage winner, but the reason being the Pyrenees have proved too much for him. He's just climbed off actually just before this climb began, and he has been in hospital. He's had a problem with his back. The operation was a success, but it really left him no time, Paul, to get into shape for this race.
It's difficult to come to the Tour de France and try and ride yourself into condition, especially if you've missed a whole lot of the season. Again, Team Cofidis putting the attack in at the front of the main field. This time it's Roland Meyer, 7th in the Tour de France last year. He looked at the cross at the US Postal riders to see if there was going to be any reaction at all, and they don't care about this man. He's a long way down in the rankings, and they've allowed him to ride off the front of the group. But what it has done is provoke again an attack to come, and it looks to me as if that's Bonesto trying to send another rider off the front of the main pack.
Well, they're going to keep doing this, and they're going to keep applying the pressure now, because they know they've got to attack Lance Armstrong early today. If they take him towards the finish like they did at Sestriere, then he'll ride away from them.
In fact, this is Pavel Tonkov who's decided to go for a long attack, so Armstrong is going to have to react to this one, because this man is a serious contender for the overall rankings. Tonkov is 8th, 10 minutes and 18 seconds behind Armstrong, and he's joined very rapidly by the Spanish champion there, that's Angel Casero.
Well, this is an interesting move. Now, what will Lance Armstrong do about this? This is Laurent Dufaux as well. Now they've decided to really hit out at the champion straight away, Paul. This is going to cause a few problems, I think, for Lance. He's got to react.
Virenka's gone across there too, the leader of the King of the Mountains competition. So all of the big challengers now have decided they want to attack early on this stage through the Pyrenees, and this is going to be a great day's racing. You see immediately, Phil, all the blue jerseys of US Postal have disappeared from the front of that pack, and Armstrong now is going to have to dig deep into his reserves, because this is going to be a long day in the saddle.
Well, there's Roland Meyer as well, and he's a strong rider in the mountains here. He's come up, they've just gone by Christophe Raniero, who's been trying for ages to catch up. This was a ploy, I think. Raniero was the first to go, but they've come up. Now Armstrong is reacting. He still has one rider with him down there. I bet it's Kevin Livingstone, as they try now to put things to rights. Very early for an attack, but they had to do this, Paul.
This is the only way to put him into difficulty, the only way to really try and dislodge him, get rid of the teammates, and then he's down to just 2 men to look after him. And you can see how those attacks have absolutely exploded that main field. There'll be a lot of riders scrambling at the back of the pack here now, trying to organize themselves into the autobus, because this is going to be a long day for the non-climbers. Those guys are really going to have to survive and ride hard to make sure they don't get eliminated.
Well, this is so early on to break the field like this. I can't believe we're watching these pictures here. The stars of the Tour de France have gone out very early on. Laurent Dufaux, 4th overall here, launching an attack now and being helped too by the Cofidis rider Roland Meyer. Vironk is here, the leader in the King of the Mountains. They have gone very, very early. They've forced Armstrong to forget the shelter of his team and to start answering. This looks as though Escartine is coming up.
The green and white jersey there is Fernando Escartine. So all the big challengers of Armstrong coming out early in the day to play. There is one of the riders from US Postal, and there is Armstrong. He's noted that there's been a big attack. He looked at Dufaux, he saw Vironk going and was worried about the presence as well of Tonkov. So he responded very quickly. But what this has done, in fact, is eliminate his teammates, and he hasn't got many left.
Well, I'm not sure the other riders have either. It's a case of the strong men here of the Tour de France making this a rather personal show right now. Dufaux looking over to see what damage his acceleration has done to the chase group. It's completely exploded the big field, and all of the non-climbers in this race must be now afraid for the rest of the day, because they didn't expect to be dragging their heels so early on the first day in the Pyrenees.
Dufaux 4th overall. This is the group of Armstrong now. You can see most of the big contenders there. There in the white jersey just in front is Alex Zuller. So Armstrong has really responded well to that attack. Here's Abraham Alana wearing number 51. And the big Belgian rider who really has been a revelation this year, Mario Aerts, wearing number 81. Most of the contenders here, but there will be a few worried bodies, I think.
Well, we've still got that little breakaway up the road, and we've got so many riders in between now. We'll have to work it out as we go along with the same pictures that you have, because look at the accelerations now coming out of the field here. They're trying desperately to get a move underway here. Tonkov again, Richard Vironk goes clear. This climber with the fast acceleration, and again we're going to have to wait and see that whether Lance can have the answers. He looks cool enough at the moment in that field, but they are playing card number 1, isolate Lance Armstrong from his team.
That's the only thing they can do, and then they can try and attack him even more on the final climbs. Armstrong hasn't come round the corner yet, and this is the man who was in the breakaway earlier. This is Stefano Catai riding for Polti. He's coming backwards as the main field is attacking forwards.
In fact, these are more or less the riders in that league group, where they'll be very surprised to see the heads of the Tour de France coming up at this early stage. There's the man who started the move. Look at determination. Lost 2 teammates who didn't start this morning, Calcaterra and Chiria, but Laurent Dufaux knows what he's doing, and he's going to continue these accelerations till he gets the men around him he wants.
Tonkov is putting a lot of work in today early on to try and get clear. There's Fernando Escartine in first place there, and again the recovery, but for the moment I can't see the yellow jersey of Armstrong. There he is. He comes up in about 15th or 20th place. This is the furthest back we've ever seen him riding in the mountains so far in the Tour this year, Phil.
He's got to tell himself this is not the time to panic. Just stay cool, lose your men around you, but keep your eye on the men that you need to watch. Alex Zuller, Abraham Alano, Fernando Escartine, Laurent Dufaux. They are the men he must watch out for, and shouldn't be drawn out to chase others down today, because it could well be that the maillot jaune of the Tour de France is going to have to do all the counting of the attacks himself.
Tonkov moving up into 3rd place. Richard Virenque very nervous as well today, because he realizes today he could consolidate his lead in the King of the Mountains competition. He doesn't want any breakaways to get too far off the front, because he wants to try and get as many points as possible. But now Dufaux has been brought back, and that under the pressure from Pavel Tonkov. But again, Escartine looking very frisky. Right on his wheel is Lance Armstrong. Armstrong knows that he isn't going to go anywhere without Escartine.
Well, he's cooling down the moves by proving he has the strength on this round 1 of attacks, and there's going to be plenty of rounds today. The one man who hasn't really been taking part, Paul, is Abraham Alano.
Alano's not a great attacking rider on these climbs. He's not able to respond to these accelerations, but he is a strong rider, and he'll wait for all the other riders to throw their guns down first and throw down their ammunition before he comes to the front and tries to ride a man like Armstrong off his wheel.
Well, we're heading up towards the summit now of the Col de Monte, and boy, they know they've been on a climb today with plenty of more still to come. This is what is left of that original league group that attacked at the bottom of the climb here. Javier Ochoa and Jose Javier Gomez are the 2 Kelme boys in this group up front. as they continue to make the climb here. That Alberto Elli, number 23, and Andrea Perron going through there as they continue the climb here up towards the group at the top. And the Gonzalez Galdiano is the Vitalicio rider who's gone through. Well, he's answered the attacks, Paul. There's a little bit of regroupment, and he's got one rider left around him. Looks like Livingstone.
It looks very much like Kevin Livingstone. Livingstone, fortunately for him, very much knows the final of today's stage, because he in fact finished second here on a stage of the Tour de l'Avenir, where he finished second overall. A great rider, Kevin Livingstone, and he will really have to pull himself inside 8 today to look after Armstrong, because let's not forget he's still recovering from a very bad crash that he had during the Alpine stages.
Now, this is more sensible now. The initial accelerations have cooled. The climbers have got through. The sprinters are now out of the back of the race. So this bunch made very much smaller on the climb of the Col de Monte. Armstrong and Livingstone are up near the front. It's a very small, compact group at this stage of the day, though. And Armstrong knows now on the next climb they'll no doubt launch another flurry of attacks as well. But he's just got to watch out for the whereabouts of Alex Zülle, who continues to look very, very strong. In the press conference yesterday, Armstrong said of Zülle, they were still very nervous about that man. And if he hadn't have lost 6 minutes in that unfortunate crash on the Passage du Gois on the second road race stage of this year's Tour de France, he would in fact have been within 90 seconds of that yellow jersey. And as Lance said in his own words, and then it would have been a different race.
He'd be a lot happier having 7.5 minutes in front of Alex Zülle than being 7.5 minutes behind him. But Alex Zülle has ridden a perfect Tour de France, apart from that one day on the third stage over the Passage au Gois, and he really tried to recover. He chased all the way to the finish line to try and keep himself in the bike race. And psychologically, he never laid down arms either, Phil. He's always been concentrated. He's always been looking for a gap, always been trying to get himself into a situation to ride high up in the overall standings. He's riding very well this year, and I think we'll see something special from him today.
And there he is, Lance Armstrong, looking down now. Must feel a very lonely man in that leader's yellow jersey. Everybody around him would love to wear it. He's just got to sit there and follow the moves. He doesn't need to attack at all. He's got the time gaps. I think he knows this is going to be the most difficult day of this year's Tour de France. And if he's in yellow by the similar time gaps tonight as he was this morning, he'll start to think of Paris in the nicest possible way.
Armstrong will be quite happy because he has two good, strong teammates in this group. If you can see number 184, that's Tyler Hamilton, and 186 is Kevin Livingstone. The two best men that he could have with him in the mountains. But surely he must be thinking back to that third stage of the Tour de France when he lost Jonathan Vaughters, because Vaughters, he said to me, was in the best form of his life, and he would have been a real ally on these mountain stages.
Which he was, of course, and I know that Jonathan will be watching these pictures and kicking himself. It wasn't his fault he fell out of the race. But he would have been alongside Lance, and it would have been 3 riders to jack him up as they climbed this first category mountain today, the Col de Monte.
Time for Armstrong to recuperate from those big attacks. The climbers went absolutely ballistic on the first slopes of that climb. They really wanted to blow this race apart, and immediately I thought we were going to have a group of 3 or 4 strong riders going off the front of this group, but it's all now come back together, and that's a lot to do with the fact that we're still a very long way to go to the finish line. But there are a lot of white jerseys at the front, those of Team Banesto. They're obviously going to try and do something today. They're going to try and move Alex Zülle up a little further, because he's only separated by 3 seconds from the second place of Abraham Olano.
And there's another attack going straight off the back now. And that looks as though it's a Française de Jeu rider or is a Mappé rider. If it's a Mappé rider going clear, it'll be Tonkov again, possibly.
It's very much like the style of Tonkov, trying to come off the front here, trying to pull himself into this bike race once again.
Well, it is indeed Pavel Tonkov, and no, it's not as he comes up alongside us. It is Falazin, Gianni Falazin, the Italian on the Mappé team with the similar name to Falazine, who's a Belgian rider. Now he is launching an attack. There'll be no reaction initially from certainly Lance Armstrong. We'll see if anybody else goes after him. Let me remind you, still ahead by some 47 seconds on the climb here are now only 6 survivors of that breakaway, and I'll give you their names as we look at this still now as our camera's locked out here. But the net up front, John Adriozola of Banesto, Alvaro Gonzalez Galdiano of Vitalica team, Javier Ochoa, Kelme, Jose Javier Gomez from Kelme, and Andrea Perron from the Once team, Alberto Elli from the Telecom team. And we're taking a look here at the beautiful sight around the finishing line. We've got problems with our pictures just for the moment. But as you can see from these pictures here, what a beautiful day it is in the Tour de France today in the Pyrenees. Everybody's saying, Paul, that this is undoubtedly the toughest day of the Tour de France today, with so many climbs. Tomorrow, with the finish being a long way after the Col d'Aubisque, the last climb of the day, it should level out a little bit.
There is always the possibility when the final climb of the day is so far from the finish line to recover and pull yourself back into the bike race. If you have a hard day today on these final 2 or 3 first category climbs, you could see yourself losing between 5 and 10 minutes, and that's what the climbers are trying to do to Armstrong today. Put him into difficulty every time they reach the climbs. They've been waiting for this. We've had no attacks on Armstrong's jersey over the flat stages, but Richard Virenque loves the mountains, and he is looking to try and do something for France.
Well, he's won in the Pyrenees before, and he's shooting away. He's won in the Alps as well, for that matter, but these are the other mountain chain, the Pyrenees. And look at the acceleration now. He is streaking after the mountain point. I'm not so sure, Paul is going to check for me, whether there's any points left, because, oh, there will be. It's a first category climb, and he's just trying to take Tonkov. Oh, well, look at that. No, not Tonkov. The little rider there who was Farazin, yes. He's just gone over the line and got pipped there on the line. There's the result. The leaders, we missed them, unfortunately. Our cameras went a bit funny, but Ellie went over the top from Gomez in first place. And here comes the peloton, just on 45 seconds behind the 6 leaders. As we look down now on a strange compilation of the Tour de France today, because the climbers have already got rid of most of the followers in that big pack. Very select bunch now chasing off over the top of the Col de Monte as they now go down to the valley below before the next climb. There's a lovely picture for you, the long descent now of the Col de Monte. We're chasing 6 leaders, remember, Odriozola, Gonzalez, Galdiano, Ochoa, Gomez, Perron and Ellie, who won the climb over the Monte. And 1 minute, they're saying, is the time gap now, back to Richard, Virenque and Farazin, and just a few seconds then to the main group containing Lance Armstrong. What do you reckon, Paul, down here? 80k an hour or more?
They'll be touching 80k an hour, up to 90 kilometers an hour, and this is the sort of climb that Sean Yates really would have loved. These are the kind of corners that he would have taken incredible risks to go around. And I was just thinking a couple of days ago that Sean Yates must be sitting looking at this and thinking, oh, I wish I could have ridden a couple more Tours de France just to be able to ride with Lance, because they were great friends, and Lance Armstrong learned an awful lot about bike racing from Sean Yates. And I would think
easy, I think. But unfortunately you get old and you have to retire. I think your nerve tends to go a little bit too when you get a bit older. Anyway, the race on the way down now. We're in Procedures. The Maillot Jaune at the moment has all of his main rivals around him.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
welcome back to Tour Plus on Channel 4. This is our commentary position, although at the moment it looks like organised chaos. It's actually from here that images go not all over Europe, but all over the world. And it's also a place where I get a chance to meet some of the rogues I used to race with. This is where Tony Rominger commentates for Eurosport, Russell Williams, a former British champion, Jean-Francois Bernard, a winner of a stage of the Tour de France, and right at the end of our commentary position here, Pedro Delgado, a winner of the Tour de France. He knows exactly what it's like to ride this race.
Thank you, Paul. Well, we're all getting used to the switches on this year's Tour de France in the commentary box now. As we look now on the Tour de France, they're on Spanish territory and they're riding up towards the top of the Col de Portillon, which will take them back into France. Only 20 kilometres today spent in a foreign country, and really very quiet roads as well. But the breakaway strengthened to 7 after the descent of the Col de Monte, because Kurt van der Wouwer got across for the Lotto team. He's a Belgian rider, and I think in the future going to be one of the best Belgian climbers we've seen for some time, probably since the days of Claude Coquillon. That's where we are now, 88.5 kilometres covered. De Wouwer, by the way, is lying 19th in this race, slipped a little bit since the Alps. He rode well in the Alps. He is a climber. He's 16 minutes down. But there has been a general regrouping here. A lot of riders have chased back, and as you can see, the US Postal have got themselves organised once more.
A lot of riders taking major risks on the descent of the last climb, the Col de Monte, to try and get themselves back into the big group at the front. Unfortunately for Lance Armstrong,
Christian van der Velde, Frankie Andreu and George Hincapie have managed to get back up, which is why we've got the blue, white and red jerseys of the US Postal Riders sitting at the front of the pack, setting the pace again, and that will be the order of the day for as long as these guys can keep themselves in the main peloton with Lance Armstrong.
About 8.5 kilometres still to climb here up the Col de Portillon, and that'll take us back into France at the Haute-Garonne, department of the Haute-Garonne, which is where we were at the start of the day at Saint-Gaudens. And we've seen a lot of movement here, but let me remind you of the breakaway as it stands at the moment, with Jon Odriozola, Alvaro Gonzalez Galdeano, Javier Ochoa, Jose Javier Gomez. They're all Spanish riders, 4 of them in the breakaway. Then we've got the Belgian Kurt van der Wouwer, and then we've got the 2 Italians, Andrea Perron and Alberto Elli. There they are, and they're being led at the moment by Elli, his coattails flapping. There also, just caught a glimpse of him at the back there in that red jersey, was the man that was last to come up, Van der Wouwer. And I know that will make the Belgians very happy, because they've got great hopes for this young man. I think it's a good move by him too, to try and move himself right back into the top 10 places in the Tour. Number 86 he is, and he's riding one of those competition bicycles of ours as well, so I hope he handles it with care.
They're having a really good day, this leading group of riders at the moment, because their lead stretched out once again. Every time the time checks come through, it's getting bigger as the race goes on. 4 minutes and 40 seconds was the last time check, and obviously no major chase now in the main group behind, because Armstrong is not too worried about the position of Andrea Perron in this group, even though Perron is 15th overall. He's 13 minutes behind in the overall standings, and I don't think on a mountain stage like this we're going to see the big time gaps that we saw over the last 3 stages, which were on the flat roads.
Well, the arrival of Van der Wouwer in this breakaway puts him second best on the overall classification, 19th, 16 minutes, 16 seconds behind Armstrong. Andrea Perron, who is the best placed rider in the breakaway, 15th at 13 minutes and 32. And Perron having one of his best tours here.
I'm amazed to see him climbing as well as he is. He's really in this group thinking more about the position of Abraham Olano later on in the day. Abraham Olano is second place in the overall standings, and that's what the Once team are trying to do. They're looking after Abraham Olano's position on the podium at the end of this 3-week event, because certainly if anything at all happens to Lance Armstrong over the next couple of days in the mountains, if they manage to crack him on one of these big climbs, then it'd be Abraham Olano who will be in the driving seat, ready to take over the lead at this year's Tour de France. We're very close to the Spanish border here, so obviously all the Spanish teams are on a high at the moment. They want to perform well, and you can see the difference in the number of Spanish spectators who've come across the border here to support the Tour de France today, and they would love to see a Spanish victory.
Well, you could bet on that. I think the French might like to see a French victory too, because at the moment we're on course to have the worst Tour de France as far as stage results go for the French since 1926.
That's an awful long time to go back for the French to have to wait for a stage victory. I'm sure they will get one before the end of the Tour, and if they don't, it will really be a sad day for French cycling, which hasn't really shone at all during this Tour de France. The pressure at the front of the group now being set by Banesto has actually reduced the advantage of the leading group of 7 riders down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
3:50 it is, and they're not really chasing those men out front. They're just keeping the tempo going. In fact, Banesto have a man up there in Jon Odriozola, while Vitalico have 1 man, Gonzalez Galdeano. Kelme have 2 men, Javier Ochoa and Jose Javier Gomez, and Lotto, Once and Telecom, 1 man each in that breakaway.
But obviously the things going on here is Team Banesto are trying to isolate Armstrong. They're trying to blow that group apart. They were surprised to see how many riders came back after the descent of the Col de Monte, and after that long flat valley section we had a very large group starting the foot of this climb, the Col de Portillon. Now you can see the main field is stretching out into a pretty long line there, and a lot of the non-climbers will be getting dropped off the back of this group again.
Well, the roads are good. We're looking back into France here and away from Spain. Just 20 kilometres or 12 miles spent in a foreign country today for the Tour de France this year. It's not unusual for the race to go across borders here in Central Europe, as the riders, as we know from past experiences of the race last year starting in Dublin in 1994, it was in England. I've even talked of the race going to the United States in years gone by, but I think working out the jet lag, it is a little bit ambitious.
logistical nightmare, I would say, trying to get all the riders, all the equipment and all the organization across the Atlantic and back again just after a couple of days on American soil. But maybe one day in the future it will happen. For the moment, I don't see it happening this millennium.
Well, that's a pretty shrewd move, that, Paul, yeah. As we now look down here at Van der Wouwer riding on the climb. This French rider, this Belgian rider, who does look to be a climber in the making here. His second Tour de France, finishing 16th last year, 19th overall at the moment. Had a great passage through the Alps, but on those long transitional stages, funnily enough, he slipped about 3 places overall, but nothing serious, and I've got a feeling he's going to climb back up the rankings today.
Alberto Elli was the man on the front with the pink and white jersey of Team Telecom. And Andrea Perron now seeming a little worried about the composition of this group, keeps looking over his shoulder, sitting at the back of the group, doesn't want to in fact take any part in the pacemaking because he's thinking about the tactics later on in today's stage when he's going to have to do an awful lot of work to protect his team leader, Abraham Alane.
Round one of the big pieces of granite here that make up the Pyrenees. Perron, the rider second back here. We just remembered in the last couple of days the rider Fabio Casatelli, who was the champion of the Olympics and who sadly was killed on the descent of the Col de Porte Aspet a couple of years ago now, and the memorial to him is on that climb, and a number of the members of the organisation went across on the rest day to pay homage. And Perron was in fact the roommate of that cyclist on the same Motorola team the year he got killed.
Armstrong very conscious of that fact because he was also a good friend of Fabio Casatelli and also a very good friend of the Casatelli family, and in fact the relationship still goes on despite the fact that Fabio Casatelli disappeared more than 4 years ago. The leading group of riders, though, Phil, are still working exceptionally well together, but in the main field again it's Cofidis trying to get themselves across to the group. This is again Roland Meyer, the brother of Ermin Meyer, the Swiss national champion. He's trying to get off the front, and again the reaction coming very rapidly from Banesto. Banesto picking up the pace. They don't want anybody to get off the front of this group because they've obviously got some tactics in the back of their minds.
One or two got off the back, Paul, because this steady tempo by Banesto, and now as we get further up the Col de Portillon, the attacks are beginning to move. They have dropped Francois Simon from this group and also gone, a little bit of a surprise, Alexander Vinokourov has also been dropped by the bunch. He was in that earlier move, remember, but he's paid the price now because this steady tempo has taken him off the back. And once again, this rather compact group beginning to thin out as we head up now towards the top of this col.
The time gap for the leading group of 7 riders coming down all the time because of the fresh pressure on the front of this group. The last time check is 3 minutes and 30 seconds as Roland Meyer tries to get himself away from the main field. But again, it's the Spanish teams taking up the chase behind Banesto and a rider from Once there trying to come across, and of course joining in the third Spanish team as well, a man from Vitaligo Seguros.
Well, Roland Meyer here, such an aggressive rider. He hasn't actually won a bike race since 1997 when he won a stage of the Grand Prix William Tell in Switzerland. But that doesn't say he isn't a great bike rider, because he is a most aggressive rider, and unlucky, I think, not to have won a stage of this Tour so far. But he's trying to get clear at the moment.
Second place, the Once rider, is David Echavarria, winner of a stage of the Tour just a couple of days ago. Today proving his mountain climbing prowess, and as you can see in the main field, there is no reaction. The work on the front being done still by Frankie Andreu, trying to survive at the front of this group and stay with Lance for as long as possible in the mountains, because he knows that that is going to be the big danger point for Armstrong, being isolated as we go into the final couple of climbs.
Well, actually, David Echevarria has come up here to Roland Meyer. He's the man in the middle. We talk about him as a sprinter because of his style and build, but in fact he's an extremely good climber and has won the Tour de l'Avenir before now, and so he is a rider who won't be afraid of the climbs today and will no doubt know them too, because he is a Basque.
The Banesto rider in the group is Jose Luis Arrieta. He's got across there for our man Alex Zuller, and again it's always the Banesto riders at the front launching the attacks. Again, they've come out today on a mission. This is Tonkov coming up through now, and again a rider from in fact Laurent Dufault, I thought it was Vitalico, but Dufault again on the slope of this climb going on the attack.
Deja vu, Paul, as of the previous climb. They are now going to use the last 5 kilometers or so of this mountain to see if they can again hit back at Lance Armstrong as they did on the previous climb of the Col de Monte. Once more, Frankie Andreu doing his best to lift the tempo, but not doing anything silly, and Lance Armstrong allowing Dufault to make his move.
Never panics at all, Armstrong. He leaves it up to his teammates. He's got complete confidence in the work that they are doing for him. Frankie Andreu today is riding above and beyond himself, because Frankie is not normally renowned for his ability to ride on the mountain slopes, but he's urged on by the fact that the yellow jersey is in their team, and he's really pushing himself hard.
Well, just look at the way Dufault has pedalled up here to that group and contains David Echevarria. There is the Armstrong group, and another rider diving off the front, none other than Fernando Escartin. He's not the best of stylists, but my goodness me, he makes that bike go up a mountain.
Well, Armstrong responding now. He knew exactly that this was the most dangerous man.
Most.
This is the man he fears most in the climbs, as well as Alex Zuller, and they've caught Zuller napping. Armstrong has gone immediately after number 111, Fernando Escartin, and he's decided now, if this is going to be the tactic of the climbers today, I'm going to have to go with him. Zuller has followed suit, as has the Angel Casero, the Spanish champion, and getting in there as well, the polka dot jersey of Richard Virenque.
So the battleground again has given way now to the stars of the Tour de France. Armstrong has always said he is worried about Fernando Escartin, so he reacted personally as soon as Fernando went, and Zuller had no choice but to react. Those two riders and Armstrong. Abraham Olano, although second overall, seems to be the second bit player in this event.
Abraham Olano is not a great climber. He's a very strong rider. He comes from a background on the track. He climbs these mountains with power, so he hasn't got the acceleration of men like Escartin or Alex Zuller. What he has to do is let them go and ride himself back into the group at his own pace. Alvaro Galdeano Gonzalez is the rider on the back there for Vitaligo Seguros. But the main pressure on the front of this group all of the time is being done by the Kelme squad, and this is Javier Ochoa, just a couple of days ago involved in an accident. You can see he still has a bandage on his elbow there, but he's recovered very nicely, thank you, to get back up and be at the front of the Tour de France, because this really is the terrain of the Kelme squad. They are a great aggressive mountain climbing team, and it seems as if a certain amount of order has now returned to the front of the main pack.
Well, they'll keep on testing Armstrong, but if he reacts, of course, they'll stop. And although our information is coming that the leading 7 riders are only 30 seconds in front, I'm not sure that's right. In fact, they've just amended it to 3 minutes and 30 seconds, which is what we thought. So they are still clear, and the pacemakers are Odriozola and Alvaro Gonzalez Galdeano, and they're the boys doing the work in that group. As all of a sudden, it's a very select little bunch of cyclists down there, of all of the heads of the Tour de France. And Abraham Olano is the one that we would like to see come up to the front, but he hasn't done much yet.
What this has done, though, is again reduce the number of teammates that Lance Armstrong has got with him. There's just one in there at the moment, and I think one recovering at the back. That may well be Kevin Livingston coming up. And again, the attack's coming. This time it's Mappé, this time it's Paolo Lanfranchi going off the front, trying to set something up for Tonkov.
Well, the reaction is straight there immediately, as Paolo Lanfranchi, not himself a big winner, but he is a great pacemaker for Tonkov, and he started to go now. He's almost tempting them to come and join him. Well, he won't have to tempt them too long, because here they come, and this bunch already down to around about 20 riders.
But one or two riders did recover on the fact that that group slowed down, and it swelled up, especially from riders coming up from the rear. And maybe Lance Armstrong's teammates, Kevin Livingston and Frankie Andreu, managed to recuperate and get back in there. Only around about 2 kilometers from the summit of this climb. So if Frankie Andreu, for example, doesn't lose more than a minute over the summit of this climb, he'll have a big chance to recuperate and come back in.
Well, let's hope you're right, Paul. But right now, as we see this group have a little bit of an infighting session, they've chopped off 35 seconds off the leading 6 up front, so it's 2:55, the latest time check now, as they continue here to keep the pace high. Look at each other. They're all sort of saying, who's going to make the next move, guys?
Well, the next move again coming from Roland Meyer, the Swiss rider on the Cofidis team. He certainly wants to get off the front today, but nobody's giving him a ticket to leave the main field, because as soon as he got 20 or 30 meters off the front, the reaction came, and again the reaction coming from the Spanish teams. Vitaligo Seguros putting a man across there almost instantaneously, and Once, but again Meyer attacks on the slopes of this climb. He really wants his day out.
Well, he deserves success, this man, because he really does make the big efforts, and once over the top of the Portillon, it's a 12-kilometer downhill descent right into the spa town of Luchon. And then I'm afraid the only way out is up the Col de Peyresourde today. It's once the mountain by Tom Simpson. wore the yellow jersey in the Tour. Now, quick reaction there by 161, Alex Zula, hanging on to the back wheel of Pavel Tonkov. And if our camera pans right, will we see yellow? Because the yellow jersey of Lance can't allow this one to go.
Well, that was a good move, very smart move by Alex Zula there. He used the acceleration of Tonkov to go across to this leading group of riders, but they haven't got too far off the front. In fact, the effort made on the front of the main group has come from the Once squad. Armstrong still comfortably in this leading pack of riders, and I have to say that the attacks certainly are coming all of the time today. It's going to be a long, hard day in the saddle for Lance Armstrong, because the climbers have certainly decided today they're going to go out and try and break this man.
Well, I've got to hand it to both the attackers and the defendant here, because they are riding a great Tour de France from what we are seeing here. They are much more open tour than the previous years. They are hitting the leader, and the leader so far has all of the answers. There's Armstrong on the left of our pictures. We look down there and just seems to be controlling things as he wants to, but the others will not lie down. They are launching attack after attack.
He's very calm and collected when these attacks come. He doesn't panic at all. He responded to only one. The one that he felt was the most dangerous, that was the one from Fernando Escartin. But he'll keep a very close eye on 161 in the white and blue jersey there of Alex Zula, because he knows as well that Zula is a man to be feared, and he doesn't want to give Zula too much of time back, because if it comes down to the time trial and they have to time trial it out at the end, well, that would be a real mano against man.
Up to the leaders. The only rider in the top 6 overalls who hasn't launched an attack yet is Abraham Olano. Is he saving himself? Heading up towards the top of the Col de Portillon, and this is the gateway back into France. There you can see the profile as well. An 11-kilometre plunge down the mountain after this. And look at this, the Belgian rider Van der Wouwer sprinting clear and snatching the points at the top. Well done to him. And Otoya was the man over there in second place. So they're on the way down, Paul, having snatched all the mountain points. Watch out for the polka dot jersey of Richard Virenque now. He'll want the 8th place over the top and gain maximum points as far as this bunch is concerned.
Well, Virenque moving up on the left-hand side there in the white shirt with the polka dots on, thinking about getting 8th place. Lance Armstrong, Phil, has moved right up to the front line now, just to show the other riders in this group that he's still good and he's still feeling comfortable. Laurent Dufaux on the left-hand side in the red jersey on the wheel of his teammate, the Swiss champion Armin Meyer, has been the most consistent attacker so far. He certainly wants to try and put this race into difficulty today as we drag our way through the Pyrenees.
Well, I'm sure Belgium will be pleased to see a man playing in the mountains with the big climbers, because it's a long time since Claude Coquillon was able to do that. And Lucien Van Impe, the little Belgium who won the King of the Mountains title, a record equaling 6 times. He's the man that's done it 6 times, along with Federico Baramontes, the Eagle of Toledo from Spain. There's the other man who, after this year, will probably have 5, and next year could be shooting to join them in that competition with 6 wins.
What a great job by Frankie Andrea. He recuperated there. He was dropped when the big accelerations came, but he knows what his job is today. Every time he's dropped, he tries to keep his rhythm going so he doesn't lose too much time, and he rides himself back into the group when they slow down. And as soon as he's back into the group, he's on the front, setting the pace to keep US Postal in the driving seat for as long as possible.
And there we have the polka dot of Richard Virenque, just keeping tempo at the front, waiting for the chance to sprint for the line. The last time check we got was 2:55, so these riders are not far from the summit now. As the tempo quickens, and Frankie is going to find a flurry of men around him here, racing for mountain points, and he won't worry about that. He's done terrific on this climb, and he's still going to be with Lance on the way down to Luchon. So it'll be the Col de Peyresourde next for the US Postal team.
Armstrong moving up alongside Frankie just to get onto his wheel here. He's looking very calm for the moment, Phil. He doesn't look to me as if he's having any problems at all with these early slopes of the Pyrenees. And in 3rd position, moving up very closely, Richard Virenque. Armstrong's face doesn't reveal any emotion at all. It's complete and utter concentration, and you can't even tell whether he's suffering or not. But he looks to me as if he is very comfortable.
So there we have him going clear now for the sprint. Easy, wasn't it? Maximum points from this bunch for him. Richard Virenque continues to build a lead in the King of the Mountains competition again. Just on about 2:30 was the time gap, and Mariano Piccoli scoring well. He's had a good day so far. He won the climb of the Col des Arts at the start of the day, and he's gone over there in about 9th position it would be, I think, yeah.
And he's not going to give up with his quest to try and take that pink King of the Mountains jersey off Richard Virenque. And he's going to push Virenque, the Frenchman, all the way to Paris, I reckon.
So there again, the scenery of the Pyrenees as the riders now twist their way down towards the bottom and the lovely town of Luchon. Once we get there, we're on the next climb.
Welcome back. Anybody who knew me as a cyclist knew I was a non-climber. I hated the mountains. Nice to look at, awful to ride up. The important thing, though, is it's a complete difference in the kind of gears that you use. Nowadays, the riders on these climbs will be using the smallest chainring here on the inside. That's a 39-tooth chainring. And that will be combined with the biggest sprocket that they've got at the back, which today will be a 23-tooth sprocket. But the men going for the win in the overall standings will have to use 1 or 2 sprockets higher because the big attacks are going to come. Escartine and Zuller will be looking for Armstrong's scalp, and he's going to have to defend himself all the way up to the summit of this climb today.
Well, thanks, Paul, and everybody gearing up now for another attack on Lance Armstrong here because they have left the yellow jersey 8 kilometres up the climb of the Col de Peyresourde. There has been an enormous attack from Fernando Escartine, and he's been joined by Laurent Dufaux, and they have flown up here. Tonkov tried to get on, he simply couldn't make it, and he's gone straight back into the group containing Lance Armstrong and Alex Zuller. The 6 leaders are breaking up as well, and slowly but surely we're picking them off.
They could not match at all the speed of Fernando Escartine as soon as he took off here on the slopes of the Col de Peyresourde, and Tonkov was popped off and picked up by the group of Lance Armstrong. Currently the situation on the road is there are 5 leaders. There were originally 7, but that group is starting to split. There's a chasing group of 3, which is the group we're looking at right now. This is Escartine, Dufaux and Garcia, the Vitalico Seguros rider in 3rd place, and we have to wait another 1 minute and 55 seconds to the group of Lance Armstrong, the yellow jersey. He's currently 55 seconds behind Escartine on the road, but the big advantage Armstrong has now is, in fact, it's just Escartine who's attacked, so he will get some help later on, I think, from the Banesto squad of Alex Zuller.
Well, this is showdown time yet again on a col in the Pyrenees today. Armstrong looks okay. He's got Kevin Livingstone with him and Tyler Hamilton. And he hasn't panicked yet, but he's seen his deficit go out to a minute on 2 principal players here, number 74 and number 111, Escartine and Laurent Dufaux. Now we can go back to the yellow jersey group. He is still using his 2 teammates, not his own energy at the moment, to take this race up the hill, so it's a good sign he's not panicking.
At the end of this Tour de France, Lance Armstrong owes these 2 guys a big beer because they have been fantastic in the mountains. On the front now, Tyler Hamilton with his jersey ripped open because it is very hot today in the Pyrenees, and sitting in 2nd place is Kevin Livingstone, his very faithful lieutenant. Livingstone is really riding above and beyond himself because he's still recovering from a very bad crash in the Alps, and Armstrong hasn't panicked. He's let one of his adversaries go clear, but he will now keep a very close eye on Alex Zuller, who's sitting right behind him in this group.
Well, I took a look at Zuller's face, Paul, on that climb. When that attack went, I don't think Zuller could go with it.
Well, it was so fast. It was unbelievable, the speed. I had to check to make sure we actually were going up a mountain. Armstrong being very sensible, keeping himself topped up with liquid, because on a stage like this, Phil, if you lose around about 10% of your body weight, you lose around about 20% of your efficiency, which is why Armstrong is keeping himself full of fluids.
Well, he's on the climb. There's the man in 2nd place, or in 3rd place rather, that 2-second, 3-second margin behind Alano. We have seen Alano in this group. He's still in this group, but he's not coming up here and mixing it with the rest of the men. Dufaux was magnificent in attack, and so too was Escartine. They took a Garcia along for the ride. Now we know that 2 riders have lost contact with the original 6 at the front. We've had Adriozola has come back. Adjoa has also come back. At the moment, the only guys left up front are Gonzalez, Galdiano, Jose Javier Gomez, Van der Voort, Perron and Alberto Elli. They are up front. They're being chased by Garcia, Escartine, Dufaux. Odriozola has come back. And Laurent Dufaux joining forces now with Fernando Escartine. Escartine being drawn by the fact he's Spanish. He's raced through his own country today. He knows he'll get a lot of support when he arrives at the finish at Puyo-Engaly. And he's up there now pushing forward with Garcia of Vitalico. And the 3 of them are making ground on the leaders. There are the leaders as well, and they've slowed right down, Paul.
Well, the last official time check we had was 35 seconds, but I make it around about 15 myself. The speed that Fernando Escartine is going up this climb at the moment is quite remarkable, and he'll soon very much join that leading group and find he has a teammate up there who will be able to help him.
His teammate in the leading group of 5 riders is Jose Javier Gomez. He's sitting at the back at the moment, looking over his shoulder, and he'll be happy to see the face of his team captain coming forward.
This is what he wanted. This is why he attacked in the first place, to soften the road up for him. And now Escartine, the true captain he is now slowly but surely coming up to his teammates, and his teammates sitting at the back of that group will be so delighted to see him. Everything going according to the Kelme plan at the moment.
As soon as this group gets onto the back of the leading group of 5 riders, we will see a turnaround in the pacemaking at the front. The green and white jersey of Gomez will certainly ride to the front of this pack, and then we will have an 8-man lead group. And that is going to be very dangerous, because once over the top of the Col de Persoud on the Valley Road, they will be able to work together and start to build their advantage before they reach the foot of the next climb.
Well, this race taking on a new face now with the arrival here of 3 riders, because poor old Odriozola has gone right through, so 3 more come on. Francisco Garcia, Fernando Escartine and Laurent Dufaux have joined the leaders. Significant thing is the riders 4th and 5th overall in the Tour de France are now in a position of power.
Gomez coming immediately to the front. His morale will be bolstered by the fact that Escartine has come up. This is the plan that Kelme had for today, to send riders out into the early breakaways, to have as many men up the road as possible, and then it was the launch pad for Escartine, because he knew once he started to catch the groups up the road, he would have teammates able to help him, which is why now Gomez has gone to the front of this group to put the hammer down. But Laurent Dufaux's presence in this group as well is a big danger for Lance Armstrong, because Dufaux himself 4th overall at the start this morning and 5th overall for Escartine. We've got a lot of riders now at the back of the pack, like Tonkov, like Olano and Zula, who'll be starting to worry about their positions on the podium.
Well, now he's got help here now, because his teammate Jose Javier Gomez is now setting the pace. 1 minute 42 back to the Maillot Jaune. Lance Armstrong back in that little select, leading a bunch of riders, trying to now limit the gains of this little group up front, which contains Dufaux and Escartine. There it is. The man in the red jersey is Casero, the champion of Spain. Up with the leadings of the second group, the polka dot jersey is there, Richard Virenque. Number 161, I don't think he had the strength to go with that split, is Alex Zula, riding on the wheel now of Lance Armstrong. The Kelme rider coming back is the rider who has dropped, and that'll be Ochoa.
There you can see in the blue jersey on the right-hand side of Lance Armstrong, Vladimiro Belli. Just behind Belli in the white Mapei jersey is Tonkov. And then we go back to Virenque. Alongside Virenque is Beltran, the Banesto rider. And Daniel Nardello is also in this group as well, just in front of the black and yellow jersey there of Abraham Olano. So all the big names of the Tour de France are still here.
Lance Armstrong then doing absolutely nothing more than he has to right now. These are nervous times for him, but he has the gaps overall this morning. He knows that. If he can just not panic, he's got a buffer of 8 minutes and 7 seconds on Dufaux, 8 minutes and 53 on Fernando Escartine. Just keep it steady now, because there are still 2 big climbs to come. Those 8 minutes could be very fragile if Lance hits the wall.
It's not too critical for him at the moment, because riders like Dufaux and Escartine will need to take back 8 minutes and then get another 3 or 4 minutes before going into the final time trial. The 2 riders who are going to panic before Armstrong does are Olano and Zula, because they do not want to give that amount of time to the other riders who are up the road at the moment. So over the summit of this climb, Phil, I wouldn't be surprised to see Banesto coming, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Once as we looked up there to the big final lasses of this very tough climb, the Col de Persoud.
I think that's what Kevin Livingstone is looking at, rather Tyler Hamilton is looking at there. He just took one look and he saw the zigzags of the Col de Persoud. This is a magnificent mountain if you're not in a hurry like these riders are. But these 2 pacemakers have done a magnificent job, as Frankie Andreu did earlier, but he's gone now. Olano is still in this group, but we haven't seen him. And I'm not sure how much is left in the legs of Alex Zula at the moment, just off the right shoulder there. Tonkov here is in trouble. He was going up with the leaders. He couldn't hold them. He came back to the bunch. Paulie is losing the bunch.
He couldn't hold it. He's attacked consistently since this morning. He's tried to go with all of these breakaways. He got popped off that attack by Escartine. He's now being waited for by his own teammate, Paolo Lanfranchi. And one of the riders, in fact, from Once has just stopped at the side of the road as well. This is the toughest part of the Col de la Persoud, and it's having a real big effect on Pavel Tonkov.
Tonkov, the 8th man on the classification, has suddenly exploded. We saw him go across the gap with Dufault, and he sat up. He could not match the pace, but he hasn't been able to match the pace either now of the Armstrong group, and he's losing ground. This is a free-for-all this year's Tour de France. Armstrong knows now he's in one heck of a fight.
But he's got two great guys with him. Look at the face of Kevin Livingston here. These riders have got their jerseys unzipped right to the very bottom to try and keep themselves cool. Livingston looking over his shoulder there to see what the face is like on Tyler Hamilton, and it's all about pain and it's all about concentration. This is the toughest part of the Col de la Peyresourde. They're around about 2.5 kilometers to the summit. This zigzags right up to the top, and then it plunges down into the valley below, and then there will be some respite for these two workers on the front.
Well, back in 1962, when Britain had a wearer of the yellow jersey, the only one in Tom Simpson until Sean Yates and Chris Boardman came along. But in those days, in 62, it was a mountain time trial. Tommy Simpson, the last man to start, and he lost his yellow jersey on this climb. Now you get some idea of how steep it is from that angle, and look right to the top of your picture, because that's where we're going.
1 minute and 52 seconds the leading group of riders have over the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. But there's been no chink at all in the armour of Armstrong, because these two guys have done a great job on the front, and you get a chance to see just how difficult it is at the back of the group, with the pressure being set on this group by the two riders from US Postal. A long way down the group you can see the black and yellow jerseys. One of those is Abraham Olano, and Olano is having a hard time today just to stay on the wheel.
The gap is slipping back to almost 2 minutes now, as this man slipping back is a Benesto rider who's now blown, Francisco Mancebo. He is another man who's worked for Alex Uller today, and he's now struggling to hold on to the tail.
Stéphane Hurlot, the former champion of France, was very high in the rankings too. He was ranked 6th at the start this morning. He too has popped towards the summit of this climb, but he still has a chance to recuperate on the descent and take a few risks. At the front, Alberto Eli accelerates, followed by Van der Waal for maximum points over the top of the climb.
Up to the top for the leaders, and Eli's doing well today, and so is Van der Waal. And coming over third place just behind him there will be Gomez of Kelme. No, he wasn't, it was Escartine. There's Gomez of Kelme, just tacked onto the back. So the leaders are over the top now. This man is losing ground after that magnificent day, which brought him up to 6th place overall. The rider who almost won at Alpe d'Huez, caught 3 kilometers from the finish. Stéphane Hurlot in trouble now. Lance Armstrong, though, is still limiting his losses. The last time check, 1 minute 52. The clocks will have started on the summit of the Col de Peyresourde. There's no call for panic yet for Armstrong, and his teammates have done brilliantly, but it looks as though Tyler Hamilton has now waved goodbye to the front. Only by 3 places, though.
He's slipped back to 5th place in the line there. He will recuperate a little over the last 100 meters or so, and then once they start to the descent, he will try and recuperate as quickly as possible, because he knows there's still an awful lot of riding left before these riders get to the finish. They have to keep working with Armstrong for a lot more time at the front. Another 50 kilometers to go before we get down to the finish line, and that is why Tyler Hamilton has dropped back. Kevin Livingston doing a remarkable job setting the pace here, and all Armstrong is doing is just looking at the back wheel of his teammate and friend.
So the order confirmed. There's Eli, Van der Waal, Escartine over the top, but they'll be looking for a very, very reckless drop down now to try and open the gaps on the descent. Calls for a different type of cyclist going down hills. And there's the American flag flying on the Spanish borders here in France, as we're looking at the rider in the middle here, and that is Abraham Olano in the black jersey. Looks as though he's in a spot of bother to me.
He's not comfortable. This rider is one of the riders who is in the early breakaway. He, in fact, is John Odiozola from the Banesto squad. He's going backwards. He's being caught. The acceleration near the summit coming from the polka dot jersey of Richard Virenque to take as many points as he can. The time deficit, 1 minute and 53 seconds.
So the Col de Peyresourde is over and behind Lance Armstrong now. But unfortunately, 2 men he fears most are in front. We're waiting for the official time gap, but they're saying 1 minute 50. 1 minute 50 is the time gap to the yellow jersey from those leaders now. Armstrong in no hurry. He still has this race under control, I think.
Armstrong there throwing away his bottle. He will keep himself topped up with liquid as much as possible. He's recuperating over the top of that climb, because now we have a very fast descent. The descent off the Col de la Peyresourde is not really a very technical one, and not the one where you would have to take a lot of risks, but you can reach high speeds, and on the descent of this col we can expect Armstrong to be touching speeds of approaching 60 miles an hour or 100 kilometers an hour. So there will be not much difference at the bottom of the climb between the leaders and the chasing group of the yellow jersey.
It's a long plunge down now, and I think a few risks called for by the leaders as they'll try to open the gaps even more. We go down into the Val de Laurent now, this beautiful part of the Pyrenees where we were here last year as well in the Tour de France, and where Miguel Indurain has made his reputation over the years gone by, and so too has Claudio Chiappucci. But now it looks as though Escartine, who virtually told everybody what he was going to do today and hasn't wasted any time in doing it, and that is attack the maillot jaune of the Tour de France. There he is, freewheeling at high speed. One Banesto rider has joined him now as they start to go downhill as fast as they can pedal.
Armstrong very comfortable there, wasn't worried at all about going to the front on the descent, getting down into a nice low aerodynamic position. But interesting to note that the Banesto have sent a couple of riders up here to start and chase, because the position of Alex Zuller, third in the overall rankings, is being put into jeopardy by that leading group of riders, because the two riders directly behind him, Dufault and Escartine, are in the leading group, which is now made up of 7 riders.
And just in case you're losing contact with the race, I'll give you those 7 names at the moment: Alvaro Gonzalez Galdeano, Jose Javier Gomez, Fernando Escartine, Kurt van der Wouwer, Laurent Dufault, Andrea Perron and Alberto Elli, who was the first over the top. They are the leaders. The latest gap is coming down, 1 minute 46 seconds now.
Big long line here. You can see Armstrong right up onto the wheel of Beltran. Behind him, Richard Virenque hoping to put a good performance in for France today. And once again, it looks like the French have missed out, because the leading group is made up of 3 Spanish riders, 2 Italians, 1 Swiss and a Belgian. There's no Frenchman anywhere to be seen at the moment in this Tour de France, and they are smarting at that.
Well, Stéphane Herlot clearly in trouble towards the top of the Col de Peyresourde. I think he went off late enough to be able to get back on the descent, and but then of course he's still got 2 climbs to come before the finish today. For the moment, this is a very fast descent where the riders will peak at 100 kilometers an hour, because there are not many sharp bends. As we get slowly down into the valley in the far distance there, they get a little bit more tortuous, and then of course we have to climb out of that valley again, back over the mountains. What a day this is.
2 big mountains to come, and one man in serious difficulty on the summit of the Col de Peyresourde was Abraham Alano. He was really having to dig deep to try and stay with the group of the yellow jersey. Welcome back. The Tour de France lays down very stringent rules for the towns that want to host a stage finish at the Tour de France. And in fact, here on this mountainside behind me a few months ago, there was nothing at all. The town of Pio-Ongelé, who host the finish today, in fact had to invest an extra £60,000 to build the last 400 metres finishing straight. Added on top of that to a special area for the technical zone, their total bill came to £100,000 on top of what they would normally pay to host a stage finish of the Tour de France.
Well, thank you, Paul, and I'm sure the town's going to be pretty pleased with the way the race is going so far as we come towards them, because this has been a superb day of racing. We are now on the climb here, which is the Col de Val Laurent, and this is Fernando Escartine, and he's trying to strike out for home alone.
A great move by him. He's not holding anything back at all on this stage today. He's decided he's going to put everything on the first stage in the Pyrenees to try and blow people away. It's a great attack by him. I thought he would have waited a little while before we went up to the final climb of the day, but he felt that the other riders in the group with him were not going fast enough.
Well, Abraham Olano is in difficulty, the rider who lies second overall, and on these pictures it confirms that Alex Zuller is now second overall in the Tour de France, because there was only 3 seconds between them at the start this morning. So Olano is in big trouble, but the other Spanish rider in the race, Escartine, is stamping out his message in the Pyrenees today. He's looking for big time, and at the moment he is getting it. 2 minutes 23 seconds ahead of the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. This is a real battle in the Tour today, one we haven't seen in years.
Kevin Livingston coming to the front all of the time, though, Phil. The white jersey of Alex Zuller is marking Armstrong. He's looking at Armstrong to see if there's any sign of weakness. He's waiting to see if he too should launch an attack on the overall position of Armstrong at the moment. Armstrong, though, is having a great amount of work being done by his team. Tyler Hamilton has disappeared. Tyler Hamilton at the moment is riding alongside Abraham Olano, who's around 30 seconds behind this group. But Livingston has fought his way back to the front of the group, and he continues to pace Armstrong on the slopes of this climb.
Well, there are 19 riders surviving in that group, containing Richard Virenque and Lance Armstrong, although it doesn't look like it now because it's split again there. We've lost Abraham Olano. And what I was telling you is Tonkov did come back to this group as he came down the other side of the Col de Peyresourde. So too did Stefan Erlo. But it looks like they've both gone out the back door again, because this man is determined today. Now, this is the rider who withdrew from the Tour de France in protest, along with all of the Spanish riders last year, over the police searches and drug scandals. And indeed, at that time, he was 4th overall in the Tour de France. He could even be in the same place again by the end of the day, or will he be in yellow?
Could be a lot higher. Kevin Livingston has now popped. Armstrong doesn't have any teammates left, but this now is a very select group of riders because they're all individuals. They're all single representatives from their own teams. Alex Zuller is there for Banesto. The Spanish champion Angel Casero is there. Virenque riding in there for the Kelme squad is one of the best climbers that the Kelme squad have got on their ranks, and that in fact is Casero.
Angel Casero, the champion of Spain down there. And in fact, look at this little rush up the outside here. This is unbelievable riding by the US postal rider. This is incredible riding by Kevin Livingstone. He just came round the back of them, and he's just going to keep the pace high as long as he can. Well, I can't get over this, Paul. This is superb riding by Livingstone. He knows the course pretty well today, because he was here in the Tour de l'Avenir a couple of years ago. That's the only time a major international bike race has finished at the finishing line we're going to today. And Lance Armstrong must be full of admiration for this man now.
Serious pain on his face. He actually went off the back of this group. He came back, fought his way, but he doesn't have anything left at all. He gave his last bit of energy, Phil, and it's all over now for Kevin.
Oh, well, magnificent. That's the only way to describe Kevin Livingstone's performance in this Tour de France, and especially in the Pyrenees today. Now, Lance Armstrong, you are by yourself, and all of your rivals are either around you or in front of you. This is the rider, though, who is shaping the Tour de France today. 3 kilometres to go to the top of this climb, which is a real toughie, the Col de Val-d'Aran. And once he's over the top, then he plunges down into the valleys below, and then he will climb to the finish. If he stays strong, he's building time all the way to the line.
A very strong, courageous rider. He's decided today to go out a long way from the finish, because he knows if he's wanting to do something special in the Tour de France, he needs to pull back an awful lot of time today. The impetus has gone out in the main group here, but Armstrong comes to the front, and Armstrong, Phil, has attacked.
Well, this is the move now. Armstrong has waited long enough, stripped of all his teammates. He's taking the job in hand. Virenque was waiting, wasn't he? Straight onto the back wheel of Lance Armstrong. Can anybody else follow? Can Abraham Olano follow? No. But can Zuller?
Zuller must respond if he wants to stay high in the overall rankings. Virenque wasn't expecting that climb. Armstrong was very clever, dropped to the back of the group. Zuller has responded. Zuller has come up to the wheel of Virenque. Lance Armstrong, though, is at the front, deciding to do all of the work himself. Virenque has cracked.
Well, Richard Virenque, the man who was the king of the mountains elect and probably still will be by Paris, has tried to match the man in yellow, and it hasn't happened. But Zuller has come up. The face of Alex Zuller now, who's finished second on all of the stages so far, which Lance Armstrong has won, is now in the slipstream of the yellow jersey. Armstrong checking out to see what he's got, and he's going to carry on the offensive.
He wants to know who's with him. A quick look, you can see the white jersey, and there's only one man in a white jersey has been on Armstrong's tail for the whole of today's stage, and that is Alex Zuller. And Zuller too is about to pop, but Zuller has gone.
Zuller has gone. He cannot hold Lance Armstrong. Armstrong now is out in pursuit of Fernando Escartin. This is unbelievable. He's left everybody one by one on the slopes of this climb of the Val d'Aran. This is a real tough mountain. Now, can he eat into the lead of Escartin? He's certainly given him a start.
He certainly has given him a start, but he's flying up this mountain. Richard Virenque now trying to recuperate from that attack of Lance Armstrong. He was the first man to respond. He got up to the wheel, but just could not keep the pace. Alex Zuller was the second man to come up to the wheel of Lance Armstrong, but he too could not match the pace. But he is now beginning to recover, trying to get himself onto the wheel of Armstrong. He realizes he must stay with him.
Well, you've got to admire Alex Zuller, because he is a man who knows how to hurt himself so much. He has recovered from that acceleration by Armstrong, and despite the pain, he is slowly clawing his way back.
Armstrong actually is waiting for him. He's looked over his shoulders a couple of times to see the position of Alex Zuller, but he doesn't want to ride all the way to the finish on his own. He wants some help, because we've still got 35 kilometers to go to the final finish line, and Armstrong has decided I better have a bit of help over the valley road.
Well, I'd call that pretty intelligent bike racing, if you ask me, because he doesn't want to climb perhaps the final roads, but all the way up to the line by himself. Why should he? He's the leader of the Tour, And why not enlist the help of another rider to try and reduce the gap up to Fernando Escartin? So he's dropped the cadence just a little bit and hopes that Alex Zülle here can recover.
The big change in Lance Armstrong's climbing style, though, Phil, is the fact that he's using such a small gear these days. You can see the way he's ticking over those pedals at the moment. His RPM is up very high indeed. He's pedaling at a high cadence, and that is the improvement that he's managed to get in the mountains. Before, he used to climb on power with sheer strength, and you cannot hold that up over a 3-week tour.
Well, he doesn't seem to do a thing wrong at the moment. They're regrouping behind, as Veronk, Casero are the riders getting back in touch there. Nardello is the little man tagged on at the back here. Let's have a look at the time checks. 2:41 is the gap at the moment, and it looks to me as though Vladimir Belli is the other rider who's got into that chase group of 4 for Festina.
Now Armstrong is riding comfortably now. He knows that Alex Zülle is with him. He will set the pace for the majority of this climb now, and he will take major risks on the descent off this mountain, because it is a very technical descent once we go over the summit. And Armstrong knows this climb, Phil. He's ridden the whole of this stage, 7 hours on a wet day, and he knows exactly what the climbs are like and what exactly the descents are like as well.
He has come here so well prepared for the Tour de France, and it is all working out for him now. The motorbikes have got to watch this and make sure they don't impede the progress of the Maillot Jaune, and the second man overall now, Alex Zülle. There's the latest checks now. 2:44 to Escartin, 3:06 already back to Richard Veronk in his group of 4. Well, it's a gap, but it's not the sort of gap that's impossible to bridge, Paul.
I would think Armstrong could bridge around about 1 minute on Escartin on the descent, because Armstrong is a real madman on the descents. A lot of that descending skill he learned from Sean Yates, following Yates down the mountains in the Gruppetto in his first Tours de France. But now he's going to go down these mountains chasing the leader on the road, Fernando Escartin.
Well, these riders are just trying to recover from that whirlwind attack there and sort themselves back out again now. Team cars are being released and allowed to travel up to the leaders. That's a good sign. The gap has opened. The men are out the window behind, out the roof rather. They are the race referees, and this is when their job is at most difficult, to try and control all of the team's managers who want to get up there and speak to the riders. Until the gaps are open, they won't allow those cars through.
Richard Virenque comes to the front of that group now to keep the pace high. In years gone by, he would have been able to match that attack, but immediately Johan Brunel, the team manager of US Postal, is up there alongside Lance Armstrong, and he will tell him definitely what is going on behind. Alex Zülle takes a bottle from the car, from the neutral delivery van there, which lets every rider in the Tour de France keep topped up with liquid.
And they're using plenty of that today on the climbs. As we look down from the helicopter now, and here's the team manager here trying to explain to Fernando Escartin, you're clear. What is happening behind? The fact is you're being chased by the race leader and by Alex Zülle as he now heads up towards the top. 142.5 kilometers will be covered at the banner on the top here. Then he plunges down, not too far, before he'll start a long, steady slog up towards the finish today of Pinot and Engali.
Alvaro Pinho, the team manager of the Kelme squad there, and of Fernando Escartin. This is one of the riders from the early breakaways coming back. In fact, this is Alvaro González Galdeano, who was in the leading group of 3 a little earlier with Fernando Escartin. He too was unable to match the pace of the flying Spaniard, but now Armstrong getting some help from Alex Zülle to set the pace at the front, and Zülle will realise that Armstrong is in a great day.
Well, you get some idea now the difference here, because Garcia is a good climber, and he's been blown away by Escartin. We're looking for Laurent Dufaux, who's around here somewhere. Our cameras can't be everywhere, and this race has been blown all over the Pyrenees today, so we're concentrating on the men we want to see. That's the yellow jersey of the race leader, and of course the green and white jersey of the man who's put him under so much pressure today, Escartin, who is now heading up towards the summit of the Col.
I can only believe that the referees of the race today, Phil, have decided to allow riders to take drinks all of the time because of the heat, which we don't normally get here in the Pyrenees. Normally, it's illegal to take drinks on board after the start of a mountain climb, but there are so many of these riders doing it. I feel sure that the permission has been given by the race referees of today, which is why Armstrong, in fact, took one on board.
Well, if it hasn't been given, I think all the fines will equal themselves out, because everybody's doing it as they start now stamping on those pedals, coming up towards the top of the Val Laurent. This is a long, long climb, but it'll be greeted by a short, stabby descent, quite a tortuous one on the way down, as we are beginning to run out of road today, and Escartin is the man who is heading for the finishing line in first position.
It's a very tricky descent off the slopes of this mountain, approaching the summit now. Fernando Escartin and all the Basque flags are out. The Spaniards have really come out in numbers today to see what they hope will be a great Spanish day. We're right up against the Spanish border, and that's why the Spanish riders have been so dedicated to go out and put in a top performance.
Well, there he is over the top of the Col Valeron. Fernando Escartin now gets maximum points. That wasn't what he was thinking of. He wants the stage win, and he would like to move as close as possible to the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. He is riding superbly, and I think Armstrong was right to await the arrival of Zuller, because Zuller has recovered, and the two of them are going good.
Armstrong, again, no expression on his face at all. He's just concentrated on the job in hand. He knows what he has to do. He went as soon as he saw that the rest of that group was in difficulty, and he blew them away. Here is Laurent Dufaux now in the company of Andrea Perron, coming up to the summit of the climb. Almost 35 seconds has gone by, and these two riders are caught in the middle of nowhere. They could not match Fernando Escartin as he came to the summit and launched that searing attack, and very shortly they are going to be joined, I reckon, by Lance Armstrong and Alex Zuller.
Well, it was Dufaux's magnificent attack on the Peyresourde that took Escartin up, and now Escartin has continued. And there's the clock counting on the right of your screen here as Laurent Dufaux stamps on those pedals as best he can. Now, this has been an outstanding performance by Andrea Perron as well today. This is the best we've ever seen him in the mountains, Paul.
Perron will be climbing way up in the overall rankings. He may well, by the end of the day, climb over his own teammate Abraham Olano. Just over 1 minute and 10 seconds was their deficit on the leader, but the next couple of riders up to the summit are going to be the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong and Alex Zuller.
And as the brilliant outriders from the Gendarmerie Nationale of France guide the riders through the mountains today, Lance Armstrong is trying to get a clear view of exactly where Fernando Escartin is. The clock is counting. 1 minute 11. Dufaux and Perron have gone over the top, and now we're looking for the arrival of the Maillot Jaune, and everybody else in between has gone backwards today, and they've all been passed by these two riders. A Swiss-American tandem now hunting a Spanish rider out in front. Alberto Eli coming up towards the summit now. He will be fourth over the top at 2 minutes 18. So you see the time gaps are still there. The crucial time we want to see is on Zuller, and here they come now, Zuller and Armstrong. Look at the clear difference in the rhythm as they stamp out their message on the Pyrenees. A magnificent crowd here at the top of the climb of Val Laurent. And it is still a big gap, so they haven't closed much on the magnificent pedaling of Fernando Escartin. In fact, I would say it's going to be just about the same, Paul, as they come up here.
They may even be losing a little bit because it's 2:45 and the clock is still ticking. But Armstrong looks very calm. He doesn't look as if he's under stress at all. 2:53 was his deficit over Fernando Escartin, and he's still got more than 5 minutes to play with.
Well, they're actually officially saying 2:50, but we're not going to argue over 2 or 3 seconds. It's not going to matter at the end of this year's Tour de France. We're not seeing a battle here of Laurent Fignon and Greg LeMond like it was in 1989 when they finished in Paris 8 seconds apart. We are seeing a showdown between riders who are not going to stop attacking one another till Paris, and there will be big margins one way or the other by the time we get there. Here comes Richard Virenque now, dropped by Armstrong, and Zuller goes over the top in 3:29, but he never gives up either.
He accelerated over the top. What he's hoping is he can accelerate on the descent now. Abraham Olano has almost got onto the back of the Richard Virenque group. He's ridden up at his own pace. He's got David Echavarria just off the back. He has another teammate with him, so they too will take major risks on the descent. And Tyler Hamilton has recovered well to stay with Abraham Olano. One man we haven't seen that is Kevin Livingstone.
Well, Tyler Hamilton gritting his teeth now as he continues to move up here. They're trying to keep Abraham Olano in touch and see if they can do anything on the descent, but either way, Paul, surely he's going to lose more time when he comes to the finishing climb, which stops right there on the top.
If he makes big risks on the descent and goes down like a demon, he could catch the group of Richard Virenque, but that's still a minute behind the group of Lance Armstrong. But the man leading the race, taking big risks on this descent, and it is a tricky descent, is Fernando Escartin.
Well, this is the descent now where Fernando Escartin has got to be in two minds, I guess. Should he take risks and go for it, make a mistake? It's a long way down without a parachute as he comes around these roads now at speeds of 80 kilometers an hour as he drives the biggest gear on his bike. And look at this, Zuller is a nervous descender, but Lance Armstrong clearly is not.
Armstrong loves to go downhill fast. Zulu having a hard time staying on his wheel, but these are dangerous descents in the Pyrenees, Phil. There's always a lot of gravel on the road. There's always a slippery moment in the corner. If you do take risks, it's very easy to find yourself on your backside at the side of the road.
But look at this now, because as we go further back down, one man has got his foot on the floor there. The brakes are full on. Oh, and he's just about round, and in fact that's Belly as he rocks on the grass. Vladimir Belly shakes himself back onto the road. We all breathe a sigh of relief, but they're the dangers. So the descent continues as Abraham Olano has had a puncture in the back wheel as well. When your luck is out, your luck is out.
It certainly is. Vladimir Belly must have had a pretty high heart rate going around that corner, but he's back on the main road, and in fact he's still getting back on to the group that he was with. But in fact the race radio telling us there's a problem with Abraham Olano, because in fact he's crashed as well.
He's crashed as well apparently, so his back wheel must have been flat, and we've no further news on that at the moment as we go back to the leader here on the way down now. Escartine piling on every ounce of pressure he can find as he races towards the last climb of the day.
He's taken a lot of risks on the way down, and he's not a great descender, but coming into this corner, he knows he has to get his gear right to accelerate as he comes out. Armstrong has been joined by Alex Zuller, and these two riders are going to go mano a mano up the final climb.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome back. This is the race handbook, or Bible as it's called, and it's given to every person on the Tour de France, riders included. It contains every bit of information you need to get around this 4,000-kilometre race, where the race starts, where it finishes, where it goes to. But the most important thing for the riders today is the profile. Pretty horrible, looks like a set of shark's teeth to me. But more importantly maybe is this part here, which tells the riders just exactly what the final kilometres are up to the finish line here in Puy-en-Velay. You can be certain of one thing: men like Fernando Escartine and Alex Zuller will have looked at this meticulously, and when they reach the bottom of this climb, they're going to know exactly where they want to attack.
Well, and there's just that one climb left to come now as the riders here are on the bottom of it, and this is the man who is reshaping the overall classification in the Tour de France today, even if there won't be a yellow jersey for him at the end, because Fernando Escartine, if it were to end now, would be up to second overall, Paul.
He's getting big time gaps, but not the big time gaps he needs over Lance Armstrong. Armstrong currently 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind, but there are two riders in the middle who we haven't seen an awful lot of: Laurent Dufaux and Andrea Perron, who are 1 minute and 20 seconds behind number 111, Fernando Escartine.
Well, behind Perron and Dufaux, the group is slowly getting bigger. Here it is, being led at the moment by Alex Zuller. Richard Virenque has just got back onto it. Lance Armstrong, you can see Vladimir Belly's in all sorts of problems, but he's here. Gonzalez Galdeano, Garcia, Casero, Van der Wouwer, Nardello. They're the riders in this group. Van der Wouwer has had a great day out. The rider on the left there with the lime green top to his racing jersey. He's been on the attack over every col today. Let me tell you straight away that Abraham Olano was last timed at over 4 minutes 15 seconds behind the leader, which puts him more than 2 minutes now behind this group here.
Slipping a long way down from his second place in the overall rankings, and Alex Zuller will be the man moving up to staying in third probably tonight, because if the race situation stays as it is right now on the road and Escartine conserves that advantage, he will in fact leapfrog everybody and move up into second. There is Andrea Perron in the black and yellow jersey, just being caught by the group of Lance Armstrong, and he's looking back to see where is Abraham Olano.
Yes, indeed, and he must have been very shocked to find he wasn't in that group, and I would say extremely disappointed as well, because Perron has made no effort, if he had any effort left, to hang on to this group. In the shadow, though, of the yellow jersey of Armstrong, Casero is the third rider in line here, the champion of Spain. He's had a great day. Belly is still here too. And this group, Richard Virenque was off the back of it, and he did well to get back up to it too.
He was one of the main contenders at the front of the chasing group, stirring them up to try and get up to the group of Lance Armstrong. Armstrong now deciding to go to the front and set the tempo. It's the best thing that he can do, really, setting a comfortable pace for himself and not for the others.
Steady climbing by this group, and as this climb begins to steepen, I wonder if they will bring back Laurent Dufaux. It's a possibility, because now stepping on the pedals again is Lance Armstrong, and I'm not sure how many of those men behind can hang on. Look at the pace accelerate, and look at the gap begins to open here, because right at the back of the line and caught on one leg is Alex Zula. I wonder if Armstrong knew he had him at the back of the line.
Zula slipped to the back of the line there into about 7th position, and he could not take the acceleration, and he's popped again. He's gone out of the back, and Richard Virenque also in serious difficulty in this group. Armstrong is unbelievable on the climbs. That wasn't really an attack, Phil. He just went faster.
That's not an attack. I don't know what is, because he has just gone clear. Armstrong is now making his run for the finish, and he's trying to do a Sestriere in the Pyrenees, because I think he might have left himself enough time to get up to the leader on the road today.
It's because he knows this course so well, having ridden it in training in the month of May in bad conditions, I have to say. But because of that, he knows just exactly when to make the effort. That's why he waited for Alex Zula earlier on in the stage. He didn't want to ride that long stretch of road between the two mountains on his own. And now he's gone to the final 5 or 6 kilometres, and he's putting the hammer down to make big time gaps again.
Well, Alex Zula, who was in 3rd place overall, and I better reserve judgment on that right now, has been tailed off here, and it looks as though they're trying to reorganise a bit of a chase back, because the 3rd overall has gone behind this group. The yellow jersey has gone ahead, and they're looking a little bit confused.
Well, you see how he knew how to attack on that incline there before this downhill stretch. He's opened up a gap of around about 200 metres, but that's because he knows the course. That's the advantage of preparing specifically for the Tour de France and not riding all the other events during the season. There is the neutral motorbike, which will ride behind Lance Armstrong in case he has a flat tyre, but he's now getting to the steeper part of the climb, and his pedalling action is absolutely remarkable.
Well, one thing is for certain now, this man is going to win the Tour de France. He is not tied in any way at all. It's only a question whether he's going to win the stage as well today. Well, here is the man who's tapping out his own rhythm here. He's not a very pretty star, but it's darn effective as he comes up to what is now the steep section of the course for the next 6 kilometres or so. Dufault, Escartine, Armstrong, those are the 3 names we think will be at the top of the overall classification tonight if all of this progress continues.
2 minutes, 10 seconds is the advantage he now has over the 2nd place rider on the road, Laurent Dufault, and the further 15 seconds behind is Lance Armstrong. This isn't the greatest pedalling star, but this man is a fantastic climber. He climbs on sheer courage. He's really rolling about on his bike, and I reckon he's having a problem with his knee, which he banged in the early part of this Tour de France, but he's riding through the pain at the moment because he wants to win for Spain right on the borders of his own country.
Well, looking down now, we're seeing him climb with tremendous effort and spirit up this climb. And the new piece of road there, completely covered in the decor of the day. Escartine's name will be there as well, as now Lance Armstrong, a yellow jersey in a Tour de France, alone on the road, trying to catch one of 2 men in front of him and bring them back to... Now, this is the right turn. The climb goes right up the side of the mountain now. It's a really tough one. And don't forget, the Tour de France has never finished here, but Lance Armstrong knows what's in front.
He's ridden here before. He came to check out these mountain stages of the Tour de France. First the time trial in Metz, then he went onto the Alps to check out the Alpine stages, then came down here to the Pyrenees, which is why he's got such an advantage over his rivals. He's meticulously prepared this Tour de France this year, and he's now on the very final slopes of this climb, the difficult ones, but it looks as if Alex Zula is recuperating and coming back to the group of Richard Virenque.
Well, there's the group in front. Alex Zula, this man will fight all the way to the finish here. He'll do his best to stay in touch. But that right turn is very cruel, because it says Pierre Engeli is 6 kilometres from the top, and in fact it's nearer 7. Because they'll see the 6 kilometre board from the Tour de France organisation up on this stretch of the road. And I would think when you've had all of these mountains to cross today, a matter of 700, 800 metres wrong in the score chart must hurt those legs.
A lot of that to do with the extra piece of road that the organisation of the local finish here, in fact, had to put in place for the Tour de France to come. This man, Alex Zula, is a great rider. He really was put under pressure there, but he's recovered and he's come back to the group of Richard Virenque. But at the front, Escartine is still burning up the road.
Well, what a magnificent day of racing this has been in the Tour de France today. All of the riders have played their cards and attacked one another. In the end, the strength of one man is holding off the rest of the field. The strength of this man is winning him the Tour de France.
Armstrong again, that face, no emotion, no sign of panic at all. He's just doing what he has to do. He's doing his job. He's riding as fast as he can up the final few kilometres of this mountain stage of the Tour de France. Angel Casero, the champion of Spain, he's managed to slip off the front of that group with Richard Virenque. He too now is trying to do something for the Spanish public, which are unbelievably numerous along the slopes of this climb, but they can do nothing to slow down the advance of Lance Armstrong, who's a lot further up the climb.
Well, the latest time check we've got is 2 minutes 30 seconds up to the leader, but we no longer know which rider on the course they're basing that time check on, because the groups have just blown apart now as everybody scrabbles for the finishing line at Pierre Engali. And this rider, third on the road at the moment, and it can't be long before he catches sight of Laurent Dufaux. Even if he can't catch him, he will see him because of the way this road switches back.
Well, Dufaux's doing a great ride. He went away over the top of the Col de Peyresourde with Escartine, and there he is. He must have been coming back slowly, Armstrong, because he realised that he had to try and pull back Dufaux. And now, once he gets onto the wheel of the man with the red jersey, there'll be only one man up the road in front of him. 111, Fernando Escartine, with just 5 kilometres left to go.
Unbelievable. Under the 5 kilometre to go banner, Fernando Escartine. He went for time today rather than the stage win. He certainly deserves the stage win. He will get time too that will lift him into probably the top 3 overall, but he hasn't got close yet to Lance Armstrong's big margin in this Tour de France. Armstrong is riding this race, and the only other rider I've seen ride like this in a Tour de France is Eddy Merckx, who I put down as the finest cyclist ever. Now Armstrong has come up on Laurent Dufaux. There's only one rider in front of him, and that will be Fernando Escartine.
Dufaux put a brave effort in today. He went away with that attack on the Col de Peyresourde with Escartine, and I don't think he would have expected to see Lance Armstrong coming back. Now it's the turn of Richard Virenque to leave that group that he was with. He too now is trying to ride himself into the top 5 or 6 places of this year's Tour de France. He started this morning in 7th place, 10 minutes behind, and now he's trying to ride himself a little higher up. He will beat this evening the best placed Frenchman in the overall rankings, and the man just in front of him was Angel Casero.
The irony is he will be higher up the overall classification tonight, but further behind Lance Armstrong, because he's losing time to the man in yellow. Now Armstrong has come up to Laurent Dufaux. What will he do? A few deep breaths and sprint away, or will he just be content to ride to the finish line with the Swiss rider?
This is the man who's in first place, Fernando Escartine, now being chased by Lance Armstrong and Laurent Dufaux, then followed by Angel Casero, and then followed by Richard Virenque.
So 5 kilometres to go, at 2 minutes 22 is the time gap, and that won't be bridged today by anybody. So this man is making a little bit of gains. He'll certainly be up into the runner-up position in the Tour de France this year.
He'll be happy with his day. He went out, the team went out with a plan to try and blow the Tour de France apart. The man they wanted to blow apart was the man in the yellow jersey, 181, Lance Armstrong. They weren't able to do that. Armstrong never panicked. He allowed everybody to attack round him because he knew he could recover and ride well towards the end.
A one-on-one battle here with the champion of Spain and the leader in the King of the Mountains on the last climb of the day. And there's more to come tomorrow with the Col de Tourmalet and the Col d'Aubiste, the Col d'Aspin. They'll go through it all again tomorrow, but the only difference about tomorrow is they have about 30 kilometres or more of flatter roads down to the finish in Pau.
Bad day for Alex Zuller. Every day during the Tour de France could be a bad one, and today it looks as if it has just hit Alex Zuller. He was riding superbly in the early part of the race. He was always alongside Armstrong on the Col de Peyresourde. He rode with Armstrong to try and bridge the gap earlier on, but in fact now he is cracked and he's having a bad time. Armstrong and Dufaux there at the front of this race, really being chased very rapidly now by Angel Casero, and then Richard Virenque pulling himself up as well.
Well, what a recovery by Richard Virenque this is. He's coming right up to these two leaders. He couldn't have possibly imagined he would have seen them again today. But since Armstrong has caught Laurent Dufaux, the pace has eased a little bit. Dufaux looks over his shoulder. As far as I know, he's never once turned to Armstrong and said, come on, give me a hand here. He's just continuing to ride up under the banners. I think that's the 4 kilometre to go there. And it is indeed, which means that Escartine must be dangerously close to the 3 kilometre if he hasn't passed it.
Escartine, barring any final explosion of his form at the moment, should stay in front of this race to win the stage this afternoon. But what's more important to him is getting time over riders like Abraham Milano and Alex Zuller.
Well, this rider will never give up trying, although he looks to me as though he may have just about hit the wall again. He looks very, very tired, Richard Virenque. Just as he seemed to be coming on to the back of Angel Casero, I think he's cracked, Paul.
He came up very close indeed, but everybody's almost in the same 20 seconds here. It looks very much as if Angel Casero has managed to pull himself back up to Lance Armstrong and Laurent Dufaux, but the man who's still leading the race all on his own for a very long time now, Fernando Escartin, is trying to take it home to Spain.
The difference between the leader and the Maillot Jaune is about 850 yards on this climb, and that's all it is. And this man is hanging on as best he can now for the finishing line, and that's what his team is telling him. Just keep going, you're nearly there.
Even Alex Zuller has recovered over the last couple of kilometres. He too now pulling himself up to the back wheel of Richard Virenque, and that's a great move by Zuller. Obviously knows himself very well. He didn't panic when he had that bad patch, but realised he had to get into a rhythm and pull himself back up to Armstrong, which is what he's doing right now.
Well, hats off to these men, top professional bike riders they are, but they know what nobody else can understand, and that's how to hurt themselves. When you're a star, that's one thing. To stay in the thick of the action when you're not feeling too good is another. And Zuller has suffered today, and he's still in at the kill. And here comes Kurt van der Wouwer as well.
Kurt van der Wouwer riding excellently for the Lotto squad. They haven't really been a team that's been dominant in the mountains over the last few years, but with the arrival of this young man and Mario Aerts, they are starting to prove that Belgians at long last have got men capable of riding high in the overall rankings. Great comeback by Alex Zuller, because now he's on the wheel of Richard Virenque, just as Virenque joins the chasing group behind Escartin, the chasing group of the yellow jersey, Lance Armstrong.
Virenque now can hook up with Casero, and that gentleman's getting in the way a little bit there now as these riders are coming towards the end of what has been a tremendous day's racing in the Pyrenees. There's the Basque flag flying, and that Escartin has gone through now. He's about 800 metres in front of this group, and that is all, but it should be enough.
800 metres is an awful long way on a climb like this. It correlates to approximately 2 minutes. Armstrong not happy there because that spectator ran up alongside him and tried to stick something onto his back, and he wasn't quite sure what was going on. He took a long, hard look at that spectator and told him, just keep away from us. We're doing our job. We're bike riders.
And that's true for sure now, as Richard Virenque has come straight to the front. This man 1 minute looks terrible, next minute he's pushing the pace. Dufaux, who has been absolutely brilliant today, his acceleration, we'll never forget a couple of mountains back when he took Escartin away. He couldn't master Escartin. Now look at this, because Virenque has gone, and immediately the Maillot Jaune is right on his wheel there, and even Zuller can find the strength. Where does he dig it from?
That was a real attack by Richard Virenque, and Armstrong wasn't going to let anybody go clear at all. The timing gap is still exactly the same, Phil. I make it 2:25 under that banner, and that attack by Richard Virenque was very closely mastered by Lance Armstrong and Alex Zuller.
Well, tremendous riding, and I think he's going to try and kick again here, but you get that feeling any minute now. The yellow jersey's going to try one himself. He's Escartin now. He likes to hear the noise, but he doesn't want to be touched, and he pushes them out of the way because he's climbing up now to his first ever stage win in the Tour de France after a memorable attack.
He's just got to keep going, keep rolling that body of his. It's a very ungainly style, but it's working out to be very efficient for him. His advantage, 2:28 over the group with Lance Armstrong, Zuller and Richard Virenque. Again, Virenque goes to the front, putting the pressure on. They've blown everybody else in the group away, and Virenque now is trying to climb himself up and pull himself with a possibility of finishing second on the stage.
The men of the Tour today are again cracking as they try to push each other to the limit now. As again, Richard Virenque, he's yo-yoed on and off the lead group all day today, but when he gets back, he just goes to the front and works hard. Right behind Lance Armstrong, then Alex Zuller. And this time, they have cracked Laurent Dufaux. He's been in the lead for so long, but he's lost the back wheel now of Alex Zuller, as the race referee there is desperately trying to clear all of the vehicles away from these three riders. There again are the Spanish Basque flags flying, and they've got themselves a Spanish rider in the lead today.
Armstrong riding very sensibly here, Phil. He's now able to respond to the attacks. He doesn't want to ride too hard. He's actually thinking about tomorrow's stage. The speed that he responded to Virenque's attack there shows that this man has still got a lot of reserves in hand. He's never once been in serious difficulty today, and today he's just riding to make sure he does the amount of work that's necessary.
Laurent Dufaux and Nardello here. They've just been distanced just that little bit by the group. They've been giving everything today. Every rider has delivered all of his efforts, and we're seeing a real true result in the Tour de France today. This was always talked about as the decisive stage of the Tour. We'll never know that until we look back in Paris, but it's certainly been one of the best, that's for sure. Here's the leader now, Fernando Escartin, climbing towards his first ever stage win, and just over the top of that mountain is Spain, his own country.
There's the kilometre kite, 1,000 metres to go to the finish line, and Kelme deserved this victory today, Phil. They went out with a positive strategy. They went out to try and attack the race. From the very first climbs of the day, they went out and they put pressure on Lance Armstrong. They put pressure on the whole race. They sent men out in front, and then that was the launch pad that Fernando Escartin needed. He came up to his teammates. They worked their hearts out for him, and then he took over, and he's really been successful.
Well, a superb piece of riding. He went clear on the climb of the Col de Val-Laurent. He went down that dangerous descent and took all the risks he needed to do. They have managed to get back around 30 seconds ever since he attacked on them, and that is nothing today. It has been a superb piece of riding by this man, whichever way you look at it. He hasn't got the time back he would have liked. He knows now the Tour de France will probably not be for him this year because he needed more time today. Tomorrow the advantage, I think, will swing back to Lance Armstrong, and then of course as we go towards Paris on the flatter road, Escartin, well, he won't make any further gains. This was his big card today. He's excited everybody. He's probably going to win with around 2 minutes, and by the end of it he might well be up to second overall.
Great performance. He's not got far to go now because the last 500 metres of this stage this afternoon actually drops down a little bit to the finish line. He will shortly be taking that right-hand bend, and he will know then and feel the relief in his legs as he rolls down at a higher speed towards the finish line. But he went out today with a big plan to try and do something special on this Pyrenean stage, and this performance of his today's, Phil, certainly has been a special one.
And the good news, Fernando, is the last few metres is downhill, and most of today's racing has been uphill. But now the pain is nearly over for him, and then he can sit back and watch the clock count down everybody else in. And you are going to see some gaps which will amaze you today. Olano will be one such gap, Pavel Tonkov will be another one, Stefan Erlo will be another one. Those riders are now out of it for a big prize in this year's Tour.
This is the new piece of road put in by the finisher, the organising committee here at the finish, and now it feels a lot easier for Fernando Escartin. And for the next 200 or 300 metres, he can really savour the victory, which is the first one he's ever had in a Tour de France at 8 attempts.
It's all downhill to the finish now. They have to just go down to the line, and Fernando has gone through the gears. Once again, he's in the big gears now, and he's racing. What a wonderful feeling this must be. He gave it his all today, breaking away after a tremendous acceleration on the Col de Peyresourde. He went away on his own on the Col de Val-Laurent. He has survived, and we'll see by how much in a few minutes' time. But right now, this has been a special day for him. All of the training has been worthwhile. In 8 attempts, this is his first stage victory in the Tour de France, and I think he'll find his second overall as well. Well, this is the first time we have seen Lance Armstrong in difficulty in the Tour de France, but what is he, 50 metres or so from the top of the climb, and then he's downhill to the line. But he has decided now, or he has had no choice. He's lost a little bit of ground here on the two who have been on and off the back of him all day today, Richard Virenque and Alex Zülle. It is 1 minute 15 seconds now since Fernando Escartin won the stage. Richard Virenque and Alex Zülle, men who have suffered today and thought the chances were gone, and now they are going to get the better of Lance Armstrong to the line. So it's 1:30 now, the time gap since Fernando Escartin finished, and just coming into view with 300 metres to go, Richard Virenque, the best of the French riders again in a Tour de France. He will be on the overall tonight, and Alex Zülle, and on the last knockings, Alex Zülle is gaining a few seconds, and that will be nothing over Lance Armstrong. And so they sprint to the line, and in fact Zülle has found the legs to take second. Alex Zülle coming towards the line now, second place, and he's gapped 2 minutes dead, and 2:01 to Richard Virenque in third. Here comes Lance Armstrong to the line, fourth today. 2:09 his gap on the winner in the end today, and he well keeps his yellow jersey. And the hero of the day, Fernando Escartin, now knows the thrill of a stage win in the Tour de France. And he opened the time gaps as well. Laurent Dufaux, who started the move, he finished 8th at 2 minutes 45 seconds. And the big loser of the day, Abraham Olano. On this descent of Val Laurent, he crashed and from then on lost big time. He trailed in at 7 minutes and 1 second behind the winner today. So Spain won today and Fernando Escartin will get all of the headlines tomorrow. Let's have a look at the stage result. He beat Alex Zülle, Richard Virenque by 2 minutes and 1 second. Lance Armstrong just trailing slightly at the end. He comes in 2 minutes 10 seconds back. And Kurt van der Wouwer did a great ride for the Lotto team, taking 5th place today. And it was a good ride too for Chris Boardman, a non-climber. He arrived safely in the big autobus and he arrived over 36 minutes behind the winner. Lanterne Rouge, Jay Sweet, well, he finished, but although the clock was still running, he has been eliminated tonight, so sadly no Paris for him. And Lance Armstrong is still the leader of the Tour de France, but I bet he's glad this stage is now behind him. This is the new overall situation. Armstrong now leading Fernando Escartin by 6 minutes and 19 seconds. Alex Zülle still lies third at 7:26. Richard Virenque is the best Frenchman in 5th, and Abraham Olano, he plummets now to 8th overall. What a day for changes, and now we can go to Paul Sherwin with Lance Armstrong.
You responded to a lot of the early attacks, but eventually when Escartin left, you didn't try to follow him. Why?
I didn't think he'd get that much time, and we thought it was better to just have the guys ride and keep him at a reasonable distance, but he was going fantastic today. I mean, he rode like an animal, and he deserved to win.
And a little sign of weakness at the end when you just got dropped off the back from Virenque and Zülle?
Yeah, I paid for my aggression at the bottom of the climb, and I don't know, the others didn't look so good, and Brunel, he told me to attack and just ride my own race, so, but I paid in the end.
Yes, but Lance Armstrong still leads the Tour de France tonight. In the 2 other competitions, in the King of the Mountains, Richard Virenque is still a convincing leader here. While in the green jersey points competition, Eric Zabel scored better than Stuart O'Grady today, and he nudges ahead there. And the most marks for acrobatics today, well, they go to Manuel Beltran of Banesto as he descended the Col de Val Laurent. The Pyrenees, which have played a starring role in the Tour de France since 1910, produced another epic day yesterday. Fernando Escartin, whose ungainly style matched the unevenness of the peaks, rode to his first stage win in 8 tours, and he ascended to 2nd overall. But it was not all celebration for Spain. Abraham Olano, who struggled and punctured, lost 7 minutes and plunged from 2nd to 8th. In the middle of the fight was the American Lance Armstrong. He faltered only in the last 300 metres, but after his hardest day, he's still a clear leader in yellow. Overall, he leads Fernando Escartin by 6 minutes 19 seconds, Alex Zülle stays third, and Abraham Olano is now over 12 minutes back. And the riders have to face up to all that again now on this final day in the Pyrenees. But what a magnificent day of racing it really was yesterday, and I think the riders did give their all. And even that wasn't enough for the Australian Jay Sweet. When he got to the finish, he found he'd been eliminated by less than 5 minutes. So poor Jay won't achieve the ambition of finishing his first tour in Paris. Gary Imlach went to his hotel last night, just as well he did. Jay was already checking out and heading to his home in Toulouse.
You know, I did it the hard way, and I've done it the hard way all week, and you know, just saying goodbyes to my teammates, you know, wishing them the best of luck, and they've all said the same thing, that none of them could have done it as long as I did, you know, and kept putting up with what I did. So, you know, they're all, you know, saying chapeau and congratulations and great stuff. So, you know, I'm happy. I did it a lot further than I thought I was going to do, so it's just a pity I couldn't get through the next couple of days and get myself to Paris.
It is a very intense experience, isn't it, though, the Tour? Will it be strange tomorrow when suddenly, abruptly, you're at home watching it on TV?
I think so. I was just thinking that before, how am I going to react waking up in the morning, knowing that I don't have to get up and race today, and you know, watching it on TV, and well, you know, it's life, huh? You know, and look, I'm still smiling. I'd love to be racing tomorrow, but you know, it's nice knowing that I don't have to. I don't have to go through all that pain and suffering tomorrow. So, as I said, I'm just going to relax.
What's the one abiding memory that you'll take with you from your first tour?
The day in the Sestriere. That was, it wasn't a good memory, but it's going to be the one that's going to stay with me for a long time. I think that was probably one of the longest and hardest days of my life.
You got a great reception from the crowd, though, at the end of every stage.
Yeah, I think I've made myself a little bit more popular in France anyway. I've got a few fans here now, which is funny because I didn't get fans from winning races. I got fans from coming last, which is kind of strange. But yeah, I think a lot of people here. Wasn't just the crowd on the road, you know, all the medicine people in the medical cars, a lot of the press people that follow the stages, even the commissaires in the commissaire cars, all the directors from the other teams were all, you know, cheering for me. I earned a lot of respect this last week from definitely doing it the hard way.
See you in Paris next year then?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, no worries.
Well, thanks, Gary, and the best of luck for Jay for the rest of the racing season. What a sad way to end the Tour de France, but there you are. The rollout this morning without Jay Sweet coming at 11:37. 142 riders in the field now, and the new Lanterne Rouge is Jackie Durand. Well, he's a man who's ridden 7 tours. He's had 3 stage wins, so this will be a bit of a new position for him in the overall classification. One man not with them, though, Manuel Beltran. This was the sensational crash of him yesterday as he started the descent of the Val Thorens climb, and he was lucky, I think, he hit the photographer, otherwise he might have gone a lot further. Well, we're on the slopes now of the Col d'Aspin, a little bit overcast, quite a contrast in conditions to yesterday, and the riders in no hurry at all for their rendezvous with the giant Col de Tourmalet, which is the other side of this mountain, Paul. They've all ridden together so far, and I must say, pretty steady pace too.
The reason is because this first climb after just 35 kilometres of racing is such a long way to go to the finish line, and any of the big attacks or offensives that do come up against Lance Armstrong will certainly come on the Col de Tourmalet, which climbs to 2,100 metres, and it is a very difficult climb. Over here they can ride together without the fear of too many of the teammates getting dropped, but once you get to the Tourmalet, people will just get dropped because of the length of the climb.
Well, this is a lovely part of the world today, not too far away from where the riders are right now on the early slopes of the Col d'Aspin, are the roads they raced along yesterday, heading down towards the finish at Puy-en-Velay, and that was that great day out for the Spanish rider Fernando Escartin. He's not going to attack too early today. Once we go down this mountain, there's a descent of about 7 miles, and then we run into the beautiful little town of Sainte-Marie de Campan. Once we're through there, it's a hairpin left, and then we start the long climb of the Col de Tourmalet, taking the riders up to 2,115 metres. We feel that is where the men will start to attack Lance Armstrong again today, to see if he's come through yesterday. He showed a little bit of tiredness towards the end yesterday, and he's lost a little bit of his lead too, because he's only just over 6 minutes ahead now of Fernando Escartin. And once over the Tourmalet, a long descent takes him right down to the valley. Then we go over the Col de Soulor and the Col d'Aubis. This is a most famous circuit in the Tour de France, virtually identical to the one first used when the mountains were introduced to the Tour in 1910. And, well, the roads weren't quite as well as they are now, Paul, but the mountains are just as hard.
The mountains are certainly just as difficult as they were, but this Col de Tourmalet really is a very long climb, and the descent down the other side is a very technical one as well. But because of the distance between the Col de Tourmalet and the Col de l'Aubisque, Lance Armstrong will hope that his teammates like Frankie Andreu and Pascal Deramé have a chance to get back into the action, because if he does have any problems on the Col de l'Aubisque, he's going to need teammates to try and drag himself back into the race on the road to Pau. The weather, though, is ideal for the racing conditions today, because there is a slight amount of cloud and there will be a larger build-up later on in the afternoon. There's not much of a wind. In fact, I would say it's a breeze coming from the west-northwest. The temperature ideal for these guys, 26 degrees Celsius maximum, but at the top of the climbs it will drop down to around about 15 degrees Celsius.
And one man, Paul, who's been slipping into the high finishes every day in this Tour, and I don't think I've mentioned his name more than once when I called him wrongly in a sprint finish about 10 days ago. Tell us about him.
Well, the featured rider for today is Daniel Nardello. He's actually a Lombard from the region of Lombardy. He was born near Varese on the Swiss-Italian border. He's 26 years of age and he'll be 27 next year. He's had a total of 14 wins, and this is his third Tour de France, but he's ridden the Tour of Italy twice and the Tour of Spain twice. He's not one of the great winners of the peloton with just 14 wins to his credit, but he's always a rider who works very well for the team. In fact, going back to 1993, he was fourth in the World Time Trial Championships, just showing that this is the kind of rider who really is able to shine in all terrains. But his biggest real win came in the 1996 Vuelta Tour of Spain when he won a mountaintop finish. In fact, he outsprinted his friend and training partner, Andrea Perron. The following year, he went on to win the Tour of Austria, which shows he's a very good rider because there are a lot of big climbs in that Austrian race, and that was where Kevin Livingstone was revealed as a good prospect for the future for the United States. He was second in the 1998 National Championships, but really this year he's looking to perform well at the Tour de France. He's currently lying 6th overall. That's his highest position after finishing 8th last year, and in fact now after the defeat of Tonkov yesterday, he's got the chance to be the rider to try and ride high in the overall rankings for Team Mapei.
They're just coming up here at a very steady pace. 3.5 kilometres to the top. Chris Borden was on the front in the valleys too, riding at the front with his Credit Agricole teammates because they were trying to get Stuart O'Grady into position to take out the maximum points at the first sprint of the day at Serron-Colin at 16 kilometres. That wasn't the case. Sebastian Dimarbay from the Lotto team, he got away just before the sprint and he took the points, and Eric Zabel, now sprinting clearly better than O'Grady, beat Stewart to the second place. So in fact Zabel now has a 12-point lead in that competition. In itself it's not a lot, but he is very consistent in the way he's beating O'Grady.
Zabel's performance every day when he goes out there, he knows he has to fight for points. He knows he has to finish in front of one man, and that's Stuart O'Grady, and he is consistently doing that. And whether it's 1 point or 10 points, he's always making an advantage of going forward and trying to get as many points as possible before he goes up to Paris, which is why he thinks it's almost more difficult to defend the green jersey than it is to defend the yellow.
Well, right now, if anybody's thinking of attacking in the middle of the pack, they haven't got a chance because the riders have blocked the whole road up here and they're determined to keep it nice and steady. Rider down there just passing through. Our picture was on the Perron, you probably missed him, but in the yellow jersey, of course, is Lance Armstrong today. Just behind him, it looks like Stuart O'Grady. On the polka dot jersey, Richard Virenque. He's making that climbing title his again. It is a very strange way he wins this title, Paul. He doesn't seem to have any challengers. He's won it now, well, it will have won it 5 years running, not 5 years running, 5 times.
He would have had a certain challenger if Marco Pantani had been here at the Tour de France, but he does manage to go out and get his main points in the big mountain passes, the first and second category climbs and the Hor category climbs, which give them an awful lot of points, and that's where you can really win this competition if you are dedicated and completely concentrated on going for those mountain points.
On your days in the Tour de France, Paul, you would have been feeling pretty happy at the speed right now, right?
I would be more than happy. Every rider who's going through a hard time in the Tour de France so far would be pleased for the fact that the race has gone over the Col d'Aspin at this very temperate speed, and they'll be realizing then they've got a very serious chance of getting in within the time limit at the end of the day. But in fact, the profile of the latter part of the stage reminds me of a stage a couple of years ago in 1985, when in fact François Simon's brother won the stage. The race actually started at the bottom of the Col de l'Aubisque, and it was a 2-day stage. Stephen Roach had won the stage in the morning. It was stage 17, and in the afternoon, Régis Simon, who wasn't a great climber, took off on the Col de l'Aubisque and managed to stay clear all the way down into Pau, and it was a double stage victory for the La Redoute squad.
That's right, a pretty happy occasion, certainly for Stephen Roach. He was then a winner of the Tour de France, and he went on to win the whole race in the end. Of course, the only Irishman to have done that back in 1987 now, and on that occasion the big three came his way, the world title and the Tour of Italy as well, and the only other man to have done that is Eddie Merckx back in 1974. Well, we're getting pretty high up now. I keep getting a little bit worried. It's probably that banner just going past those 3 kilometres to the summit. A little bit worried about the cloud level, because when we get to the top here, we're at 1,489 metres. Itself is not very high for a Pyrenean mountain, but oddly enough, the view here is beautiful on top of the Col d'Aspin under normal conditions, and you really have got a lovely view of the Pic du Midi, but I'm afraid we're not going to see it today. And if the cloud is here at this level, Paul, then we are going to be in the mist probably for the last 4 or 5 kilometres of the Tourmalet.
Tourmalet an awful lot higher than the Col d'Espagne. You get a chance here just to see what these Pyrenean passes are like. They zigzag up these mountains, and it's a wonder sometimes why they actually build roads across these mountains, because it really does take you right into the heart of the Pyrenees, and there's an awful lot of wildlife in this area too, which these guys don't have much chance to take time out to look at today.
Well, don't forget, it was back in 1910 when it was a journalist who worked for the organising newspaper L'Auto and the granddad of the Tour, Henri de Grange, who went out and then sent a telegram back to his boss to say he just managed to go through on a bicycle. He conquered the Col de Tourmalet. It was perfect, and yes, the Tour de France should cross these roads. And Henri de Grange needed no more prompting than that, because it was in the route for the 1910 race. And the race won then by Octave Lapitz, who was in fact more of a sprinter than a climber.
Still the same situation at the front of the main field. None of these guys are very keen to set the race going at the moment, because there are two very difficult climbs to come after this one. The Col de Tourmalet really goes up for an awful long way. When you get to the bottom, you'll see a banner telling you there's 23 kilometers to go to the summit, and that's around about 14 miles of climbing. And the descent down the other side is a very treacherous one, even more treacherous today. I think if the fog is over the top of the climb like that, it does make it even more tricky, because you can't read the lay of the land properly when you're coming into a corner, so you can't interpret how the corners are going to be when you come out of them.
On the pace of the front, and then you look at the back and the riders here, one or two are finding it quite difficult on the climb here, and they'll be glad of this chance to loosen off the legs after the stiffness which must have been in them after that terrific day's racing yesterday. And on a day of racing like that, you can only feel sorry for Jay Sweet, who was eliminated by a little more than 5 minutes, because it was such an aggressive race. I thought the organisation was pretty hard there, with an elimination percentage of only 12%.
It was a tough one for Jay Sweet, but that was a very tough mountain stage, and unfortunately for him, the aggression started very early on. The Spanish team certainly went out on a mission. They had in their mind that they wanted to try and blow this race to pieces on its way through Spain and up to that very difficult finish in the ski resort, and that is really why Jay Sweet ended up being a casualty of what was an exceptional day's racing. For the moment, the Spanish teams must certainly have pretty stiff legs, because they were really going for it yesterday. They put down the law on the roads of the Tour de France with all those big attacks, blowing the race absolutely to pieces. And today they are not gone out quite so quickly, but certainly they will have got morale from their performances yesterday. And if Fernando Escartin wants to keep on to his second place before he goes up to Paris, he's going to try and have to get some more time over riders like Laurent Dufaux, Virenque, and obviously Olano.
Well, there you can see we're just tickling the cloud now as it blows through the valleys, and the whole entourage of the Tour de France making steady but sure progress up towards the top. Richard Virenque, again the leader of the King of the Mountains. He was first over the top of this climb in 1994 and 1995, and it could be a sprint here, and if it is a sprint, well, Robin McEwen could show them a nice clean pair of wheels.
Not many riders will be able to beat Robin McEwen in a sprint at the summit, but one man who will try to is the man on the left-hand side there in the white jersey with the red spots on it. Richard Virenque has a very comfortable lead in the King of the Mountains competition at the moment, and in fact Mariano Piccoli has been very consistent in this competition. He went out over the first week to look for the small points on the third and fourth category climbs, and he's currently lying second overall in that competition, just behind Virenque. And in third place, really just a matter of course, Lance Armstrong, because of the fact he's been riding at the front of the race throughout the mountains of the Tour de France, is in third place in that standings as well.
Well, Lance Armstrong, he's going to feel nervous today, because to him this is going to be something like the last day of the Tour in many ways, because the mountains after today will be behind him. He'll bring all of his team back around him for the flat roads to Bordeaux, where we should see a sprinter win, but you never know. Of course, a breakaway could go. We're bound to go back into the sunny weather towards Bordeaux. And once we go to Futuroscope, where the Tour starts next year, by the way, it's Grand Depart will be there next year. We're having a time trial there, and at that time trial, well, Armstrong, we'll see how he's come through this last couple of weeks since the last time trial, because, you know, if he's tired, then Zuller might take full advantage of him there. But he's lost too much time right now to affect the outcome of the race.
He has a great buffer over all of his rivals, but I spoke with Charlie Motte yesterday, a very experienced former Tour de France rider and wearer of the yellow jersey, and he was a little worried about Armstrong going into the last week of this Tour, because he said that Armstrong came into the Tour de France in such great shape that when you do that, you in fact have a very difficult time over the last week. So once Lance Armstrong gets to the top of the Col de l'Aubisque, he will breathe a big sigh of relief, because then he will almost be able to see the Eiffel Tower on the horizon.
Yes, he's had to fight everything else too, criticism as well as his fine riding here in this Tour de France. Well, the cars behind thinning out as well, because the two of the teams in the race now have only got 3 men left in. The Seiko Cannondale team, Cipollini's team, down to 3. And the other one is Lampre, they're down to 3 as well. You can see Mario Piccolini there nearest camera in that mauve stripe down the side. So once they're down to 3, then they eliminate all of their support vehicles except one.
Well, that's par for the course. Also, a lot of the masseurs and the mechanics will also get sent home as well, because they don't really need to keep hold of 3 masseurs and 3 mechanics when they've only got 3 riders left in the bike race. It is a shame to come to the Tour de France and be in that situation, but teams have been that way before. In fact, a couple of years ago, Lotto dragged themselves through to the finish with just 1 bike rider left.
But this year, many riders are tired in this race, and if you look at the overall classification, you can see how quickly the time gaps are opened. There are now only 42 riders in the event. That's 100 of them outside of 1 hour behind Lance Armstrong so far. And at the moment, we have covered in the region of 3,030 kilometers right now.
Still Robbie McEwen sitting in the middle there, pretty happy with the way things are unfolding for him today, because he knows later on he will suffer on the slopes of the Col du Tourmalet, and there will be a sprint at the top of this climb, because Virenque still needs to go out, because hovering near the front on the right hand side in the blue and pink jersey there is Mariano Piccoli. He's looking also to try and get himself some points, and he should have the advantage over the top of a climb like this in a straight out sprint against Richard Virenque, who is on the right hand side of the bunch, the left hand side of the picture.
Well, there's the rear of the pack. 87 riders have scored points in the King of the Mountains competition this year. Richard Virenque has 237 compared to Mariano Piccoli's 168. So that's a good lead for Richard. He's over there on the left, and Piccoli is the pink jersey, just tucked in off the right behind the tall Thierry Bourguignon. They're getting a bit twitchy now, so we're starting to move up towards the last kilometre, and that is why Richard Virenque on the left is looking over to the other side to see where Piccoli is. That man there's in camouflage, but I don't think he need worry now, because the mist is catching up.
Riding in the middle in the black and yellow jersey there as well of Once, in fact, is André Perron, who's riding an exceptional Tour de France. He's ridden himself right up into 11th place in the overall standings just now, and that's despite doing a lot of work for his team leader Abraham Olano, who was going through all kinds of difficulties yesterday. Virenque now taking much more of an interest at the front of the group here, because he realizes that we're getting a lot closer to the King of the Mountains at the summit, and right up alongside him his closest challenger, Mariano Piccoli.
To be anticipated, a one-on-one sprint here between Virenque and Piccoli, but watch out for the movement that might come up from the left of the picture there, Festina. But I wonder, because I think that Richard Virenque, he's done this so often, controlled the climbers and then sprinted out, but he's going to have a little go, and Robbie McEwen is going to have a dig here. He's almost smiling, I think, Robbie McEwen. He won't believe this, to win the top of the Col d'Aspin, and he's going to show Richard Virenque, if it's going to be a sprint, then I'm a lot better than you are. How's about that, Richard? Oh, he's going to move away, Paul, and let him go through.
Well, that was a slight move by Robbie McEwen there. He swung across and thought, well, I'm not really fighting for the overall standings here. I'll let the 2 guys who really are sprint it out themselves.
Well, that is amazing. But that's what happens on the way the race tactics are running in a big race like this. And now McEwen just having a word with Mariano Piccoli and Richard Virenque as they start. Here we are. Now let's just see if, in fact, McEwen does sit up and allow the 2 climbers to grab the most points. Watch for the line on the road. He's looking, he's inviting Virenque to come across. And Richard, I think, yes, it will be. He'll be third, I think. It was Virenque and Piccoli getting the mountain climbers points on the Col d'Aspin. So McEwen won't have his name in the record books as being first up the mountain.
Well, interesting that Robbie McEwen switched across there like that, because in fact he allowed the two men in first and second place to fight it out, and they will fight it out all the way to Paris, because I'm sure Mariano Piccoli just edged his wheel across the line in front of Virenque there, and that is going to make that competition fairly interesting over the next few days.
So let's see how they go down the hills. It's 1 kilometre already on the way down. Here in the Pyrenees, by the way, for the benefit of all the touring cyclists, they have the kilometre markers all the way up each side of the mountain. So when you're climbing to the top, at least you know exactly how far to go. But on the way down, of course, we see the back of the signs. Heading down towards our 2nd kilometre of the descent. Beautiful descent this for the early part. Long straight stretches of road. Then we start a hairpin through the forest as we make our way down to Sainte-Marie de Campan, where we hairpin round the cafe there. The very famous town is that, because there's still a plaque there when back a few years ago now, when Eugene Christophe, this is where he broke his forks, of course, and he walked 14 kilometres to the local forge and the blacksmith, made his forks again, and then was disqualified because he got somebody else to blow the bellows. And all that happened in 1913. There is a plaque in the village, actually, which tells you that. They'll pass through. I don't think they'll stop to read it.
A bit of discussion at the front of the group here. The lads asking Robbie McEwen what was going on there. How come you swung across like that? And the reason he did was because he wanted to leave the top guys in the standings to go over there. And it looks as if the advantage did go to Piccoli ahead of Virenque.
Well, and they also managed to fit Arrieta in there somewhere. So McEwen must have got fourth on the line.
Well, if there had been a serious race up the slopes of the Col de l'Aspin, Robin McEwen knows that he wouldn't have been there at all to sprint it out, which is probably why he sat up, and he will gain a certain amount of credibility from the other riders in the group there for not being an opportunist and stealing the glory from the guys who really sprinted out. We're getting a chance to have a look at that one more time. He led out the sprint and realized that all the big climbers of the Tour de France were fighting it out for a very important competition. And he swung off there, and I would have to say that Robin McEwen will have been third, and I think when the judges look back at that, they will see that it should have gone to the Australian.
Well, they've placed him fourth at the moment, and Lundqvist riding his first tour. We haven't seen the whole race. He's over there in fifth at the moment.
Welcome back. This is the last official feed station before the start of every stage of the Tour de France. This is the ritual the riders go through before they actually go up to the start line. Even though the teams have given them enough food and drink for the day, there's nothing wrong with taking an extra bottle of water and some fresh fruit. The great thing about fresh fruit is despite the weather conditions out here on the Tour de France, it's always easy to eat. This fruit normally is reserved just for the riders.
Well, I hope they fueled up well for today, because they're now on the climb of the Col de Tourmalet. This is the long one. It's almost 18 kilometres uphill. The attack started pretty soon after the climb started, when 8 riders got clear, led by Pavel Tonkov, who really isn't a big hitter anymore in the Tour de France. He's now 19 minutes off the yellow jersey, but you never know. He was joined by Echevarria, the stage winner a couple of days ago, Roland Meyer of Cofidis, Stefan Garzelli, Alberto Eli, Andrea Perron is having a great tour, Fabian Jecker and Cesar Solon, who's from the Banesto team. Jecker has been dropped, but there are now 7 riders in the lead. A couple of Kelme riders trying to catch them up. Here's the leaders now, led by Tonkov, and the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. He's had to come to the front a little bit earlier than I think he would have liked. He's there with Richard Virenque, but they're riding, Paul, 40 seconds behind, and the race now being driven by Tonkov.
Tonkov trying to get some kind of revenge on his performance from yesterday, because he was hoping to ride himself into the top 5 in the overall standings of this Tour de France, and the whole of the Mapei tactics this year have been to look after this man, to try and bring him up to Paris either as the winner or at least on the podium. And losing all of the time that he did yesterday, he has to come out today and try and do something special. The amazing thing about Tonkov, though, when you look at his pedaling style, he never looks as if he's really going very fast. He climbs with a huge gear, and that may be why he suffered yesterday.
Well, they're slowly but surely breaking up that leading 7. Eli, Tonkov and Echevarria going clear here. Here is the champion of Spain, Casero, now trying to rev up the main field here, and I think that the yellow jersey of Armstrong will be pretty pleased about that, because he might need a little bit of help today to get up to the leaders.
Kevin Livingston tried to psychologically psych out the rider from the Polti squad on the front there to try and slow him down. They don't want to ride up this climb so fast at all. Livingston riding alongside him in a hope that he could discourage the speed that was being set there. It didn't work, so he's let him go, and he sat up and gone back to ride alongside Lance Armstrong. Meanwhile, up the road, it's still Tonkov setting the pace, but the group of Armstrong now starting to close down on the riders being left behind from this leading group.
And Casero is trying to go across on his own here, but he's being slowly wheeled in. He's looked over his shoulder. We're getting a very select little group forming there now. That's Fabian Jecker, who's coming back on the right. He was with the leaders. He's trying to find his legs again now to lift them up and go forward once more. The best placed man in that front group is Andrea Perron, but he also, I think, is coming back now, leaving Tonkov, Echevarria and Alberto Eli as the 3 riders up front.
Well, Richard Virenque was the first man to actually attack Lance Armstrong on the slopes of this climb, and it's obviously had a major effect on the group because they're down to around about 20 men in this group now, and Livingston looking across, having a quick word with Virenque. Livingston coming straight to the front to set the tempo, but obviously as soon as the numbers start to be reduced, we see the big names of the Tour de France. In the white jersey there is Alex Zuller. There's the winner of yesterday in the green and white, Fernando Escartin, and Armstrong still sitting in the middle there very comfortably in his yellow jersey.
Well, we've been ascending now since the village of Santa Maria de Campan for 11 or 12 kilometers now, and we're starting to tickle the cloud line because we are now at the height that we were at the top of the Col d'Aspin, but we still have some 7 kilometers still to climb here. A break-up not due to the weather at the moment, but due to the fact we've just gone into this little tunnel which protects the road from the snow of the winter. And there's a view further up the climb, and it looks pretty good.
It's amazing. The riders will climb through the cloud and get up to the sunshine at the top of the Col de Tourmalet. Once again, though, Lance Armstrong's teammates with him have been reduced because of the speed at the bottom of this climb, the Col de Tourmalet, and he's now just got Kevin Livingston with him. And we are hearing that not too far behind, in fact, is Tyler Hamilton, who may recover and get himself back up alongside Armstrong before the summit of this climb.
I must say that Livingstone is looking pretty good at the moment. And so too is the sun on top of the Col de Tourmalet. A nice crowd, very orderly crowd, all barriered off there, waiting for the arrival of the leaders. Well, at the moment, I'd like to see Tonkov, Echeverria and Alberto Elli. They've started the attacks of the day. Those that join them, here they are. Tonkov was the man. He went clear originally with Echeverria and was brought back. Perron has just tacked on the back of the group. There he is now. So the Once boys getting a very strong hand here. Roland Meyer, he was originally with the break, has been dropped. Looks like he's coming back, Paul.
Well, that's because Tonkov, who initially attacked several times to get himself away from that larger group, has slowed down and settled down into his own personal rhythm. Roland Meyer has been very aggressive over the last few days. He's trying to get as much publicity as possible for Cofidis, and if he can get himself up to this group may well go a long way to staying clear for the rest of the day.
Well, they've now been climbing for 12 kilometers, and we've now got 5 riders reforming at the front. And we're waiting for the time check back to the yellow jersey. But in fact, Meyer here just not lifting the pace enough to get onto the back wheel there of Alberto Elli. If he doesn't get on quick, I think you'll find that he'll go and he'll drop back.
Great performance by Andrea Perron, who this year really has worked as a domestique for Abraham Milano. He's currently lying 11th in the overall standings, and another good breakaway by him today could put him very high up in the top 10. In the main field, though, it's still the same situation. Kevin Livingston sitting there in second position, waiting to take up the pacemaking for Lance Armstrong, but there's an awful long way to go to the top of this climb. The yellow jersey group at the moment is 50 seconds behind the leading group, which is 5 riders if Roland Meyer can just get onto the back of it.
And in between, we have got some Kelme riders who went off on the attack. Our old regulars, Contreras was clear, but we haven't seen them since they actually went away, but we'll wait and see.
Stéphane Goubert on the front from the Polti squad. He's keeping the pace high to try and look after his man, Richard Virenque. Virenque obviously wants to get as many points as he can on this last really big mountain stage today. That's the composition of the race at the moment. The leaders 25 seconds ahead of the Kelme riders in the middle, and then 50 seconds back to Lance Armstrong.
And well, I'm just listening to the radio there. They're giving already the main body of the peloton nearly 2 minutes behind since this climb started. So Armstrong had to go with the counter move. He wasn't too worried about the composition of the leading move because the men most nearest to him are still in the breakaway, in the chase group here with him. Escartin is the rider to the right of our picture. And also here is Alex Zula. We've seen him occasionally set the pace. He's dropped back at the moment. No sign again of Abraham Milano, but really he's no longer a contender for final victory now, having had his bad ride yesterday. He's now almost 12 minutes away off the pace.
Abraham Milano always suffering when it comes to the big mountains of the Pyrenees. He felt that he was a lot better in the Pyrenees than the Alps, but yesterday certainly wasn't a great day for him. Even though he did have some mechanical problems, he still never really was in at the kill over the top of the mountains. They're now climbing through the town called La Mongie, and very shortly they'll climb out of the clouds up towards the summit of the Col de Tourmalet.
Well, this is just short of 5 kilometers from the summit now, La Mongie, and it's a very popular town for the spectators. And just look at them here now as the riders climb through, as they have done since 1910, and setting the pace, the champion of Spain. But these are not the leaders, remember. These are the boys who are trying to get on terms. Oh, sorry, this is Goubert at the front at the moment, the Polti rider, not the champion of Spain. He's in here somewhere, Casero.
Kevin Livingston is very happy to have somebody else set the pace at the front there, just sitting comfortably in second position. Livingston really is turning out to be an incredible lieutenant for his leader Lance Armstrong in the mountains. He's always there, he always digs deep, and he's always setting a pace which is comfortable to follow. These riders coming back from the leading group. This is Stefano Gazzelli, the leader of the Mercatone Uno squad, a man that many feel could one day emulate the performances of Marco Pantani. Although he's not a great climber like Pantani, he is a good winner of races. The leading group now, Phil, is down to just 3 riders, so obviously Roland Mayer never managed to quite make it, and in fact Andrea Perron also has been dropped as they came through the Mongy.
Yes, Perron just got on, and the road kicked up a little bit as it does through the town here. It gets quite steep, and Perron has gone backwards again. There's Abraham Olano. And over on the far right there, well, that's a little bit unusual. Michael Bogart, we've hardly mentioned him, Paul, since his crash way back now on day 3 of the race.
Number 41 in the orange and white of Rabobank there is the man who many thought would be a great challenger in this year's Tour de France, and many put his name down as a possible winner of the race overall. But that really bad day on day 3 over the Pachos au Gois, where he lost more than 6 minutes, really affected him psychologically, and he never really was in this bike race. But today he's hoping to ride to the front of the Tour de France and stay in a group of 30 or 40 riders and get himself a chance to bring Rabobank a stage victory.
Well, at least he hasn't given up the Tour despite all hope of winning it, but he's riding behind the Maillot Jaune group at the moment. It has split on the climb as Kevin Livingstone here, thinking only of his team leader, keeps up this pace-making, and he really has done well this year. But he'll just try to keep the pace sensible right now, because there's no immediate worry about those riders who are out in front, Tonkov, Echeverria and Alberto Elli. Tonkov is 12th at 19 minutes now. Echeverria is 13th at 20 minutes. And Alberto Elli is 22nd at 28 minutes. So there's no reason to panic yet. And once over the top of the Col du Tourmalet, it's a long, long way down to the valley floor. They descend from 2,115 metres to rock bottom at 383. So there'll be plenty of time to repair the damage on the way down before they start the climbs of the last 2 cols of the day, the Col du Soulor and the Col de Bisque.
Looking at Kevin Livingston here, you can see he's completely recovered from that accident he had on the stage to Sestriere, when he was then still up alongside Lance Armstrong on the very difficult descent off the Mont Genèvre. It was raining and it was wet on the descent, and he came down in the corner and he was in real big difficulty for a couple of days, but he's managed to recover. He's been looked after properly by the team, and now for the last big mountain stage of this year's Tour de France, he's up doing the job that we saw him do very well last year for Bobby Julich.
Still tickling the cloud, but it looks to me, although the sun is coming through now as we get towards the summit. We've seen the top is bathed in sunshine, and the riders will be above the clouds now, looking down on them. In fact, Escartine, you can never tell from this man's style whether he's suffering or whether he's trying, because it's an ungainly style, but he never changes it, whatever condition he's climbing the mountain in. But he looks as though he hasn't suffered any ill effects in that brilliant escape he had yesterday.
Fernando Escartine, for many years, a real faithful domestique for Tony Rominger on his way to winning 2 Tours of Spain, and also on his way to performing very well at the Tour de France. He, once Tony Rominger retired, was given a free hand to ride for himself, and he's ridden successfully, and he really is looking to try and take out a win in the Tour of Spain. But today he's really showed that this year he's prepared perfectly for the Tour de France. He's right up in the overall standings, really 6 minutes 19 seconds behind Lance Armstrong, but he could really do with a little bit more time between himself and Alex Zuller if he wants to keep hold of that second place, with still a very long time trial to come.
These are the leaders now. Tony Rominger, by the way, sitting very close to us here at the finishing line in Pro today, working for his television network, as is Marino Lajareta, another great climber from Spain, who's also commentating here today. They know all about these climbs, and from the front as well. Pavel Tonkov, the Russian rider, is the man setting the pace here, followed by little David Echeverria, the man who can do most things well and could well be a future winner of the Tour de France. He's won a stage this year, and he's riding fairly high as well, 13th overall. Alberto Elli also having a great tour as well, and Elli riding from the 22nd position in the Tour so far. But it looks as though these guys are suffering, Paul.
They certainly are. Tonkov doesn't show very much emotion on his face, and he's a very strong rider. His climbing ability really comes from the strength that he's got in the lower part of his back and his big thighs, because he's not the typical build of a climber. He's such a big rider, but he manages to get up because he can turn bigger gears than anybody else on the slopes of this mountain.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Here is the champion of Spain, Angel
trouble.
Casero, 121, trying to stay in contact with the Lance Armstrong group, the group of the yellow jersey, but all of the time being led by Kevin Livingstone. 186 his number, and this man now just thinking all about getting himself to the top of the climb, not about chasing down the leading group of which is now 4 riders, because Andrea Piron once again has recovered and managed to get himself up to the leading group, but really just making sure that they don't get too much of an advantage over the summit. And in fact, they're not doing such a great job, that leading group of 4, because the last time check we had was in fact they were just down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds is the gap, and there's nobody between the 4 leaders now and the Maillot Jaune group of Lance Armstrong. So we've got Pavel Tonkov, David Echeverria, Andrea Perron, Alberto Elli are the 4 riders in the lead. The 11th, 12th and 13th place riders in the overall classification are on the attack. Heading up now above the clouds here on the Tourmalet. Magically the sky is cleared as the riders started to climb. That's great for us and great for them as they head up now towards the top of the Col de Tourmalet.
Looking at the work being done here by Kevin Livingstone, I wonder how invincible Lance Armstrong would have been if Jonathan Vaughters had still been here at the Tour de France, if he hadn't gone out in that crash on the 3rd stage over the Passage au Gois and been forced to retire, because then Armstrong would have had some very strong allies in the mountains. Despite people saying that the US Postal Service team is not one of the strongest teams in the Tour de France, they've used the best of their abilities to control this race since Lance Armstrong took the yellow jersey on the stage to Metz.
Well, Tonkov has done all of the work on the Col de Tourmalet today. He launched the attack, they joined him, he set all of the pace, not worried about anybody coming. He's been on his own with just Echeverria, then in a group of 7, now it's a group of 4, and he continues to set the pace. The others are coming and going as they will, but as Paul has said, they are not riding away from Lance Armstrong. That great pace-making by Kevin Livingstone is keeping them right in touch here. 30 seconds is the gap, and that's all.
Andrea Perron having a hard time to stay with this leading group of riders here. He keeps yo-yoing on and off the back of the leading group of 3, and it's all because of the pressure being set on the front of the group by Pavel Tonkov. Tonkov not too happy with that young kid there, because we all know that at the summit of these climbs it's very easy to make a mistake. We saw that with Giuseppe Guerini, who went down with just 1 kilometre to go to the finish of the Alpe d'Huez, and a lot of riders very wary about the spectators coming onto the course.
Absolutely. Now we continue here. This is Stefano Gazzelli, who was in the original breakaway. Now looks as though he's in a little bit of trouble here. We're up towards the ski lifts now. Once you see the cable cars coming over the road, good indication we're not too far away from the summit of the Col de Tourmalet. And Kevin Livingstone has done a great ride today. He doesn't look under pressure at all. Alex Zuller clearly deciding he's not going to attack on this climb. Maybe he can't. Richard Virenque again following the wheels and will be looking to sprint out of this group for the maximum points he can gain in the King of the Mountains and continue building his lead in that.
Armstrong sitting a long way back down this group at the moment. I'm surprised to see him lying so far off the wheel of Kevin Livingstone. He's down with Fernando Escartin, and the man up in 2nd position behind Kevin Livingstone at the moment is Vladimiro Belli, the rider from Festina, who was really ridden well over the last couple of days.
Well, the fact you saw Zuller look over his shoulder as he check out where Armstrong was, and I thought for a moment he was going to launch an attack, but he hasn't done so. He's just settled back into the group. It's becoming a very select group, this, and despite nobody attacking and just Kevin Livingstone setting the pace, but the riders are quite clearly, many of them are tired from yesterday.
Then the red jersey there just off the back of Lance Armstrong is Laurent Dufaux. He looks like he's having a hard time this afternoon as well. Kelme again very much in presence. Just going through the picture there was Carlos Contreras, the Colombian rider on the Kelme squad, but it looks as if Laurent Dufaux, wearing number 74 there, has recuperated a little bit to move himself back comfortably into this group. But a great job being done by Kevin Livingstone there in the blue and black jersey of US Postal Service. Absolute concentration on his face. He's not thinking about anything at all. And in fact, one rider we're not able to see in the group at the moment is the man who's ridden so well in the Tour de France so far, Daniele Nardello, who started this morning in 6th place overall.
Well, these are the leaders inside a kilometre to go. They head up towards the summit of the Col de Tourmalet. It's right straight ahead of them now by that house there. and they've moved up beautifully. This is actually turning out to be ironic. This is some of the nicest weather conditions we've seen on the top of the Col de Tourmalet. And still Tonkov is setting the pace. Little Echeverria in the middle, and Ellie is just behind. But we really could do with knowing the whereabouts of Daniele Nardello. He hasn't missed a move the whole tour. He's not in that group containing Armstrong at the moment.
Another man not in that group in the black and yellow squad of Once. He's not there either. Abraham Olano. Lance Armstrong's group only 25 seconds behind, so Kevin Livingstone doing a very sensible job, just pacing them up nice and slowly. No panic at all in the US Postal team at the moment. They're riding just off the back of the leading group of 3 riders, and the kind of descender that Armstrong is, he could very rapidly close in on the leading group on the descent.
Well, if they did get together going down, it would make a very class group of bike riders at the front, and with 1 or 2 of the top 10 missing there, they would start to ride pretty hard as well. Livingstone trying to put his team leader into that front group at the moment and doing a very good job. 24 seconds the time gap now, and Kevin will go on the front as long as he possibly can here, and then leave his team captain to do what he can. Back to the front now, running up towards the top of the Col de Tourmalet, and Tonkov has led virtually all the way up this mountain. And in fact, Echeverria wanted himself a can of Coke there, and he got it.
A very alert man at the side of the road there. He saw somebody handing up a drink, and it's fairly safe to take up a drink which comes in a can or a closed bottle, but you have to be very wary in the mountains of taking on board drinks from spectators at the side of the road, because very often they think they're doing you a good favor, and they'll get water from a stream at the side of the road, and you have a cold drink like that, and you can end up very rapidly getting a very disturbed stomach.
Further down, Livingstone still setting the pace. Armstrong has moved up nicely onto his back wheel now as we look down to the back end of this group here. The one containing Escartine. Roland Meyer, who was with the leaders, got dispatched back to the group and is continuing to lose ground.
Also in this group, Alexander Vinokurov, the rider many thought would be a big star in this first Tour de France of his. He will come back in future years and be a man capable of rivaling the best on the slopes of some of these mountain passes. But for the moment, he's having a very difficult time in his first tour. Alberto Elli now in the pink and white of Telecom, deciding to set the pace, and he's put Tonkov into difficulty.
Well, can you believe this now? Ellie is having a very, very good tour here. He's limiting. Look at that though, Paul. They've climbed right back into the sights of the 3 leaders here as we come up to the top of the Col de Tourmalet and the Tour de France. Almost the heads of this race are back together again now. Alberto Elli, using superb strength, is riding away from Echeverria and Tonkov, while Kevin Livingstone is bringing up the yellow jersey towards the leaders. There's a lovely shot of Alberto Elli now as he comes up towards the top of the Col, with Echeverria on the left, and they just literally rise out of the ground. They've been climbing for over 17.5 kilometres now. And then Kevin Livingstone, tremendous job this man has done, bringing his team leader up the mountain. And I think on the descent we are going to find a very select group of riders forming at the front.
And Perron just holding on over the top there for 4th place. Armstrong accelerating as well to the front of the group for the descent. Very sensible move by him, putting his rain jacket on for the descent, because on these descents you can get very cold indeed. You have to look after yourself, because let's not forget there's still many days to go in this Tour de France, and Armstrong doesn't want to get a chill.
These initial kilometres off the top of the Col twist and turn a little bit, and then they open up the speed, but as you can see, we are going to go into the cloud halfway down, and then it's going to be pretty rough for these riders for a few kilometres before they come out. Long way basically downhill now for all of these riders as they go back down to the valley below, and then they start to climb the last 2 climbs, the last 2 serious climbs of this year's Tour de France.
Well, that was a good move there, a good acceleration going over the top. This is what the rest of the group look like. We're looking for a black and yellow jersey of Abraham Olano. For the moment, it's difficult to spot. There is Udo Bolz, the German champion, a great lieutenant himself for Jan Ullrich, who's not riding the Tour de France this year. And moving up as well is Stefan Erlo, the man who is hoping to climb himself back up into the overall standings and become the best placed Frenchman. He had a very hard time yesterday, losing more than 13 minutes on the stage.
Well, not too bad. 121 down on the leaders, Paul. They could all come together again before we got the Col de Soulor here. Here we go now, and we've descended now. I didn't quite catch it. 1 kilometre down, I think we've done so far. As we go back up to the leader here, I think Tonkov is the leader. Our motorbike will point that out in a minute, or we're still carrying on. It could be 3rd man on the road here.
In the front of the race at the moment, it's Alberto Eli who accelerated over the top of the climb. In front of Tonkov is also David Echavarria, who's taking a big risk on the descent. But Tonkov not descending very well at all. He's really scared going into these corners. He doesn't look relaxed at all as he goes around there. He would normally get round that corner a lot faster than Tonkov is going, and I think Tonkov is actually going to wait for the group behind and leave the two men in front to stay out a bit longer.
It certainly looks that way. We're 2 kilometres down now as Tonkov, a little bit of slippery surface there. Here's Abraham Olano with 3 of his teammates pacing him up towards the summit. Again, he has had a terrible, terrible day in the Pyrenees, and I think he's going to be losing 3 minutes now because the clock is already approaching 2:30, and already Abraham Olano is in trouble with 2 more climbs to come.
Olano not a great climber. He's proved it again. He wants to walk into the footprints of Miguel Indurain, but he just cannot survive in the mountains the same way Big Miguel could. He always has a hard time on these big mountain passes. The average mountains, which go up to 1,500 meters, he's fine, but once you put another 500 meters on top, he really does go into difficulty.
Well, he's gone over the top, 2:55 down, and Olano now in all sorts of difficulty again. If he's going to want to get back into contact, he's going to have to take risks on this way down, because the leaders, and this is the Armstrong group, are now on the way down, shrouded in mist. And this, the Col de Tourmalet has gone all according to plan for Lance Armstrong. The fine pacemaking of Livingstone done no damage at all to his lead in the Tour de France. And I think he's going to be feeling very relieved now as he makes his way down here. He won't take too much risk, and he won't worry about whether he catches the leaders just yet. So we're on the way down. As we descend into the mist, we'll probably lose pictures for a little while, so we'll take a break.
Welcome back. The Tour de France is the biggest annual sporting event in the world, but unlike the Olympic Games or the Football World Cup, it goes to a different venue every day. To move 250 television vehicles around the country, it has to be operated like a slick military operation. That's why when we come into some of the small town finishes, everybody has to know just exactly where they're going to place their vehicles. It's all planned out beforehand so they can make the best of the small space available. The amazing thing is, though, it's not just the television that rush into the finish line, it's also the press, the team managers, and anybody else involved with the Tour de France organisation. For the moment, everything's working out fine.
Well, thanks, Paul. It really is like a giant jigsaw. I'm absolutely amazed how they put this all together every day of the Tour de France. Anyway, back to the action now. The men that make the Tour de France, and the man that's making the stage today, Pavel Tonkov, is still at it here on the Col de Soulor. He's about 5 kilometres from the summit and still setting the pace. So once we came down the Col de Tourmalet, there was a massive regrouping behind, but these guys stayed away. So we've still got Tonkov, Echevarria and Eli out in front. And they're out in front of Christophe Wienro, who was last year's King of the Mountains. We haven't seen anything of him, but he's there. And then we go back to a chase group of 8 riders, and here they are. Roland Meyer is the rider in second position. The others are Marcos Serrano, Alexander Vinokourov, Carlos Contreras, Jose Luis Arrieta, Francois Simon, the champion of France, Francisco Garcia, and Hernan Buenahora. They are the boys chasing, and the yellow jersey group, which is now quite a big bunch, 4 minutes 27. In fact, Olano is back safely alongside Armstrong.
Olano took a lot of risks on the descent of the Col de Tourmalet with his teammates there to get up to Lance Armstrong's group. The reason he got back really was because nobody in the group wanted to put the hammer down, because there were still more than 90 kilometres to go to the finish, and that's why there was a general regrouping of a lot of riders coming up from behind. But that did again turn the tables towards Lance Armstrong's advantage, because several of his teammates managed to get back into the group as well, and he's now well supported by his US Postal Service team.
Well, as we look at the breakaway going here, Paul, I know a lot of the British press and certainly a lot of the French press carrying stories again that they really do seem they are trying to pin Armstrong down in this tour as a drug taker, and they're saying now his urine has shown traces of a corticoid, a minuscule amount, and Armstrong now riding under the pressure of not just the Tour de France, but it seems a certain quarter of the press are out to prove him a cheat.
It seems almost a case of persecution as far as I can see, because it is only a certain portion of the press. I actually cruised around the press room last night, and it's definitely kind of a 60-40 feeling that Armstrong is riding the Tour de France clean. The other 40%, majority of them coming from the French press, in fact, who are starting to circulate rumours and finding certain amounts of details about the results of controls, which are in theory supposed to be absolutely secret, unless of course a rider turns a positive result in, and nobody has turned a positive result in. and the traces of cortisone which are alleged to have been found in Lance Armstrong's urine is very, very small indeed. He actually called me on the phone this morning, Phil, and told me that his result was 1,000 times less than anybody else.
But it did say, and I don't know how the story has started, because if the guy hasn't given a positive test, then nothing should be said. But they are saying that his urine showed a quantity of 0.2. And the French are saying, yes, but he said he's taken nothing. Now the test is saying he's taken something, so we're saying he's a liar.
Well, I think the problem is there's a slight interpretational problem between the English and French language. Armstrong himself is trying to talk French at any of the press conferences he gives, and when somebody says to you, are you taking a drug, you initially think, well, am I taking it orally or am I having an injection? And he would reply to that, no, he's not, because that is exactly the way he feels. But in fact, he did also tell me that he had been given a cream because he had a problem with a saddle boil, and that cream did contain a certain amount of cortisone. Now, the small level that has been revealed in his urine would indicate to me that that's probably where that trace came from.
And not been taken, but in fact been rubbed on and absorbed by the system.
He did, in fact, as well. One other point that he made to me, Phil, was, in fact, when he went to the medical control on that day, he actually gave a letter from his doctor saying, we have used a cream containing cortisone. So I really am not sure why there is this sense of persecution around Lance Armstrong, and it really does seem to be coming more from the French press than anywhere else.
All right, and let me remind you that before you are testing positive for a corticoid steroid, then the reading has to be a full 6 points, and we're talking here of 0.2. So it does sound at the moment like a case of sour grapes, but the story will run for a while yet, I'm sure of that. Well, we're looking now at the second, well, it's the third group really on the road, because one man is on his own, Christophe Rienero. This is Francois Simon, looking as though he's beginning to suffer a little bit now as we run up towards the top of the Col de Soulor. This is a long climb, by the way, the Col de Soulor. Some 19 kilometres it is to the summit, and the riders are, well, the ones that have taken the bull by the horns today, Elie, Tonkov and Echevarria, nobody has really worked hard to chase them down. Armstrong continues to watch the senior riders in the Tour de France. If they don't move, I don't think Lance Armstrong will today.
He's not too worried about the men up the road, Alberto Elie, Pavel Tonkov and David Echevarria. In fact, Tonkov the closest place to him, 19 minutes behind. Armstrong's really more worried about attacks if they were to come from Alex Zuller and also from Fernando Escartin. That's why, once again, he's played a very good tactical move in letting some of the lesser riders, men who are further down the overall standings, get clear on the stage.
Looking here at the telecom rider going through our screen there, Alberto Elie. I had a little chat with the national coach of Germany earlier today, Heiko Salzwiedel, telling me he's just been speaking with Jan Ullrich, who is very positive and wants to get his hands on the Tour of Spain later this year. And there are a lot of riders, in fact, who aren't here for telecom. So there's a lot of good riders recovering from injury who'll be very fresh for the Tour of Spain, Paul. People like Bjorn Ries and Jens Heppner, etc.
And Bobby Julich. Bobby Julich went out of the Tour de France in that crash on stage 9 in the time trial around Metz, and talking to his team manager, Alain Bondu, who's a very good friend of mine, he said that Bobby Julich, in fact, has already taken a few pedal strokes of training to get himself back onto the bike, and now has flown across to the United States with his wife to start training again in earnest. And his major objective for the end of the season now is going to be the Tour of Spain, followed up very smartly after that by the World Championships. Escartin's launched an attack here. Immediately that came, then followed straight away by Lance Armstrong. He's not going to let any of the big contenders get clear of him.
Certainly
and in
not
fact,
this one.
He's right onto the wheel of number 111 because he sees him as being the most dangerous man to him in the overall standings. And right there in attendance in the white jersey of Banesto, Alex Zuller.
Well, this is a serious attack now because we're going on the penultimate climb of the day. Escartin couldn't leave it any longer, and he's launched the attack. Armstrong straight onto him, and he's going to sit there in his slipstream if he can and see what becomes of that. Alex Zuller realised it. One or two others trying to scurry across from the group as well.
Trying to get across there. The polka dot jersey of Richard Virenque was just a little off the back, caught out by that surprise attack there from Fernando Escartin. But you can see now the major panic at the front of this group where Lance Armstrong was. Coming across there, it was difficult to make clear who that other rider was coming across, but in fact Armstrong in second position behind Escartin, looking pretty comfortable.
Escartin couldn't leave this any longer. He had to go now as we climb the Col de Soulor, because the Col de Soulor really is a stepping stone, and a stone is the word here, to the Pyrenees, on to the Col d'Aubisque. as these four riders have settled down and lifted it up a notch now. Escartine stays out of the saddle there, and Armstrong easing himself out of the saddle as well there as he hangs on to Escartine. The other man who's come on is the Festina rider Vladimir Belli, who has joined Alex Zula, the rider in white.
Vladimir Belli, you can see him now wearing number 141 at the back in the blue and yellow strip of Festina. A good response by him to get across to that attack, because in fact it's very difficult on a climb like this when a man like Fernando Escartine attacks to actually bridge the gap. But he was waiting for it and he's got across. Caught in no man's land at the moment is Richard Virenque, surprised by the severity of the attack of Fernando Escartine, but he's around about 15 seconds behind the group of Lance Armstrong. And another man trying to get himself into the race. This is number 88, Gert Verheyen, a surprise move by him.
Well, very surprised move. We thought it might have been Kurt van der Wouwer, but it looks like it is Verheyen who's gone clear. We'll see more about that in a moment. Belli lying 9th overall in the Tour, and he's hanging on to the top 3 riders in this year's race now. Taking it from the front there, 2nd place Escartine, 1st place Armstrong, 3rd place Zulla. And Richard Virenque 2nd in line here, and Casero and Comesso, the 2 champions behind him. They have yet to go forward, and again it is Stefan Guber of the Polti team setting the pace from the pack. But once again the heads of state have come out to fight here now, and indeed Escartine knows he's got to get rid of Lance Armstrong today, because after that it's advantage Armstrong to Paris.
He's had to try. This is the stage where he really had to go for it, and what he's done is put everybody in the Tour de France on alert. He wasn't able to get rid of the man he really needed to get rid of to confirm his 2nd place in the overall standings, and that's Alex Zulla. Zulla responded magnificently there and got across to the attack of Fernando Escartine. In the group that's caught in the middle at the moment, in fact, the French national champion Francois Simon has been dropped from that group, so he too will be very shortly picked up by the front of the main group. This is the attack of Escartine. All the US postal riders on the front, and he caught them immediately by surprise. But look at the response of Armstrong there.
He's watching.
As soon as he saw the green and white jersey of the Kelme rider come, he was straight out of the saddle. And Alex Zulla, he's always there.
Well, this is a great Tour, because when you get the leaders launch attacks like this, then you have a good Tour de France. And Escartine is determined to try and close down that gap on Armstrong by tonight. He's got to go here, he's got to get away here, he's got to go clear on the next climb, and then he's got to hang on for a long ride down to Pau. Armstrong knows that too.
Well, Armstrong will be very happy to stay in this group at the moment, but he won't want to work too much, because he'll find himself in a situation of being isolated once again from his teammates. He'll be happy to be with these 2 guys, because they're his closest challengers in 2nd and 3rd place in the overall standings, and he won't work with them until they get over the summit of the climb.
No, they've got to lose him now. It's his job just to stay and watch. They're saying the group Armstrong is 30 seconds. Well, that's ahead of the field they have just left behind. It's still quite a long way up to the riders in the lead. Last time gap we got about 3 minutes back, and then nearly 4 minutes here. That looks like Rinero, who was out front on his own, is coming back to the chase group of 8, which we think is only 7 now, because, oh, what's happened here? And I've no idea what Christophe Rino was doing there, but he seemed to spot somebody he was not too happy with.
That was a very strange move to make on the slopes of a col, the Col de Soulor here. That person obviously giving some verbal abuse at the side of the road, and I can see that that's a very dangerous move he made there, and he wasn't too happy with that spectator at the side of the road, and he continued to gesticulate as he picks up pace to stay with the group.
Well, last year's King of the Mountains may have got an earful of something you didn't like to hear there, but anyway, we will not be a party to that, I don't think. But he's back in that group now. Vinokurov is the rider to our right, and number 125, the Vitilico rider here, who is Garcia, Francisco Garcia. And it looks like they've got themselves a little bit of acceleration at the front there. 1 kilometre for the 3 leaders, the men who don't know the dramas unfolding behind them today. They've been setting the pace since the Col de Tourmalet, and Tonkov doing most of the lion's share of pacemaking as well. And so inside 1 kilometre now. The order over the top of the Tourmalet was Alberto Elli, Tonkov and Echeverria, followed by Andrea Perron. Escartine and Armstrong were over the top of the Tourmalet in 5th and 6th place. But then they allowed the leaders to run away again on what was a tricky descent in damp conditions. No point in taking risks, so they've stayed away for at least the top of this climb.
It's an amazing ride by Pavel Tonkov after the performance yesterday when he got absolutely blown away. He was so aggressive on the early slopes, trying to go with all of the moves, trying to in fact stir up a lot of the action himself, but he wasn't able to continue through to the end, and he lost 11.25 minutes before the end of the stage and dropping very quickly away in the overall rankings. In fact, down to 12th place at the start of this morning, a long way behind his own teammate Daniele Nardella, who for the moment has managed to come back to the group of what was Lance Armstrong's group at the bottom of this climb, but I wonder where he is now.
Well, he's probably somewhere in this group here, Paul, actually, because there he is, in fact, the white jersey, about 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth in line in this group, being led at the moment by Richard Virenque, and 40 seconds now. They've been dropped by Lance Armstrong for 40 seconds. It's almost 4 minutes, though, up to the three leaders, who are not far off for crossing the summit. Here they are. And still Alberto Elli building himself a little bit of progress in the King of the Mountains over these 2 days. He's not going to endanger Richard Virenque, but even so, he's moving himself up that classification. Tonkov and little David Echeverria turning out to be quite an outstanding little rider here. Good all-rounder.
Echeverria has always promised to be an excellent stage race rider. He was the winner of the Tour de l'Avenir, which is regarded as a pointer to future performances in the Tour de France. He's won a stage so far here at this year's Tour de France, but today confirming that he is the kind of rider capable of winning sprints and also managing to get over the big mountain passes. We climb once again into the clouds here at the top of the Col de Soulor, and a very tricky, dangerous descent, not a long one off the top of this summit then, but once they do get down, they have to climb all the way back up again to the Col de l'Aubisque.
Now, are they going to allow Tonkov the honours this time, or what is a massive crowd here on top of the Col de Soulor? Because he's done most of the work to keep them clear, but it looks to me as though Alberto Elli is sharpening his legs there for the sprint over the top. Just look at that crowd right over into the cloud line here. They'll plunge away from the Soulor, but not very far before they start the climb of the Col d'Aubisque. We're at 1,474 metres here. A very short descent and straight onto the Col d'Aubisque, which takes them up 300 metres higher at 1,700 plus. Echeverria gives us a nice look in the camera. He won't see anybody coming up behind him. They're well clear at the moment. This could go down as the long escape that actually might work out at the finish.
Well, it's a pity they've got into the clouds, because there's a magnificent descent off the Col de Soulor before you actually get to the Aubisque, with some huge drops down into the valley below. They won't get a chance to see that. The Lotto rider has been confirmed as being Gert Verheyen. He's being picked up by the rest of the group there, but you can see as we go over the top, no sprint this time. It goes to Tonkov ahead of Elli, and in third place, very happy to be there, David Echeverria of the Once squad.
Yes, and indeed, he would only hope that it had been his teammate who was there, Abraham Olano, but it isn't. It is the man who may one day be leading the Once team with a look at winning the Tour de France.
Roland Meyer has been very aggressive these last few days, trying to get himself into a situation where he really has a chance of doing something for Cofidis. They've tried since the loss of Bobby Julich to go into the breakaways to try and win a stage of this Tour de France, but up until now they have not been successful. In the group with him is the Once rider Serrano. Up there as well is number 125 from Vitaliko Seguros. That's Francisco Tomas Garcia, and just on the back there, Alexander Vinokurov, the rider from Kazakhstan.
Well, Francois Simon now back here with the yellow jersey group. He can tell Lance what it's like up front now because he's come back. But the pressure, I think, is going to be applied again, continually, in fact, by Fernando Escartin, as they start now to put the screws down there. And my goodness me, I think Simon will get passed backwards down to the next group. And then, well, as I speak, he's already losing ground.
Didn't have much breath to talk to Lance Armstrong as he went by there. Armstrong's group being led all of the time up this climb by Fernando Escartin. Escartin, the Spanish rider who won the stage yesterday, trying to put Armstrong and Alex Zuller into difficulty, but for the moment that isn't happening. And we're almost over the summit now of the Col de Soulor, and I don't see really anybody putting Armstrong into difficulty up to the top of the final climb of the day, the Col de l'Aubisque.
Well, great crowd. We felt the crowds were down a little bit in the mountains this year for whatever the reason, but here they're not. This is a lovely crowd on top of the Soulor, heading on to the Aubisque very shortly. This is the group on the road containing number 91, Alexander Vinokurov, number 125, just there too. And that is Francisco Garcia from the Vitalicus team, 59. Tucked in there is Marcus Serrano, and Roland Meyer setting the pace at the front. 4 of them left, Paul. There were originally 8 of them lower down the slopes.
And Richard Virenque still leading the group behind, trying to pull himself back up to the group of Lance Armstrong. He was not able to respond to that attack, which was started by Fernando Escartin. and now he's left virtually on his own as his teammates weren't really able to help him set the pace anymore on the front of that group. Armstrong again, Phil, riding a very defensive race. He realises now that this is really the last chance that men like Fernando Escartin and Alex Zuller have to really put him into danger, and they certainly haven't been able to do that because he responded magnificently to that attack by the Spaniard.
He was waiting for it, he knew it would come, and he was there straight on. If you wait even 1 second when a man attacks on a climb like this, the gap is there, and it's often a fatal mistake. But he was waiting for it, he's right there. Escartin is well aware of it as Roland Meyer takes the rest over the top here. So he's fourth today over the top of the Col de Soulor.
They're beginning now the descent over the top of the Col de Soulor. They're moving that yellow car away because the group of Lance Armstrong is right behind now the group of Roland Meyer. Leading them over the top, Fernando Escartin. No challenge at all coming from Armstrong, who's in second position there. And they've also picked up Christophe Rinero, the rider from Cofidis. He's now on the back of the group.
Well, the yellow jersey group at 3 minutes and 5 seconds they've gone over the top behind the three front runners, and there'll be no worries yet for Lance Armstrong. The men he wants around him are all around him in Zuller and Escartin. They'll go down the mountain again, Paul. I don't think they'll take any chances, but time is running out for Escartin. Only one climb left the Obisque.
Over the top, Richard Virenque leads them to get as many points as he can get hold of at the top of the Col de Soulor, but I have to say they will have to take it precariously on the descent of the Col de Soulor down to the bottom of the Obisque, because as you can see, Phil, there is a lot of cloud around here, and going round these corners you don't really get an idea of what the corner is going to be like when you come out of it.
So they're going down, split up again across the Pyrenees. Some tricky descent. You can see this particular descent is very dangerous. There's no protection on the right hand side of the road. Well, there is now a little bit of a wall they built this time around. The riders have to be very careful here. Plunging into the mist at 80 kilometres an hour is not the best way to come down the mountain. The only thing that's sure is there won't be any other form of obstruction on this road. It's been closed for hours today for the passage of the Tour de France.
Good move by this group here. Lance Armstrong very comfortable indeed, sitting right up there for the moment, Phil. There's no problem at all for him.
So the Tour de France still chasing three riders, and Lance Armstrong still sitting pretty, at least for the moment.
Welcome back. There are almost 2,000 journalists follow the Tour de France every day from television, newspapers and the radio. But this is the press centre where the members of the written press congregate every evening, almost 1,000 of them. They tap out their stories and send them to all corners of the globe. The incredible thing about the Tour de France, though, is this press centre goes forward every day to a different venue. And the great thing about it is these guys have a different story to write about as the race unfolds.
Well, a busy press room indeed. I used to get down there in the old days, but now the Tour is so busy, I get strapped to the commentary position and I see the racing on television as you do. And what a good race it is again today. And I think, Paul, at the moment, going safely the way of Lance Armstrong. Escartin, yes, we expected him to, and he did attack on the Soulor, but now on the much shorter Col d'Aubisque, it's only a 7-kilometre climb, although it goes higher, he still can't get rid of Lance.
Well, Escartin has tried, and once again he's got a very faithful teammate in him. The man on the front here is Carlos Contreras, the Colombian rider, but you can see the weather conditions here on the Obisque now are really abysmal. You can't see the valley below, and this is a very difficult climb, and we're trying to still put Lance Armstrong into difficulty. A lot of Spanish riders up there. Alex Zuller is there as well, so second and third in the overall standings are in this group.
Well, this is where Stephen Roche began his big campaign when he won a stage up here, and that was in dense fog as well, going back about 15 years now. These are the three riders who are actually setting the pace and have been all day long since they attacked. And at the front, Alberto Eli has been a real sensation these last few days in the Tour de France. Pavel Tonkov, well, he surprises us because he had a terrible day yesterday and became an immediate non-favourite to win the Tour. Now he's gone out to try and get the stage win. And little Echeverria, well, what can you say about him? He's got one stage win under his belt already.
The group behind, though, with Lance Armstrong now has picked up most of those riders who were caught in between earlier on, and Roland Meyer and Christophe Rinero from Cofidis are in this group, but they're actually eating very rapidly into the advance that those three leaders have, and it's now come down from what was 3 minutes 55 seconds not too long ago to 2.5 minutes.
So it wouldn't surprise us then, Paul, once we get to the top of the Obisque, a big serious chase back could see Armstrong in the leading group, and then what will we expect?
Well, if it does come down to a sprint finish at the end of a group of 30 or 40 riders, Lance Armstrong must feel pretty confident about that. I'd like to see, in fact, if Daniel Nardello did manage to recuperate, because earlier on he was in a group further down the climb, and he's probably in this group now with the Italian champion Salvatore Commesso, and in fact the group Richard Virenque is apparently 1.5 minutes behind the group of Armstrong.
Well, I don't see a lot of point in chasing Lance now, because 1, 2, 3 overall in the Tour de France are ahead, and they're going to have the battle together. There's the 4th man overall in the red jersey, Laurent Dufaux, and he is losing ground now, and well, it's going to become a very definite 3-horse race if this continues.
Well, I'm surprised to see Laurent Dufaux missing out, because he rode so well yesterday on the first Pyrenean stage that he looked as if he was going to be an excellent performer and would keep very high up in the overall rankings. But that surprise by Fernando Escartin, like the one yesterday, was a very vicious attack, and only the top men in this race could respond.
And it's interesting, isn't it, to see the champion of Italy here, Salvatore Commesso, sitting so near the front of a bunch when they're climbing what is the last big climb of this year's Tour de France. Let's go back up to the 2 boys from Kelme here, having to work very hard, but Armstrong has all of the answers. They're not attacking him, Paul, they're just trying to keep the pace high, and if they do that, he's going to follow.
Well, Escartin very happy about the makeup of this group. He's got with him in the group Alex Zuller, but he's also put into difficulty people who are further behind him in the overall standings. And those people missing from the group, in fact, the 4th place Laurent Dufaux, Richard Virenque is not here. Daniel Nardello, who's 6th overall, is not in this group either. So what he's trying to do is consolidate his position in the top 3 of the overall rankings, and that's why he's got his team on the front, giving it as much hammer as they can.
And now we've gone to the front here as we're climbing steadily, and now we've gone to the chase group. I think actually they're telling us a time gap of 2 minutes 26 seconds now between the Armstrong group and the leading 3, so they are closing in, and if this tempo is kept up by the 2 Kelme riders, they might well pull back those 3 leaders, Eli Tonkhoff and Echeverria, because it's obviously hurting these 2 boys who are now saying goodbye to the front. Rinero, last year's King of the Mountains, is just in front of Francois Simon. And you've got to hand it to Francois, because he does take a packet in these climbs and he keeps forcing himself back into the groups.
He's not a big climber, but he's always been in the right place. He's been going in the breakaways before the start of the climb and just surviving and getting picked up each time by a group coming from behind, and then getting dropped off and then pulling himself back into the race.
Well, Lance Armstrong, I wonder if he's thinking, this is the last big climb of the Tour de France. If I can just make the top, I'll have just 60 kilometres to go to the finish, and a lot of that is downhill. And then as far as his tour is concerned, it's all good news to Paris, because once we get to the time trial, he's won the 2 already we've had. One would presume advantage will go back to him.
Well, the last time trial in the Tour de France is always a very strange one. Let's not forget Lance Armstrong, in fact, has been under a lot of pressure these last few days, physically and mentally. And when it does go through to the final time trial, he may not be completely dedicated to try and winning the stage.
Well, if he goes into that time trial with a lead over Alex Zuller of some 7 minutes, well, he's never going to lose that in a time trial of 50+ kilometres, and he knows that because he's a very good rider, even if he's tired over that sort of distance. So it'll be a lovely feeling. I think tonight Lance Armstrong will feel a very relieved man because all of the mountains will be behind him, and he's been magnificent in both the Alps and the Pyrenees. But this rider here has been a man for the Pyrenees. But right now he doesn't know what to do about Armstrong, who just sits there, doesn't look distressed at all. Zuller the same, to the right in the white. But the fact that Alex hasn't attacked gives me the impression he's surrendered.
Well, he said yesterday he didn't feel as if he was in his greatest day, and he will have had a psychological blow from being dropped on several occasions by Lance Armstrong in that Pyrenean stage. Today, he is riding on the defensive, and Armstrong really just has to ride on the defensive, because if he can keep his margins over the top of this final big climb of the Tour de France, the Col de l'Aubisque, then he's really just going to have to rely on his team for the next couple of days to keep the race together and keep a very close eye on Escartin and Zuller.
Well, the Aubisque is the second highest climb of the day after the Tourmalet at 1,709 metres. When we get down to Pau, the finishing line is situated at a mere 210 metres. So apart from a little hiccup down the way, it's all downhill to the finish. And Escartin not climbing with the same power now.
Escartin might not be climbing with the same power, but he's blown a lot of riders off his back wheel. He really has done. There's Armstrong moving up into second position there, and in fact Alex Zuller very comfortably sitting in third. This again is the big riders of the Tour de France. These are the guys we've seen so much of over the last few days, and these are the men who for the moment are hoping they're climbing themselves up into a very confident place in the top 3.
2 minutes 17 seconds the gap now, so they are closing in very rapidly. As we look here at Lance Armstrong then, as he climbs up the mountain, he's a man who must be finding a lot of things going through his mind at the moment, because a story running in the Le Monde newspaper has intimated that he is taking drugs on the Tour de France. He is absolutely denying it, of course, and that the only evidence they've got is they found a minuscule trace of a corticoid in his urine when he gave a test at the beginning of the Tour de France. The measure was 0.2. Now, the legal allowance in any athlete is 6 points, and so really they should never have even been able to find out about that minuscule amount. Armstrong is saying he hasn't taken a thing, but he has applied a massage cream on the sore area of his crotch where he had a boil, and obviously some of that must have gone into the system. But you know, they've tried desperately to prove this man is riding this race on drugs. They have absolutely no evidence to that effect, and yet they will not give up, and Armstrong is finding it, well, I'm surprised it hasn't affected his morale right now.
He's a tough guy, and he will in fact be completely opposite to the rumours that are going around. It will make him even tougher and harder to try and take this yellow jersey up to Paris.
So looking at the Col d'Aubisque then, as we come up towards the summit of the final climb in this year's Tour de France, we're going into the mist of the Pyrenees, so often the case in midsummer. Lance Armstrong has got himself into a lovely position behind the rider who is second overall and won the stage yesterday, Fernando Escartin. Right behind him is the rider in third place overall, Alex Zuller. Belly there is lying ninth overall. Lance Armstrong is going to feel very happy with the way the day has gone today, for sure.
Once again, he can say a big thank you to the attacking style of the Kelme squad, who've been in the professional field for over 20 years. It's their 20th year this year, and they've always been competitive when it comes to the big mountain climbs and the big Pyrenean stages as well, because they are so close here to Spain. Fernando Escartin, Phil, I have to say, I've never seen him ride so well in the Tour de France. He's been consistent every day. He's always ridden out of danger, and on the stage over the Passage au Gois, he never actually got involved in the crash, and he managed to stay very close to Lance Armstrong on that day when normally you would have expected him to be at the back of the pack.
Yes, you would. And what would have happened if Zuller had not have fallen there in the Passage du Gois, because he lost 6 minutes plus, and now he's riding the Tour at some 7 minutes plus behind Armstrong. But that's the Tour de France for you. We're back with the three leaders now, who have dictated the race pattern today and have been allowed to do so because the infighting has been going on behind. Alberto Eli in the front, Pavel Tonkov and David Echebarria. They have been together since the climb of the Col de Tourmalet over the Soulor. Now we're nearly over the top of the Aubisque. But then they have a long run down to Pau, and I'm not so sure they'll survive the chase down by the Maillot Jaunes group.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on the front of the Maillot Jaune group, and that is all coming from the green and white jerseys of the Kelme squad of Fernando Escartin, and they've again really hacked off a big lump of their advantage here, because it's 1 minute and 46 between the three leaders and the group of Lance Armstrong.
Well, they've done well, because they were 4 minutes at one point, and here comes Eli now. They don't look as slick as they did a couple of cols ago. Eli himself is just keeping the pace going. Tonkov has been the main pacemaker. He has now dropped back into second place. Echebarria hasn't helped at all, because he'll feel some obligation to his teammate Abraham Olano, who again today has been in all sorts of trouble. He's fought back to the side of Armstrong, but now he's gone off the back again. So over the top of the col then goes Eli, followed by Tonkov and Echebarria. So Eli continuing his ascent up the King of the Mountains competition.
Escartin still sitting comfortably in second position behind his Colombian teammate Carlos Contreras. Contreras riding a great Tour de France as well. He's always been there when Fernando Escartin has needed him. And Armstrong in third place in the yellow jersey. You can just see the little black earpiece there, which keeps him in communication with his team manager Johan Brunel. But this group down to a very select group now, with first, second and third overall in the Tour de France here. Alex Zuller being the third place man there in the white jersey of Banesto.
Armstrong left, and he's going to feel great now at this corridor of people cheering him on in the mist. A rather bizarre situation in the Tour de France today, as an American now is set to ride to Paris in the leader's yellow jersey and convert it into a winner's yellow jersey. He started off with his victories in the time trials. He moved to his victory in the Alps, and now he hasn't won a race here in the Pyrenees, but he's made sure his main rivals didn't nip off and gain too much time. Continuing now the climb up to the finish. The top three have gone over, and at the last climb it was around about 4 minutes the difference. It has been closed right down now. Belly here in a little bit of trouble, and so too is Francisco Garcia, the Vitalico Seguros rider. Here they come, and Escartin, Pride here making him sprint. Escartine, Armstrong, 126 the gap. Now the long chase down to the valleys below, the finish in Po. We could see Armstrong in at the kill there, you know, Paul.
Well, Armstrong would love to win this stage, I'm sure of that. He's in an ideal situation to do so at the moment, but we're still, Phil, an awful long way to go to the finish. The problem with this stage is at the top of the Col de l'Aubisque, they've got more than 60 kilometres still to go to the finish. This is the group of the rest of the contenders. Richard Virenque is in there. Abraham Olano today, surviving in a big group, is in this group as well as Laurent Dufaux.
And Nardello as well, also here as far as we know. And it can't be that difficult, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to the champion of Italy here, but we don't think of Salvatore Commesso as a real climber yet. He had a stage win though, and he's just setting the pace here now. You know, they are not that far behind, even the Armstrong group. There could be a total regrouping in the next 60 kilometres.
In theory there should be, because there is such a long way to go from the Aubisque all the way down to the finish line in Po, but at the moment the group of Richard Virenque is being given as 2.5 minutes behind the group of Lance Armstrong, and they will certainly have to organise themselves at the front of that group to try and pull them back up to the yellow jersey.
And the rider sprinting through there was Bueno Hora. He was in the Armstrong group. He was in a group ahead of Armstrong at one stage, then he was caught by Armstrong, and now he's been dropped as well. The fog here continuing to close in. It just blows in. It's cloud, really. It's not fog at all. As we see Christophe Reniero go over the top now. He's behind the group by almost 3 minutes. So the race now heading down towards the valleys, and we're looking back to about 3.5 to 4 minutes now again to the Abraham Olano group. I wonder if they'll all get together.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for watching and enjoying this video, to which you will be returned shortly. I'd just like to take 30 seconds of your time to point out that none of the videos on this channel are monetized, because advertisements are evil, and if you'd like to help keep the graphics cards spinning and processors processing for more videos like this, as you can hear ever so faintly in the background, you can do so using the link in the description below or on screen now. I greatly appreciate it. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome back. You know, Po is behind only Bordeaux and Paris in terms of the number of tour visits it's had, the race having first come here in 1930 and 54 times since, including today. The one year that stands out in the memory, though, is 1995, and I'm sure it'll be on the minds of 3 riders in particular today, because Lance Armstrong, Frankie Andreu and Andrea Perron were all teammates of Motorola's Fabio Casartelli, who I'm sure you'll remember died after a crash on the Col de Porte d'Aspet that year. The following day, when the race came to Po, those 3 riders and the rest of his teammates led the whole of the peloton across the line in tribute to Casartelli, and that's the only time in 54 stage visits here there's been no winner declared. By the way, although it's the first time he's actually competed in the race for 3 years, Lance Armstrong did make a special trip out here last year when the race went over the Col de Porte d'Aspet and all the riders stopped to pay tribute at the Casartelli Memorial. It's the first time he'll have crossed the finish line in Po since 1995, though, so I'm sure it'll be an emotional day for him, and even more so perhaps for Andrea Perron, who was Casartelli's best friend and roommate on the Motorola team.
Well, thanks, Gary, and let's hope, and I'm sure it will be a happy occasion today, the arrival here in Po, because Lance Armstrong, on that sad occasion, now it could be a happy one because he's in the leading group. He's just come up with the others. There are 12 riders in the front now, and Armstrong is helping to drive this group because they are scurrying away from the rest of the field. Almost 3 minutes back to the other riders now.
An impressive attack there by Fernando Escartine, and why this group is going along so fast is because the riders who are 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th in the overall standings are not in this group. So Fernando Escartine and Alex Zula are confirming their place at the top of the leaderboard, and the last time check we had was 2 minutes and 47 seconds back to the group with Richard Virenque and Abraham Olano.
Well, if they keep this up, Vladimir Belli in this league group will go over Abraham Olano, and he'll move into 8th place, and if the gains continue to the line, he could make 7th or even 6th overall tonight, and that's a big coup for him today because he's been extremely aggressive. The men who have made this decisive split, there was Tonkov, Eli and Echeverria. They were the 3 rabbits who've been out front all day. Once they came over the top of the final climb, the Col d'Aubisque, Armstrong and Escartine drove this group, along with Zuller and co. So the men that got across, there were 9 of them: Marcos Serrano, Alexander Vinokurov, Fernando Escartin, Carlos Contreras, Francisco Garcia, Vladimir Belli, Alex Zuller, Jose Luis Arrieta, and the yellow jersey Lance Armstrong. And they knew what they had, and they were all working as one unit here, and they are now driving as a 12-man group. Back to the main field here. Well, they're hardly hanging around, Paul.
Interesting to know that Mapei have come to the front here to chase, because they do have Tonkov in the leading group, but these riders working at the front here are all Italians, and they're trying to move Daniele Nardello closer to the front, because they reckon if they can make the junction, then Nardello would have a very good chance at getting the stage victory. The big work has been done by Bernesto, by Lance Armstrong initially, and of course by the Kelme squad. But the other riders in this group now should come to the front and keep a certain amount of tempo going, because they've got a great chance of getting themselves a stage victory. But what happens when you get a shutting off of the organisation at the front like this is all of a sudden you can get a silly break in the group, and maybe 4 or 5 riders will go clear. That's why Armstrong is now being attentive, riding close to the front.
And Carlos Contreras now charging round that big gear there as he rips away a little gap, looks over his shoulder and then starts to rock and roll a little bit. He may be trying here to go clear, but it's up to Zuller now to try and close it down.
Well, it's up to the other riders in the group to chase it down, because Zuller and his own teammate Arrieta did a lot of work in this group. But there, in fact, Contreras didn't attack Phil. He was riding so hard at the front to try and keep the advantage for his teammate Fernando Escartin. He opened up a gap of 50 metres, and he's now going to go under the banner, telling him 5 kilometres left to go, with advantage of about 100 metres on the rest.
Well, a little bit of a journey around the city of Po now as we make our way into the centre. And I wonder, we've seen riders do this in Po before, slip away from the front of a breakaway.
There is a split happening now as riders try and launch themselves off the front to get up to the man who's gone out on a lone lead, but it may well be too late. When a man goes off the front like that, Phil, you have to organise the chase behind immediately to try and close down the gap. And he's got a very good gap, but these 3 guys now are starting to eat into his lead.
Well, the city of Po is not entirely flat. It has a few nasty little lumps in it as you approach the finishing line. And Contreras is on one of those little climbs right now. Used to have a Formula 1 motor race around the city a few years ago. Now, can they reorganise? Look at the way they're splitting up, Paul.
Well, this is Vinokurov, the man who wears number 91. He saw the danger. He wants a stage victory in the Tour de France, and Alberto Eli for Telecom. He was in the front of the race for an awful long time, but he's digging deep now, because when you get a chance of a stage victory in the Tour de France, you don't lay arms down like that. You have to keep going right through till the very end. And under the banner now, indicating 4 kilometres to go. They're actually right on the back wheel of Contreras, and a few more riders coming up. There are 2 riders now there from the Once squad. One of those is Echavarria, and in fact the other one is going to be Serrano.
Well, what a difference a year makes for Carlos Contreras. He never made further than stage 10 last year when he abandoned the race. Now we're on stage 16 and he could well be winning it.
Well, that's going through now. Vinokurov still very nervous. It looks as if Alex Zuller, Fernando Escartin and Lance Armstrong have actually marked themselves out of this front split, and I expected that could happen. When you get to the end of a race like this, it really is a situation of trying to keep the whole race together. Armstrong is not here, but neither is Escartin nor Zuller. These are the lesser riders in the breakaway, and they are the ones now looking for the stage victory in Po. It's a shame for Armstrong to have missed out on that split, but at the end of the day, what's more important to him is the position of Zuller and Escartin.
Well, Once desperate for another victory here, because Abraham Olano has somewhat let them down. He's fallen away from the overall. They've brought them all back together again now. And there goes Marcos Serrano on the far side. He launches an attack marked very closely by Alberto Eli, who doesn't really want to go forward just yet. He just went. In fact, that's Echevarria who's gone now. It was Serrano last time, but they're both trying one-on-one, using all the cards they've got. But Eli is waiting as long as he can, and he really didn't want to be in the front right now. Vinokurov, watch out for him, though. He's behind Eli.
Now Echavarria has dropped himself back into the last position in this group to keep a good eye on where everybody else is.
Good place to start from a sprint from as well, Paul, isn't it? The 2 Once boys are sitting at the back there, to the left and to the right. They're both pretty fast finishers. Alberto Eli, though, is watching the leader again. And Echevarria is the first man at the moment, followed by Eli. Then comes Vinokurov. Behind him is Carlos Contreras. I don't think he's a very good sprinter, but you never know at this stage of the race who is a good sprinter.
These riders have all had a very difficult ride since the top of the Col de l'Aubis. They've been riding to try and keep their advantage over the chasing peloton with Virenque, Olano and Laurent Dufaux. But now it's a question of just survival, trying to make sure that you don't let one more man get off the front. This is Serrano now, a dummy attack coming for him. You're going to see this all the way to the finish line. Once have got 2 riders in this group. They'll launch one man after the other to try and break the clear, but it's Contreras that's gone.
So on the far right of our course here, in fact, it's Arrieta who's gone, and he's tied from the inside. Well, Benesto are desperate for a win as well. Arrieta's gone, but being marked here by Vinokurov, who comes across and waits. It's all too early, they feel. At 1 kilometre to go, we're nearly in the finishing square.
1 kilometre to go, 1,000 metres. Now's the time when you've got to be really cold. You've got to be really cool and wait and make sure you don't make your effort until the very last moment, because if you go too soon, you blow a chance of a stage victory in the Tour de France. The cleverest man in the group, though, has got to be Alberto Eli, but it looks as if Chabarier's got his hand up there. He's looking for the attack to come from Serrano. Serrano's going to keep going all the way to the line, because that would give the advantage to his teammate. Chabarier, 53, he's in 5th position now.
Chabarier is the rider on the left of our screen here. He's a very good sprinter. We're into the narrow road now. They will pretty shortly see the finish. We've got Marcus Serrano on the front now. Eli, who has worked so hard for victory and it hasn't come his way yet. He's sitting there in second wheel now. Carlos Contreras to the left, Vinokurov to the right. Arrieta is at the back now, and trying to get through is the man with no hat on, and that is the little David Echevarria. And in fact, Serrano looking where he is. He looked the wrong way because Echevarria, now he's seen him. Now he wants to lead him out, but it looks as though he's gone on the left of our picture. Ellie's got his wheel, and now can Ellie come round him here, because Echevarria grits his teeth. This could be win number 2 for the little Spaniard. He was uphill last time. It's on the flat this time, but Ellie is coming at him, but there's a second kick there. He gets it on the line. David Echevarria gets win number 2. These are the riders who are winning the Tour de France coming in now. 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall. Lance Armstrong, he says goodbye to the Pyrenees with his 2 most dangerous rivals with him, as Pavel Tonkov goes over the line at the head. Well, it was Belly actually who picked Tonkov, but at the other 3 riders at the back of that group were 3rd, 2nd and 1st overall in the Tour, and that's the way it will stay tonight. But first, the stage result, with David Echevarria getting his 2nd win and getting it this time ahead of the Colombian Carlos Contreras and Alberto Eli. The main group, containing Laurent Dufaux, Abraham Olano and Daniel Nardello, they came in 2 minutes 13 seconds later, and this is where they finished. Nardello 20th, Olano 25th and Dufaux 26th. Chris Boardman lost 26 minutes today, but he did finish. He finished in 77th position. Lance Armstrong in yellow again tonight, having come out of the mountains now with his gains largely intact, but also with other things on his mind. Following new allegations in the French press yesterday, they have accused him once more of taking drugs. Here's his answer tonight as he talks to Paul Sherwin.
A lot of rumour and innuendo surrounding your performances here at the Tour de France. Can you tell us just exactly where this latest rumours come from?
Yeah, it's a good question of where it came from, because normally these things should sort of remain within the sport. It turns out I was using some cream for what we call a saddle sore, and it was something that we all use. I mean, a cortisone cream that you use for a crash or for a boil or any sort of skin infection, and the traces were so small. I mean, they were ridiculous, but yet the French press declared me positive and said that, and basically called me a doper.
Do you feel it's some kind of persecution against you?
I don't think so. I think it's partly against me, but I think it's more against the sport. I think 1,500 journalists here at the Tour de France this year, and a good bit of them are have never been here before, and they're just here for a dirty story. They're here for a drug story, and if Lance Armstrong uses a cream for a saddle sore, and that's a drug story, then so be it. But it's not a doping story.
Well, Lance Armstrong forced once again to defend himself there, which is becoming a depressingly familiar sight on this tour. But tonight, he has some very high-level help, because the UCI, the world governing body of cycling, have just released this press communique. It goes against all their commitment to medical secrecy, they say, but they want to do it to clarify this situation and stop it getting further out of hand. They confirm basically what you've heard Lance just tell Paul Sherwin, that the rider used an ointment, and they give the brand name, and that he also offered them a medical prescription before his test. They say that Lance Armstrong was tested twice, once on the 3rd of July with no traces of corticosteroid found, then again on the 4th of July when there were minute traces, and to quote them, the result of these tests on these 2 dates unquestionably demonstrates that there was no systematic use of the drug. So that should clear things up, at least until the next rumour starts.
Thanks, Gary, and thanks, Paul, and let's hope the matter ends there. Well, here's the overall situation tonight. Armstrong leading Fernando Escartin by 6.25 minutes, Alex Zula by 7.28. The time gaps are large ones now. And with the high mountains behind us for this year, Richard Virenque has done enough now to win the King of the Mountains title for a 5th time. He's 1 short of the record. Eric Zabel still on course 2 to win the green jersey for a 4th successive year. He is still pulling away from Stuart O'Grady. But I think all of the riders smiling now as they leave the Pyrenees behind them. No more mountains to climb in this year's Tour de France as the race now heads up the west coast of France, bound for Bordeaux. 141 riders still in, and the distance 200 kilometres. Hello again and welcome to the Tour de France. Well, yesterday was the last day in the mountains of this event, and it certainly was Lance Armstrong's longest day. He spent 5 hours on the bike, and then for 2 hours after that he tried to convince the media of this race that he really is riding it without chemical assistance. The team also asked the UCI, the world body, the International Cycling Union, if they would also release the confidential information on the drug tests he's given so far. Here's an extract from that statement. The UCI confirmed that the controls performed up to the 19th of July during the Tour de France have all produced negative results. The rider used the ointment Semolite, which contains triamcinolone, to treat a skin allergy. In view of all these elements, the UCI affirms in the strongest terms that such use is permitted by the rules and therefore does not constitute any form of doping. This whole situation has come about because of an article appearing in the French daily newspaper Le Monde, and this was Lance Armstrong's answer on French television last night.
We're not talking about doping. We're talking about a simple skin cream. And I wanted to talk to the press. I always want to talk to, when there's a problem, I want to speak with the press. Today, there was clearly a problem. I wanted to speak to the press conference, come here on Velo Club, explain the situation. Le Monde is looking for a doping story, but there's not one. There's a story of skin cream.
And Le Monde, by the way, being the newspaper and not the American cyclist who's won the Tour de France 3 times and is here now witnessing this incredible performance by Lance Armstrong. The rollout then of the 17th stage now, 200 kilometres from Virenque to Bordeaux. And the riders facing up to what should be, Paul, by tradition, a long hot day in the saddle on very straight roads.
Unbelievable, the roads in this part of France, long and straight through the area called Les Landes.
Into Bordeaux, and as we expected, the whole field coming in together. Now, can Eric Zabel at last to get that stage win, which would equal the German record along with Rudi Altig? He set it. He's won 8 stages. Zabel hasn't won a stage for a couple of years. He's got his teammates to lead him out. He looks good.
He looks good. Alberto Eli swings off, leaves it up now to Kai Hundermark. Right behind him, Stefan Westermann. He's the pilot fish for Eric Zabel. Zabel's right up there, but on his wheel is Tom Steels.
Well, Steele's obviously the danger man sitting in the slipstream there of Zabel. Stuart O'Grady is not to be seen here at the moment now. The last lead-out man, as always, is young Stefan Weissermann here. His first Tour de France. He's not that young, by the way, but he's now very, very strong. Steele's, though, is dangerous just on the wheel of Zabel. Now, a little bit of hesitation, but Zabel is going now. George Hincapie's trying to get in. So, too, is Robbie McEwen. McEwen goes right, but Steels comes through the middle and makes it look easy. Tom Steels has refound his sprinting legs straight out of the Pyrenees. The face there, Paul, of Zabel.
Zabel just looked across. He knew he was beaten. As soon as he saw the white jersey of Tom Steels coming by, he knew he had nothing left to respond. Steels is certainly the fastest sprinter in the Tour over the last 50 metres.
So Steels has a personal tally of 1-3 and disqualified in 1 now after winning 4 stages last year. Look at this, though. He makes it look so easy. He is so much quicker than anybody else in this Tour once he reads the sprint just right. And here is poor Stuart O'Grady. In fact, he had a crash just in the last kilometre, a little bit of a contretemps with other riders, including Robbie McEwen, and he was dumped on the ground, and as a result, he's lost all hope now of that green jersey because he got no points today. Zabel in 3rd place, George Hincapie taking 4th, and the other sprinter Martinelli just behind. So the sprinters' stage is over at Bordeaux. The riders now looking to their 18th stage here as they go up to nearby Jonzac to the ride to Futuroscope, which is the scene of the next time trial and the last time trial of the Tour. Riders rolling away, and it's a flat road all of the way here of 184.5 kilometres.
And again, it should be a day for the sprinters because they need to keep themselves together. But what happened again, Phil, was the big break got clear, and running into the finish, 13 men were at the head of the race.
And out front they've been for the most part of the day. They got away at 25 kilometres, and now it's all down to which one of them can win the sprint here. Nobody again, Paul, is endangering the race leader overall, but this man in the last kilometre, Gianpaolo Mondini, has got away.
He surprised them all again. The thing is, there were 5 French riders in that group and 4 Italians. But the strange thing is, once an Italian gets clear, they do not chase him down. They leave it up to the other nationalities. And again, the French still chasing a stage victory, and they can't pull back Jean-Paul Mondini, who so far this year has got 1 win to his credit, a stage in the Tour of Japan.
And don't forget, he wasn't coming here until about 48 hours before the race began, because the team wasn't one of the original selections. They were first reserve. Now he's going to go home with a stage win in the Tour de France, because I don't think they're going to come back to him now. He's sprinting home to the area where the big showdown will come tomorrow in the time trial. Gianpaolo Mondini of the Cantina Tollo team is coming home and looking very, very good indeed. It's been an opportunist breakaway, and they should never have let it happen.
They should never let it happen. The teams of the sprinters should have controlled it. They tried to over the first 30 or 40 kilometres, keeping the pace high, but this man timed it to perfection. He's cheated all of the French riders. Again, 5 Frenchmen in that group. Jean-Cyril Robin, the white jersey, trying to come up to the line, but once again it's going to go over the border, this time to Italy, Jean-Paul Mondini.
And Robin, in disgust, waves his right arm, because again the French have failed to win a stage, and he's got second, and I've lost count of the second places they have had. But you know, they are set to have the worst tour since 1926, and they're running out of chances. There's only 2 stages left to win. But this rider won't care, because he has got his stage victory in the Tour de France, the biggest stage victory of any race he's ever had. And there are 120 riders in this sprint here now, which is for 14th place. And it looks as though Robbie McEwen is going to get the better this time of Zabel. And O'Grady was just in there off to the right as well. So he loses even more points now to Eric Zabel. There's the result of the stage. Mondini ahead of Robin Vinokourov. Piccoli again there, snatching 4th place. Overall, Lance Armstrong keeps his lead, and the names behind him are just the same as they were at the start of the day. Well, we're looking down on the theme park now of Futuroscope. In fact, this will be the scene of the big depart of the Tour de France next year. This is where it all starts from, but right now Lance Armstrong is looking where he's going to finish the 86th edition right here. He's won both time trials so far, Paul, and he's looking now to join some big names if he can make this 3.
A very difficult time trial, 57 kilometres. All the big names been out and looked at the course this morning, and Armstrong, last man to start.
Last man to start. He won the prologue at Le Puy de Fou. Then he regained the yellow jersey at the time trial at Metz. For nearly 2 weeks, he has successfully defended that with a great team around him. Now, can he even increase his lead, or can he at least win the race?
The most important thing for Armstrong is to get round and not lose too much time to keep himself at the top of the leaderboard. The big battle really is for 2nd and 3rd place. The battle has been between Fernando Escartin, who's currently in 2nd, and Alex Zuller, the Swiss rider, who is currently in 3rd. And it's that fight that is really going to decide who gets onto the highest step of the podium alongside Lance Armstrong.
Well, these riders were split by 3 minutes at the start house today, but look at this now. Armstrong is absolutely flying here, because that man in front is Fernando Escartin, and at 20 kilometres to go, he's going to have him.
He's pulled back 1 minute every 10 kilometres on Escartin, but I tell you, one man doing some fast times out on the course is Alex Zuller. Zuller has really ridden well over this course, but the best times so far are being set by Rick Verbrugge, but this, Phil, I have to say, is unbelievable. Armstrong has caught his 3-minute man and gone straight by.
Now, Escartin, he'll do well to try and hold on to the skirt tails of Armstrong here, because this is the rider setting the time checks ahead of them. Alex Zuller, the other two still to arrive there, knocking off Rick Verbrugge off the top of the timer boards. But these two now are locked in battle, and it might help Escartin.
Well, if Escartin can just keep Lance Armstrong in his sights, Hamilton has the best time at the finish line. Tyler Hamilton, 1:09.52, and he's going to beat the time trial champion of the world, Abraham Olano, who is not going to win this stage.
Well, with only one day to go, the boys said to Tyler Hamilton, go out and really show them how to ride, and he's done that now because Olano has come in and only a 1:10.35 for third best for him, so that's a big surprise. Armstrong, though, is still setting the best times.
This is at the 42-kilometre time check. Hamilton went through there in 52 minutes, 23 seconds, and Armstrong is pretty close to that.
Armstrong is a lot better than that right now, and Casero, he's had a great ride today, this man. He's fought for a high finish, and he's aiming at Richard Virenque's top place in the GC, and with a time like that, he might get it. Second best time. He's even beaten Olano. That's incredible.
Still, it's unbelievable. Tyler Hamilton is at the top of the leaderboard, and all the big names have nearly come in. The next man coming very close to it is going to be Alex Zuller. Zuller is trying to get the victory. Look at the time to beat, 1:09.52. Zuller looks as if he may well go inside that.
Well, Zuller was 51.19 at 42 kilometres. Armstrong's gone through quicker than that there. Zuller, though, is the leader at the finishing line. 1:08.26. So, do you know, Paul, there's a real chance here. Now he's going to finish second again to Lance Armstrong, and I'll make that the fourth time this tour.
Laurent Dufaux wanted to do a good ride here this afternoon, but he's not going to finish inside the top 20. He's well outside. The next man who's going to come up to the finish line is going to be Lance Armstrong. But I think, Phil, that Armstrong is cracking over the last 5Ks.
Well, this is how he's ridden his time trials. He's gone as fast as he possibly could. His legs have sold out a little bit. And in fact, the time checks are saying that there's not much between Zuller and Armstrong right now. There was a big gap at one stage, but you're right. Armstrong has slowed down, and Zuller, don't forget, still has the best time at the finish of 1:08.26. This is going to have to be a sprint to the line here if Armstrong wants to join names like Eno, Merckx and Indurain as having won all of the time trials of a Tour de France. Look at the clock. Zuller is 1:08.26. There's still a ways to go here. This is going to be very close. Armstrong was clearly ahead earlier. Now he's not. Armstrong doesn't know it, but he needs to sprint to get the victory. As the clock counts on, he makes it. Ever so close, but he makes it. And 1:08.17 is good enough. And there he is on the podium. So Lance Armstrong has won all of the time trials, and he's now set to win the Tour de France. He has beaten, in fact, Alex Zuller by 9 seconds there. He now leads overall by 7 minutes and 37.
Stage 20 of the Tour de France, 143 kilometres and culminating with 10 laps of the Champs-Élysées.
The final day of the Tour de France, and Lance Armstrong signs in for his last day as leader of the race. Today in Paris, he will be crowned as winner. 141 of 180 will make the Champs-Élysées today after almost 4,000 kilometres racing on French, Italian and Spanish roads. Lance Armstrong knows, barring a fall, his lead of 7 minutes 37 seconds is unassailable. And it really is a most beautiful day here in Paris for the arrival of the race. But before we see the riders come onto the Champs-Élysées, let's go to Gary Imlach, who will now look back at a remarkable 3 weeks for Lance Armstrong.
I don't think it's any secret that my form is good and my condition is good, and when somebody has good condition, the possibilities open up a lot.
Lance Armstrong took a crowbar to the possibilities with a storming prologue ride at Le Puy de Fou, marking his return to the Tour with his first ever yellow jersey. His pre-race interview was starting to sound prophetic.
It's very open, and I think the possibilities for something strange to happen in the first week are high.
Cut to stage 2 and a crash on the Passage du Gois. Lance was safely ahead of it. His main rivals, including Alex Zuller, over 6 minutes behind. It was a huge slice of luck, but not one he necessarily needed. Another storming time trial performance at Metz on stage 8 proved that. And if there were any question marks against his climbing, he removed them along with his main rivals with a majestic solo win at Sestriere.
This will be some victory salute. It'll be a while before we know if it is as the winner of the Tour de France, but there are few people in this race now will doubt that.
Sadly, the doubts, at least in the French press, were all about the legitimacy of Armstrong's performance, and he found himself having to defend more than the lead.
I can emphatically say I'm not on drugs. Look, I understand the French have had a rough 3 weeks, and I understand that if they don't win a stage, it's the first time since 1926. but don't take it out on the medical miracle American in the yellow jersey. That's not fair.
No amount of sniping can dent Armstrong's sense of achievement, though, or dilute the pride he'll feel when he hits the Champs-Élysées in yellow.
To ride into Paris and have a little bike ride in the middle is unbelievable. To think that I could wear the yellow jersey there is fantastic. It will be something that I will cherish, and hopefully something that I can do again.
Well, the way he's ridden this year, a lot of people will now believe he most certainly can do it again. The final stage here, the Lanterne Rouge this year, Jackie Giron, he's found himself a little red light as he rides along. Very traditional this bit, Paul. A lot of the riders have got themselves coloured hair as well.
Everybody has a bit of fun on the last day. They're so happy to have got round the 3-week race, the almost 4,000 kilometres, 2,500 miles of the Tour de France. Jackie Durand having a bit of a laugh, but so too is the champion of France, Francois Simon. In fact, he's had a special hairdo for the day.
Well, that's the French tricolour, but this must have been a bit more difficult. This is the Danish flag here on the head of Lars Mikkelsen, who went ahead, had to sit down and a cup of tea before he rejoined the race. But he didn't have any problem catching up because the race was in no hurry going towards the streets of Paris. Lance Armstrong with his victorious team now in happy mood because the wheels don't start to turn in anger by tradition until they come into Paris.
Just to give those boys a very big thank you for the job they've done over the last few days. But you know, it's a great ride at the Tour de France, riding to the finish, but you always have to be very careful because when the race is not too fast, you can end up coming down.
And that is Robbie McEwen, and the rider going down with him is Udo Bolt. A rather nasty fall, but happily both on the bikes and riding as the race was now ready to enter the streets of Paris. Everybody up and running. Udo Bolt, the champion of Germany, last to be pushed away. Now for the action.
This is the sight every bike rider wishes for, Phil, to see the Eiffel Tower, because they realise very shortly afterwards they're going to ride onto the Champs-Élysées, and then everything happens. Everybody fights to go to the front, and it nearly always is a sprinter's dream.
Down the banks of the beautiful River Seine, the Eiffel Tower, and the boys who have guided Lance Armstrong in that yellow jersey for 2 full weeks now bring him onto the Champs-Élysées. And there's no doubt now who will win the Tour de France, but we're only in doubt as to who will win the final stage. This is the Rue de Rivoli as we head now towards the Place de la Concorde.
A great performance by US Postal, keeping this field all together for 2 whole weeks, looking after Lance Armstrong on every stage, and a big bunch now coming up to the line, and once again Team Telecom in control.
Well, Telecom still trying to find a way through for Eric Zabel, who's going to win that green jersey for the 4th time. Zabel goes on the right. McEwen challenges him on the far right, and this is a very good finish by McEwen. He's never won a stage in the Tour de France, but he's close, and this time he's done it. Robbie McEwen gives a yelp of delight there, but the winner of the Tour de France in that big field is the American Lance Armstrong, and what a ride that has been. It'll be remembered in the millennium as one of the finest sporting achievements in the history of not just cycling, but of any sport. And there he is now as he rolls to a halt for the last time. He receives the congratulations from his teammates and from other riders as he turns in now towards the Tribune of Honour. Let's have a look at that sprint again, though, as Robbie McEwen on the far right finally got the finish he has always promised to do in his Tours de France, and that is get a stage win. He now becomes only the 4th Australian rider ever to win a stage of the Tour de France. Happy days for the man from Brisbane in Queensland as he salutes the crowd here on the Champs-Élysées and takes the winner's award. This is one he really wanted. What a turnaround for his season, and the tears are about to fall, I think. And Robbie McEwen winning ahead of Eric Zabel. He was injured at the start of the year in Paris-Nice, and he's now obviously back in good condition. Stuart O'Grady, another Australian there, getting 4th place, and Tom Steele's out of it. Didn't got it all wrong, finishing 8th. But to the man who has won the Tour de France, Lance Armstrong, only the 2nd American cyclist ever, and the greatest story you would ever wish, from day 1 when he won the prologue to today when he won the Tour. He wins the Tour by a massive margin of 7 minutes 37 seconds over Alex Zuller, who has been 2nd before and now has to be 2nd again. Fernando Escartin gets his best finish ever in 3rd. Laurent Dufaux hung on there for 4th, ahead of a fast finishing Angel Casero and a rather limping King Abraham Olano. In the green jersey competition, well, he's done it 4 times straight, and this is one of the best races we've seen for the green jersey in years, thanks to the great riding of Stuart O'Grady. And so Eric Zabel joins Sean Kelly, but he's the only man to win it 4 times in a row. The King of the Mountains has been won by the man the organisation tried to ban. When they were forced to take him, he again showed he is a great climber. Richard Virenque has now won that title 5 times in 6 years. The Banesto at times had to fight for it, but they ran out the winners in the team. So the Tour de France is over and Lance Armstrong is the winner. A miracle, a fairy tale, call it what you will. Right now it's reality. And Lance Armstrong can now enjoy the fruits of being only the 2nd American rider to win the Tour de France. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. This one really is one for the history books. Goodbye.
Thank you again for watching. If you've enjoyed this video, a small contribution at the link below is more than welcome, and if you would like to request further races to receive the admittedly ecological remastering and preservation treatment, feel free to make those requests in the comments. I wish you all a good night and a good tomorrow.